Hey, what's up, Zoom dude? Hey, what's up, Dallas? Just trying to get everybody in here. Brother Bill, how you doing? I guess Aaron's trying to raid, but he's having issues. He'll get it sooner or later. Okay. Well, Aaron decided to go raid a different channel. So, whatever. He raided Jay. There's the link if anybody wants to drop in. Carpenter, what's up? Yeah, I'm sitting down for the first time today, and oh, it feels good. Gotta be careful I don't fall asleep in this chair. I think we've already chipped in, Bill. They could, with their tax money, they can just use the general fund. I'm not chipping in. Yeah, it was a slow day at work today, but I busted my ass when I got home doing chores. I had a lot of trash to take out. Bulk trash night. And I didn't get the trash out last week because of the weather, so I had a ton of shit to haul out to the street. What's up, Singularity? Zoom just got back from Charlotte. That's cool. Yeah, it's a pretty long drive. It's like a 5-6 hour drive, I'd say. Yeah, Carpenter. The only thing about missing garbage day, it's okay in the wintertime because the garbage just sits out in the garage and it's cold enough that it don't stink. In the summertime, that's another story. Yeah, Singularity, he's over in the YouTube chat, or the Twitch chat, rather, so you can't see him. He doesn't do the YouTube anymore. Oh. And he says hi to everybody in YouTube. Hello, Dennis. Good to see you. Unfortunately, I cannot share videos, but if you want to come on and we'll try and throw it up on screen, but I can't do it myself. Not enough memory. Hey, what's up, Miriam? Oh yeah, Singularity. Trying to quit caffeine. That's a tough thing to do. I feel you. Miriam smoked a day doob and now she's got the munchies. I'm gonna pack the bowl because we got 3 minutes until goat time. I don't know, Zach. Let's see. Twitch. I'm just showing you and Singularity and Ben Frank in Twitch. Ben hasn't said anything yet. He's just lurking. Most people are over on the YouTube side tonight. Hey, Deb. She just ate a bunch of peanut butter graham cracker fudge covered cookies. You know, you better have brought some to share. Oh. That's all right. I'm not in a cookie mood anyway tonight. I'm going to make something to eat here in a little bit. I don't know what yet, though. I may make some kibasi up or some flavored rice. I don't know yet. What's up, Club Kid? Nah, see, Carpenter, I'd skip dessert to have double dinner. That's just me. They're doing another Matrix movie. Jeez. I don't understand what it is with these movie franchises that just have to keep doing sequels and prequels and all kinds of bullshit. You know, they can't come up with anything original. It's goat time, folks. Smoke them if you got them. Howdy, howdy.
Hey, I'll just come up here for a minute. I don't have much battery life left.
Right on.
So I could see that you're just winging it right now.
Hey, Arizona Infidel, what's up, buddy?
So what we got here is kibasca. You get some kibasca sausage?
Yep.
Right on.
I just do it real simple and easy. I throw it in the oven.
Oh yeah. You do it nice. I don't even do that. I just fry it.
Yeah, I could fry it, but I think it comes out crispier and better in the oven. It comes in a big link, and I'll just throw it in there at like 350 for about 25 minutes, and then I cut it in half lengthwise to get the center exposed and get it a little crispy, and put it in for another 10, 15 minutes. And I just slice it up and put it in hot dog buns and eat it like a sandwich.
Oh no. See, I can't do it. I do hot dogs, bratwurst, and everything kind of the same way. Most of the time, I'll fry it until I get it brown and kind of crispy on the outside, and then I'll throw a little bit of water in there and put a lid on it and steam it.
Yep. Occasionally, I have like one of those steaming trivets that you set inside a fry pan to get it above the water, and I'll just steam sausage that way. But it doesn't work with all kinds of sausage.
Yeah, and I'll usually throw some onions in there.
Yep, or a little bit of beer, give it some flavor.
Oh, definitely. If there's beer around, yeah. I've even put wine vinegar in there.
Mm-hmm. You can do all kinds of stuff. So what's the weather like out there today?
It was bright and sunshiny today. Started to kind of warm up a little bit. I don't know if that's going to be short-lived, though.
Yeah, I'm dealing with the typical Ohio can't make up its mind weather bullshit. Yesterday was like 62. Today was like 43.
Yeah.
And then it got real windy. And then it got down into the low 30s, and it tried to snow. And now it's like sitting right above 30. 32, 33, I think.
Right on.
And it's not going to really warm up much until next week.
Yeah, I got a lot done today.
Well, at least it's going to be dry. I don't think we got any rain or anything coming. So I got a couple days off later this week. I'm going to be doing some yard work, cleaning up sticks and branches and shit. If it's cold enough, I won't sink in the ground. It's mud city out there.
I was just happy I wasn't in pain today. In fact, I'm like still kind of getting used to being able to drink cold drinks again.
Yeah. Mouth's doing better?
Yeah, definitely.
Cool.
Yeah. I'm eating a clove of garlic right now.
There you go. Natural antiseptic.
Yeah, I actually ate some garlic on I made a. I guess we call it a. No.
Yeah, I got a phone call. I'll be back in a minute.
Okay. I guess I'll drop down there and look in the chat here and see who's hanging out. Okay, I see Deb there. I see Miriam. I see Singularity, Carpenter Patriot, AZ Infidel, Weather Fishing, which is Zoom. Cool. Got a nice little crowd in here tonight.
There we go. I'm back. And there's battery. Battery's thumb. And there's Wizzy.
Hey,
Oh,
hey, I've just been making dinner, so I've been back and forth and realized that that it wasn't on the game, and I was like, "Why?"
yeah.
Absent.
AWOL.
Yeah, Aaron the Tires decided to show raid J Hobo's channel or something, so I was like, I figured I just ended up here by default, right? Well, he did that. I was like, what the heck is this? Shredded hash browns. You're absolutely right. In fact, when I make hash browns, I don't buy hash browns. I shred a potato.
Yeah.
Yeah. Make them fresh.
Hell yeah.
It's a lot better.
They're better. Yeah. Oh man, so much better.
But I tell you what, though, trying to find decent potatoes in the grocery stores around here is almost impossible.
Really?
I'm going to start growing my own, because the ones you get in the store, they're fucking garbage.
Well, just make sure the soil's really loamy, and that it's got a lot of
Loose organic matter. Yeah, I know.
Wood shatter and sand, and then add the perlite in there, and it'll keep it really loamy, and the potatoes will get nice and big.
I only got 10 pounds for mine, so
Yeah.
that wasn't right.
Well, something else works too. You break up sheetrock. Gypsum helps.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it loosens up the soil really good.
Perlite, vermiculite, all that good stuff.
Well, gypsum does too, which is sheetrock.
Yeah.
Isn't that kind of poisonous or something? Gypsum?
No.
Only if you eat it.
I know what we're talking about.
Oh, so you just take I got this. I got a 20-pound sledgehammer. I just sit there and mash it all up and throw it in my garden.
Yeah. Tomatoes love it.
What does?
Tomatoes.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I guess any nightshade.
Tomatoes, peppers. God, what else is in the nightshade family?
Yep.
Eggplant. Eggplant's in his nightshade family.
Yikes! I hate that shit.
I hate it too, man. Bleh.
It's poison.
It's gross.
It's
I've had it made like 5 different ways, and I never cared for it.
I literally get poisoning from it.
Compact soils, especially clay.
I love eggplant.
I love it too. I love the taste of it. I just can't eat it.
I like it.
To me, it just tastes like flavorless mush.
Yeah. Makes it bubblegum.
I had eggplant in the Army and wound up down at the aid station. And it was so good. It was stuffed eggplant with cheese and stuff in it, and it was so good. I didn't know I was allergic to it. And then I got talking to my dad and my mom. Both of them are deathly allergic to it, and it's anaphylactic.
Okay.
Allergic to what?
Everybody in my family is allergic to eggplant.
So how the heck did you end up eating eggplant?
In the mess hall in the Army.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
served
okay.
them in the mess hall.
I thought you. For a second, I thought you were at home.
Oh no.
Well, I'm probably allergic to Southern Comfort.
Why's that?
I don't know. I used to get in trouble if I drink it, but I'm not in a public setting, so I'm safe.
I don't know about you, Battery, but
Hmm?
Southern Comfort, it makes me violent.
It does to me too, but I'm at home. Not gonna happen.
Yeah, I don't drink it. The same thing with Mad Dog or any other sweet liquor. Makes me violent, and I don't like how I act when I do it.
I only have negative reaction with Southern Comfort.
It's the sweet liquors and stuff like that. You know, it's like certain sweet wines, like Mogan David 2020 and stuff like that. Just turns me into a freaking animal.
I remember my father telling me about all the days he used to drink Mogan David wine. And I tried it once. I'm like, you got to be kidding me. You drink this? Yeah.
There is a reason it's called Mad Dog.
Yep.
There is a reason. I know I'm not the only one.
Had it. Had Mad Dog and Boone's Ferry.
Oh yeah, I remember all that. Boone's Farm, Strawberry Hill. Remember that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. It's still sold around here.
We had a big party out in the woods, out in the middle of nowhere. No street light.
That's what all the high school girls start drinking on, around here at least.
One of the guys ripped the stop sign out of the ground.
There was that German stuff, that Black Tower. I remember a lot of people getting shit faced on Black Tower and going
I thought
crazy.
you were going to say Rumplemints.
Huh?
I thought you were going to say Rumplemints.
Oh no. Yeah, Black Tower. And when I was in the Army, I drank a lot of Mateus Rosé.
I was in the Army. I drank anything they put in front of me.
Yeah, I'm with him.
Well, no, I mean, I'd go down to the commissary and get that Mateus Rosé. I just like the taste of it.
Now, I always got in trouble when I drank 80 proof Southern Comfort. I don't have a problem with this one.
Yeah.
It's so much better.
Yeah, it just Southern Comfort makes me crazy, man. I can't drink it.
80 proof does that to me.
What does?
The 80 proof.
Oh.
Something
Anyway.
about 100 proof is just so much better.
Oh. And one time I went crazy on freaking El Toro Gold Tequila.
Yeah.
It was, well, I don't know. It might have been what I was mixing it with. But
The only
it was.
I found was Patron and Luna Azul.
I drink cheap shit, man.
Well, Luna Azul is cheap, and it's pretty decent.
I'm not
Okay.
a big fan of tequila, though.
He recommended that. He said it's very inexpensive, but it's really decent for the price. It's like, why not? I'll try it. And it was good.
Well, I got a whole shitload.
I only drank tequila once in my life, and it was that shit you just said. And man, at one sip of that, I'll spit it right out. No
El Toro?
thanks. Yep. Gross.
Never had.
And in any kind of tequila, just the smell of it turns my stomach.
Is
Not
it
my
kind
thing.
of like Jose Cuervo?
That's the only. I've never had a Cuervo. I've only had that one thing of El Toro, and nope, never again.
I don't know. I drank some really good tequila down in Mexico, and it had a worm in it.
Oh,
And
that's
these Mexican friends of mine, they're saying, "Oh, you gringos, you can't handle tequila." And I'm like, "Yeah, watch me." Oh, by the way, I'll go ahead and eat the worm. You sure? You sure you can handle that? Yeah, I eat the worm out of 3 bottles. 3 bottles of freaking tequila, man.
Hey, how much did you have to drink to get to the worm?
Well, all I know is I went beyond seeing double.
Isn't that mezcal?
They're a shot.
Well, it's the agave worm. So I reckon it was probably agave tequila.
Oh, Jose Cuervo's not.
Right now, I'm having some chicken broccoli rice.
Nice. That sounds delicious.
Heidi.
Yep, it's actually from bone soup. I made bone broth and started it up that way. Cut up onion, celery, and broccoli. And oh, hell yeah.
That's what I had yesterday was bone broth. That's interesting. Huh. The only thing I put in my bone broth was some jalapenos and onions, and that's it.
Sounds like French onion soup with jalapenos.
It was good. It was really good. The jalapenos, I just put them in whole. And they don't make the bone broth hot at all. But and then you pop them in your mouth, and they just explode. They're so juicy, and they're not even that hot, or they're not overwhelmingly hot when you cook them like that. Put them in a soup.
Right, they cook down on it.
Yeah, they do. And they add like an aroma and a flavor to the soup that's really good.
Oh, I had Vietnamese po today with dried seaweed. Oh, it's good. That dried seaweed, put it over the top.
Right.
Put it in the water and it soaks it up.
I'm scared to try Vietnamese food because I've heard they put that fish sauce in everything. And I ain't eat no fish sauce. Ugh.
I like it.
Racist.
I make pancit. My father, he always pours that fish sauce on it.
No, I like some Asian. I like some Chinese food. I like Thai food. I want to try Korean food next.
Oh, Korean food's
Korean
good.
food's not too bad.
They like to barbecue everything.
I like Thai food though.
Well, I want to try like the fermented kimchi type shit. I've never had that before. It sounds interesting.
I love kimchi. Last time I had a jar of kimchi, it didn't taste quite rotten yet. So just put it on, put the jar, close the jar back up, put it on the shelf for a couple of months, then open it up. You're good to go.
Yeah, well, it's just fermented cabbage or whatever, you know.
Yeah.
The more fermented, the better it is.
Oh yeah.
Got all
Last time I did that, I couldn't find the jar anymore.
Well, the thing is, you better be careful because they'll explode.
Well, it's been years, and I haven't had any explosions. I think
they have them explode right in the freaking store sometimes.
Yeah, it's actually pretty good.
But that's why the Korean stores kind of stink because of all the kimchi that explode.
Oh my god!
You know,
Yeah,
it's one of those things you got to hold your nose and eat it. But once you get past the smell, it actually tastes really good.
when I worked at Intel, everybody would run to the microwaves to get there before the Koreans got there. Because once the Koreans got there, all the microwaves smelled like fish.
Yep. Well, down in Florida, it was the Haitians. because the Haitians, I mean, them guys, we'd be all sitting there, eating sandwiches. Haitian guy would come and sit down. Next thing you know, he's got this freaking weird looking fish head, and I mean, the smell was harsh. It was harsh.
Oh my God, Carpenter. Oh shit.
What do you say? What do you say?
This out a window and didn't pull down his pants. Pissed himself.
Yeah, Haitian people can eat a lot of fish.
So can the Filipinos.
Filipinos can eat anything. They got like an iron gut.
I went to when I was over at Germany. I told my sergeant I need to go to the exchange for I forgot what it was, but he said sure, and he sent the other sergeant with me. He was Filipino, and we talked about I love eating Filipino food, and so he said, hey, we'll go over to my house for lunch. So I went to his house for lunch, and there was nothing there I liked.
No.
Like,
there's one thing. There's a really nasty Filipino thing. I'm telling you, man, it's got to be the freaking worst. It's called balut.
Yeah.
Lord Almighty. Rotten duck eggs.
They had like 20 different types of fish on the table. Not what I like. I like
one thing in Cambodia. They eat half. I mean, they let the eggs go for a long time, to where they kill the chick and the egg, and then you eat it.
Yeah.
Now, here's something. When they teach you in survival school, eggs are always edible, no matter what they come from. I don't care if it's alligator eggs, mosquito eggs, duck eggs, whatever. All eggs are edible. There is maybe not platypus eggs. I don't know about platypus.
Right.
Or mosquito eggs. Can't even see them.
Mosquito eggs, no, they're edible. That's an Aztec delicacy.
How the heck do you see them?
I don't know. They serve them actually in some Aztec specialty restaurants down in Mexico.
Yeah, that's another reason for me not to ever visit Mexico.
I just imagine they call it that mosquito, and they're like beluga or something.
Well, that's like tilapia. Why I am not a tilapia fan, because they raise them in fish farms down in Mexico and third world countries, and they're raised in puddles that have freaking laundry soap in it and everything, because they're just swamp puddles that's got chemicals and everything, and the tilapia just thrive in it.
Yeah.
Well,
they're worse than
gets their tilapia from American fish farms.
Well, we could probably raise them to a decent standard, but a lot of these third world countries are raising tilapia in nasty freaking just sewer water.
Right, they're pond cleaners.
Yep.
If you do aquaponics, you need tilapia.
Well, you don't need it, but you can. Yeah, you can use tilapia.
That's a good choice. Yeah, because they'll actually procreate in there.
Yeah,
I mean, you'll have friggin' tilapia coming out your ears if you get them started in an aquaponics situation.
Well, that's what we're going to do. We're going to be doing aquaponics. We're going to be doing cat, trout, bass, and tilapia.
Yeah, tilapia is a utility fish.
The fertilizer you get from the tilapia is great for the plants.
There you go.
Same way with the cat. Same way with catfish.
Well, you put catfish in there to keep the tank clean.
Uh-huh. And all the plants that you decommission from the garden, simply let them dry out, grind them up, and feed them back to the fish.
Wait, they eat the plants?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, okay. That's good to know.
Now back to
I didn't know anything about them.
back to the tequila topic. Okay, the agave tequila doesn't have a lot of sugar in it. It's not going to jack up your blood sugars there, Battery.
Apex.
What up?
Apex was kicked to the garage.
No, I'm over at my neighbor's house.
Oh, okay.
What's up?
What up?
Who's
Had to
your
wait till my
hair
wife
challenge
Janet kicked in.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Apex? Who's your hair
Yo.
challenge friend?
What's up?
Who's your hair challenged friend?
Oh no, I shaved my head. Been shaving it since 1987 out of the 42nd MP group out of Europe. So yeah, I've been shaving my head ever since.
Rock on.
If I shave the sides and back, I'll be like you.
The Bruce Willis thing is still a good thing.
I used to shave my head like every 3 or 4 months for about 15 years.
Yeah. Saves on shampoo.
Now I do it about once a year.
I probably
I'm
should
about due.
run out of shampoo. Or I use my wife.
It was good when I was on the road driving a truck, shaving my head. I freaking wake up in the morning and just throw a hat on and go.
Exactly.
I keep a number 2 run across my head all summer long.
All right. Chris,
Yeah.
are you initiating a smoke out?
Yeah, fire in the bowl.
Fire in a bowl?
Fire in the motherfucking bowl.
Hey, show him my bowl.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Right?
Is that with like a laboratory beaker on the bottom?
What's up?
Looks like a laboratory beaker.
Whoever made this one made it so you can put ice and actually put cubes of ice in here to hold it, and then a catcher that doesn't mix when you're smoking.
It looks a lot like a oil lamp.
Nice.
So, Wiz, what did you do today, man?
What did I do?
Yeah.
Well, I put together supports for one of the swing benches. Got all the seat boards cut.
You guys have got. Yeah, hold on.
He uploaded a video of what he did.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'll show you one of them. Let's see here.
You guys really should watch the Education Sunday edition. It is so funny. It shows how so many Biden supporters have buyer's remorse. They're saying he's reneged on all his promises.
Hey, here's
Yeah.
Here's the link to my Wizard of Oz page. And that's where I upload my daily dedication.
Breathe, Apex, breathe.
Oh, it did. That's not me dying.
I'm dying. That's what you get when you buy Top Shelf.
Those are the seat boards right there
Oh, there you go.
for the benches. I got all those chosen out and cut, and then I got there's the seat support. They're going to be
Oh yeah. Those look good.
they're all painted up before they're assembled.
Those look real nice.
There's 3 of them there. I'm building 2 of these sets, so I got them.
Oh, you built 2 of them?
Huh?
Nice.
Yeah, I'm building 2 of them.
There you go.
What is it?
It's like, what is it?
Well, the swing bench.
Oh, okay.
It's a torture rack.
Will live.
This was so the seat rolls over the edge.
Fair enough.
That's what these are about.
Ooh.
These edge. And I don't know if the. Oh yeah, hold on a second here. I'll show you the A-frame. But I'm making a series of videos so that I can show the construction of these.
Green grass home. Pop
Oh, nice.
And I'm up when I get it finished. I'll put it together in the final video and then slam all the videos together. There's the A-frame over there.
And now how do you put videos together?
Video editor.
Fire the bowl up. That's easier.
You do a real good job
One
of
of my
making them.
videos get chopped up.
No, if you do a real good job of making them, you don't have to edit them. You just slam them together.
Yeah, I'm not much of an editor yet. But I was watching Zeducation from Sunday about half hour ago, and I was
Yeah.
busting gut laughing. So
What
funny.
up, Carpenter?
But yeah, you can go there and see all the projects I work on. That's all the videos are up there. I do my daily uploads there, and then when I get all the videos done, I'll download them and slam them together and put them up on Emerald City. Kind of like my video upload buffering area.
I already told about it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
It's uncensored host.
Yeah, I told about uncensored host. I told about that a while ago. I told about that a while ago.
Here it is. Swing bench. Yeah, there's the A-frame.
Yeah.
Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, I'm looking at the page right now. I see the
Yeah.
bench you're starting, the A-frame. Part of it sitting on the ground.
Yeah.
Do you see the bench completed?
No, not yet.
It's an older video. It's actually one I made before these. There's a video of the bench actually completed, but it's sitting on cinder blocks underneath an A-frame. So we didn't have the chain at the time. But yeah, I've got on Odyssey. I've got the video for building the coolers, the video for building what I've done with the rabbit cages so far. I've got a video for building what else was it up there? Got 4 of them up there now at Odyssey. Odyssey's weird. I don't know if we're even going to be able to live stream that.
Yeah, I looked a little bit into Odyssey myself, and you're right, it is weird.
I think we'll live stream there. It's just you got to build your channel up or something.
Yeah.
I'm working on it.
Every little bit helps.
Yeah,
Hey, Emerald, can I tell a story?
absolutely.
Well, I told these guys in there, I want to tell them I'm not drinking no more story. I was like 32, 34. I mean, I was fucking hard at it, you guys. Seriously hard.
Right,
Drinking all the time, getting fucking wrecked. That's just what I did.
right.
Hunted fish, got fucked up. Coke, acid, mushrooms, meth, fucking you name it. Let's party. I was carrying on like a rock star.
Right.
Mallory's mom was a emergency room orderly. She didn't work till 2. I worked every morning at 7, and I worked till 3:30. Well, this day we happened to get off early because of weather, so we were off at like 11. Well,
Yeah.
Mal didn't even go to the daycare till 2, so I didn't have to pick her up till 9 o'clock that night. So we were going to stop and have a couple, right?
Yeah.
Well, we got drinking beer, smoking pot, and doing shots, and like always, like usual,
Right.
I fucking blacked out totally.
Oh,
So the next morning, I get up, and the next morning, and I'm walking around the house, and I'm fucking hungover so bad you guys can't believe it. And I just head throbbing. You know what it's like, guzzling water because it's just like fucking paste in my mouth.
Right.
I put my elbows on the window and was looking out in the parking lot. We had a lower level walkout. So I put my elbows and I looked out where my pickup sits. It's like, fuck. And my wife says, what's the matter? I said, my fucking truck. Well, now understand it. I'd lost my truck a bunch of times. And it usually entailed 3 or 4 hours of driving around to every bar, sometimes within 20 miles or 30 miles of there, before I'd find it parked somewhere. So I'm thinking, fuck. And my wife says, well, you know, just look out the door. It's because sometimes I would park along the driveway, along the garage, but not very often. So I opened the door and I looked out and I could just see the back bumper of my truck. And I was like, oh, God, good. And about that time, it hit me. Mallory, fuck. I forgot Mallory. And my wife had this puzzled look on her face, and she kind of pointed over her shoulder, and she said, Sam, she's in her room right now sleeping. So I went running in there. I opened the door. I looked at her, and here she was curled up with this little white bunny, just sleeping as comfortable, covers all up in her little tidy, cute little baby girl room.
Right.
And it fucking dawned on me what I'd done. I drove home, went and picked my daughter up 18 miles from my house. I drove over and picked my daughter up, blacked out, fucking drunk, and didn't remember bringing her home. Well, I was fucking heartbroken. I was crushed.
Right.
I couldn't believe I did it. I really couldn't. I was so fucking ashamed of myself. This was my baby girl. I only got one little girl, guy.
Right.
That's my baby girl. I was like, what in the fuck? And I was walking across the living room, going back out into the kitchen because Mal was still sleeping. I looked at my wife and I said to her, I said, that's it. I'm done. And all my wife said to me, she looked at me and she said, I've been listening to that shit for 15 years and I don't believe a fucking word of it. So, and then we parted ways. Well, I quit drinking. It took me 2.5 years and I'd go like 4 weeks and I wouldn't drink a thing, or 6 weeks and I wouldn't drink a drop. And then I think, well, I'll just have a couple beers and everything would be, and one night or 2 nights it'd be cool. I'd stop and have 4 or 5 beers and go home. And then it would be right back to the blacked out, waking up in fucking Fairbolt at some stripper bar, fucking wrecked. Well, it took about 2 years, 2.5 years. And I was able to quit completely. And now I don't drink anything anymore. Now I don't do meth. I don't do coke. I get kin anytime I want, anywhere I want. Pass all the time on it. I smoke my pinchies now and I do a lot of hunting and fishing. That's all I do now. Raise my grandson. That's how I quit drinking. Took that. Driving home with my 2-year-old daughter in a car seat, blacked out, fucking drunk. Drinking beer, smoking pot, doing shots of whiskey. It's probably the most fucking shameful thing I've ever did in my life. I could have killed us. I would have had no idea. I had no idea. I fucking black. And when I woke up in the morning, there was nothing there. Had no idea what went on. That's how I quit drinking. And to this day, I just smoke a couple pinchies now and then, and I like to prowl around out in the boondocks with Jackson. And then I had a guy at work one time. I was telling the story. I was at work. And we were walking back out to the site, and he looked at me and says, why the fuck would you ever tell anybody that story? I mean, that's fucking shameful. And I said, because I ain't running from it no more.
Yeah.
Well, hey, I actually got a story kind of like that myself, except it involves acid. Thank you.
That's nice.
There was one time I had gotten some bad acid, like some bunk acid, and it was like my first time actually trying it, so I didn't know what the fuck to even expect. So, anyways, I get home, and it's like 30, 45 minutes later after taking it. I'm sitting there in my bedroom at my mom's house, and I'm watching the Cowboys and Indian battle take place on the fucking rug, you know? So I started thinking, man, I'm way the fuck too high. So I laid down, which apparently you're not supposed to do. So I've come to find out. and I figured I'd sleep it off. Well, I ended up like just the last thing I remember was like little tremors going, all down my body, and then just total black. And I hear in the most booming, most powerful voice, "You have one last chance." And I woke up, and it took like every bit of willpower for me to stop convulsing and stuff. And that was the last time I ever actually did acid. I'll go with shrooms though. That's natural. So yeah, that's my story.
Yeah, I've did.
Into it.
Fuck, I did a little bit of acid in my day.
Somewhere
Fucking
buried in
trails
my
were-
house, I've got a couple hits laying around that are old.
I mean, don't get me wrong. If it's good and it's been proven not bullshit acid, don't take the brown acid sort of deal. If it's good, I'll take a hit. I mean, I've
Yeah.
actually done acid since then.
Yeah,
Acid's
I don't know.
the only
I
other
just-
drug that I would
that's-
ever do again.
I just steer clear of that.
Yeah,
If you can just,
With acid. I had,
and
a
that's probably
friend, I had a friend that just got completely burned out and lost his mind on acid.
well, that's how Sid Barrett from Pink Floyd went out. He got hooked in with an acid cult back in the 60s or 70s, and just spun himself out. That's what the song "Shine On You Crazy Diamond."
Yeah.
It's all about Sid Barrett.
Well, I've seen people get burned out, become burnouts, and
Oh, yeah.
they're never the same. You don't
Cook you.
ever get your brain back.
yeah, it'll cook you
The
beyond
guy
repair.
that my father went to high school with had a bad trip, and he was never the same.
That's
Yeah.
40 years later, he was still off on another plane of existence.
that's why they
Get on the
the other
merry-go-round.
nickname is Fry.
You don't get off. You know
It's
that
also-
merry-go-round, like when you're doing that shit and you're thinking to yourself, God, I'm getting high. I'm
Oh,
getting
that's why.
fucking high. I'm so fucking high. I can't believe how high I am. And then all of a sudden you'd come back down. You think, okay, I got control of this. I'm okay. Everything will be fine. And then that fucker go up again and you get really high and you think, oh my God, I can't be any higher. Then the merry-go-round. And the whole time I'm seeing trails, everything that's bright is going and sweeping back, or I'm sitting there with my foot stomping it on the floor like there's a half inch of water and watching the carpet ripple. It's like, fuck no, I don't need that no more.
No. Well, we call it Fry. That was the other nickname. Remember that carpenter?
Oh yeah. I seen a few people have that happen to them too. Like two guys I know. One was a really good friend, and he was done that, and we did acid with him a few times. I did acid, but not like some people did. Some people were fucking crazy. He was crazy, and we'd get all fucked up, but he just never came back. One time he got all wrecked and never came back.
I'm gonna try to set my hat on fire.
This dude, this
actually
dude that I
don't
knew,
plan on that.
this friend of mine, he got his head so bad he couldn't even talk anymore, and he was one of the best guitar players you ever heard of. I mean, he could have been so much more, but acid freaking he couldn't even talk. I mean, it was a disaster for him.
Yeah, I've seen a few go that route.
He could
I'd
still
say.
play guitar though. He never forgot how to play guitar. He just couldn't talk.
That's
Oh, I
the
bet-
experience that I had when I was doing nitrous oxide. Whippets, medical
Oh, yeah.
gas. I went to a party once, and they were selling. They had a big medical tank, and the dude was selling big punching bag balloons for $10 a piece. And I did one over the course of about a half hour, and then I started on a second one, and I got about a quarter of the way through it, and then all of a sudden I couldn't fucking talk. Scared the living crap out of me.
Yeah.
Everything in my mind that I was trying to say came out right, but everything that was coming out of my mouth was all blah, 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 mush mouth and everything. Freaked me
My
the
wife
fuck
did
out.
that.
I had a little
Man, you're
panic
kidding.
attack, and the other people
Oh,
are
I
like,
would-
"Oh, dude, you'll be fine." Like, give it 20, 30 minutes, you'll be fine. And I'm like, I took a pen and a piece of paper, and I'm rolling. I wrote 911 question mark, and they're like, "No, you don't need to call 911." I'm like, "You sure?"
You're too high.
Never did it. Never did it again. I will. That shit
Wow.
kills so much brain cells. Oh man.
Is that so? Mega Nation?
Another friend of mine was doing acid, and he went to this rock concert. I think it might have been AC/DC. I'm not sure, but he was all on. He was fried, man. He was on acid big time, and while he was in there, and all of a sudden during the concert, they started flicking their lighters, their big lighters, and he said all the people's faces in the concert looked like demons.
How about like this? Unrestricted Republic.
You guys, you want to hear a true story? Another one. I'm sorry. I'll be quiet after this. I was getting my elbow rebuilt for like the third surgery, right? So this one, I had to go to a bone specialist at Mayo Clinic to build the bones back again. My brother-in-law worked at the Mayo Clinic, so of course I was in surgery, that pre-surgery area, and he come in. So I don't really remember him being there, but I guess they were giving me the anesthesia to knock you out. So I looked up at all the nurses and I said, when people are in surgery, do you guys ever pull the blanket down and look? And they're like, no, we don't. I said, well, if you want to, go ahead. Right in front of my brother-in-law, I said that. I told the nurses they could look under my blanket when I was out. I don't remember it. I don't know if I can remember saying nothing. And then I woke up and there was like 4 guys standing around me, 4 orderlies, right?
All gay.
Now I've had 7 surgeries, maybe 8 in my life. Okay, and there's these 4 guys standing around me, these orderlies, and I never thought nothing of it. So they were there, and I woke up, and then they left the room, and I never thought nothing. Oh, the doctor came in there, and he just got curious. So I asked the doctor, I said, why were there's all them orderlies in here? Yeah, he reaches down, and he gets my medical paper, and he hands it up to me, and he starts flipping through, that little clip on the end of your bed? He starts flipping through the pages, and he hands it to me. He said, here, read that. And it was like 3 paragraphs. Apparently, I had no idea. When I wake up and I come out of there, I'm violent. And I mean, not a little bit violent. I'm really violent. Had no idea. Swear and cuss and wake up swinging. I still to this day, I had no idea. And he said, now, anytime you go to surgery, it's protocol. It's right in your records. It's been going on since the first one. You didn't know about that? I said, I had no idea. Ain't that weird? And apparently I asked him about it, and he said apparently it's a big deal, but it's not that all that uncommon. When people when they come out of sedation, they wake up violent, and I guess I wake up violent. And he said, well, we got 4 in here. He says, we got them. They're here for protection, bud.
Wow.
Yeah, I had no idea. I'll quit bothering you guys.
Oh no, you're not bothering anybody.
Bothering us.
I got all kinds of fucking stories. Some are pretty funny too. Like the time I went out, we were driving home in a snowstorm and we'd hunted all day, right? And I had my buddy behind me in my pickup truck, and I was driving like a 1980, I told you, Lincoln Town, Chrysler New Yorker with all the electric shit. And these deer were on the side of the road, so I rolled the window down. It's fucking blizzarding out. Now it's dark as toast, probably 2 hours after dark. Took us that long to get home. So I rolled the windows down. I loaded my 12-gauge shotgun. And I swung around with my feet on the seat and pulled the trigger, and I killed a big doe. Well, I don't know if you've ever shot a gun inside of a window. It was like someone poked my eyeballs out and poked my eardrums in. I asked my buddy, I said, oh, fuck, maybe I shouldn't have done that. He goes, fuck, I had no idea he shot. He said, I didn't hear a thing, because I said, oh, God, I hope nobody heard that. He said, I didn't hear a thing. I said, well, how did you know I shot? And he looked at me and he says, the whole inside of your car just lit up, he said, and the doe fell down on the ground. That's what I was like when I was young, you guys. I went underneath this lady's house and she had a swing set, and I shot this buck. I thought it was going through a yard in the boons. And when I cut around the back of the yard, I went underneath her deck, literally underneath the 6x6 that held her deck up. Right underneath it, right in the middle, with all her family shit around, this buck gets up from behind the swing set and takes off running. And I shot him. And I heard this clinking noise above me, and I looked up, and all over the window above me there was dishwater. The lady was washing her dishes. So I grabbed the antlers and went down the hill, and I got away on that one.
Right.
Ain't that shit stupid? I can't believe the stupid shit I did. That I look back, and it's almost like it was someone else that did it.
Hey, I was in my 20s. I was down in the Florida Everglades, and so we decided we're screwing off and everything. I decided, well, I'm going to do some rapid fire out of my truck, right? What you're talking about, and it's like, holy shit! It'll mess up your hearing permanently. Trying to shoot inside a vehicle.
Yeah, that's a fucking tremendous amount of pressure inside a closed vehicle. Funny you don't blow the windows out. I bet if you do, if you like had the window up like halfway or 3/4 way trying to be sneaky, you shot through that little opening above the window, you'd blow your fucking windows right out of your car.
Well, it's not only that, but also ejecting hot shells in your crotch that are smoldering in your freaking crotch.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
I know about that. I'm talking to these cops about it, and they're like, how have you done stuff like that? How do you know what you're? I'm like, that's why I do revolvers in a vehicle, because I prefer to carry a revolver with me. I don't want to be ejecting hot cartridges in my crotch, having them smolder.
That's good thinking. If I was smarter back then, which I wasn't, obviously, you can tell by my stories of being younger, I wasn't real bright. If I'd have been smarter about it, I would have been using a handgun back then.
It's like you hear a lot of stories from guys that served in Iraq and Afghanistan that got into firefights, close quarter combat, and you got like a whole squad of guys, shooting full auto with their M4s next to each other.
Yep.
They get hot brass flying like down their shirts and underneath their armor and shit, and they can't get to it, and so they just let it, sit there and burn them, and they got fucking scars shaped like cartridge casings all over their body.
I've got the scars.
Yep.
I've got the scars. Yeah. Yeah, that ain't no joke, man.
That's why I like the helicopter crews, they have the brass catchers on the door guns and shit.
The shit some of the stuff that I shoot, man, it'll eject, like 30 feet away. It ejects cartridges 30 feet away.
Yep. Even
bolt actions, they'll shoot a good 13 feet away, a hot cartridge out of a freaking, even out of a bolt action. I've had bolt actions that have really eject a shell, man.
Oh yeah.
But that's kind of why I like a bolt action, because you can kind of control when you eject that cartridge.
Yep.
So you don't give your position away.
Yeah, last 4th of July, I was out on the back patio. And I was like, okay, I'm going to empty out a magazine off my AK, right? And I'm like, okay, I'll just aim it, off that direction because they're out there in our backyard. So I'm sitting there lighting it off, and then I was like, and I hear this, hey. My brother's over there. I was like, what? Oh, he goes, you got all the brass fucking flying at me. He was like 12, 15 feet away, and I was like, oh, really? All the way over there? I just figured, I'd go 5 or 6 feet. Throwing brass at my brother. It was funny as shit.
Well, not just that, but the big guns like the Barretts.
Show 'em.
You get on the side of those Barretts, and that freaking pressure come out the side on those on that compensator.
It's a 22.
Yeah, I can tell it's a 22.
Yeah, it's a 22. Just simple. Just for the coyotes.
They're great to train with.
Yeah, good for the coyotes.
Yep.
It's all it's for.
Is that Smith & Wesson?
Birds that aren't supposed to be birds. So
the scope's bigger than the damn gun.
Oh yeah. Oh, got the laser, got it all. They're all
It's like,
lined
oh,
up, balanced and tuned. So when you look down the damn barrel, you will shoot, and it will go where it says.
You don't
That's
have to fire a
that's my-
bullet to scare
that's
the
my
shit out of
child.
a little.
Yeah,
That's
but from afar, somebody might be frightened out of their fucking mind. They'd be like, they could be like a half a mile away and see it and be like, oh shit, he's got it, saying the AR-15 or whatever. I'll be like, if they only knew, I can't even hit them. Like throw a rock would be better. So, yeah, my child.
Is that the Smith and Wesson?
Which model is that?
This is Smith and Wesson M&P 15-22.
Yeah,
There you
that's
go.
what I thought it was.
Yeah, I got
Yeah,
that
They
same
have a
thing, but I
good
got it in
reputation.
5.56.
Yep.
Fire in the bowl.
Oh, we're 3 minutes early.
Ultimate?
What you got?
Oh, no, my wife's shotgun. Hey, guys.
Oh yeah, you gotta see this.
You have to see this. My wife, pacifistic doctor turned renegade, drug, weed smoking, happy to hand out medical marijuana passes for it. She decides to buy a shotgun, semi-auto. And the only reason why she bought this damn thing is because it had zombie pink camo. I was like, holy shit. And I looked at it.
That's hilarious. They buy that pink camo because they know there's no way in hell you'll use it. I mean, I'd shoot it like at the range a couple of times, but I don't care. I wouldn't hunt with it.
Yeah, I'm all for the pink camo on the guns if it gets the women to shoot.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely.
That's the way I see it.
Yeah.
Women look hot in camos.
Fuck,
Yeah.
we had over where I hunt, the one end on it'd be the east end, the far east end. They had two girls there.
Up on big screen.
Oh yeah, that's what kind is that?
This is a Remington Varamax.
Oh, nice. Versamax, yep.
Yeah, it's got a 12
Elongated.
and one in the chamber. This hasn't even been fired yet. Muzzle suppressor for the flash, and
it's got a breech too.
it's got a breech. It's got everything. It's semi-auto. Every time you pull the trigger, it's pulling it.
Yeah.
So the other thing, and it has this too to disperse for the flames that come out as it goes. So yeah, this is my wife's. Hey, honey, I just spent $2,000 on a shotgun.
Oh fuck, I would use it. That's nice.
Kim is in the chat.
Shotgun. Does it shoot itself? You just send it in the yard and it just shoots. I'm like, holy shit. The only reason why is it's a limited edition. There was only 14 of these made with this camo pattern. It's actually zombies.
Oh, he is. Hold up, you guys. I'm gonna get you in close on this.
Oh, cool as shit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
this-
Zombies in the.
And this is the most important part. It is painted on. This is not a stick.
Yeah.
That's cool though.
Yeah, so there was only 14 of them. So I went ahead to look at the value of the thing. Wife made a good purchase. An auction. And it's never been fired. Yeah, it's worth about $7,500 right now to collect.
Wow. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah. All right, good for you. Yeah, my wife takes all the nurses out on the weekends. Taking
What is it? What is that chambered in? Look at it and see what chambers it takes. It's got to be 3.5 too.
It's 12, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you look at it close, it'll say 2.5, 3/4, and 3.5.
Gauge.
I know how to do 100.
3/4, 3, and 3.5.
Look at that growth.
In the small printing on the barrel.
Yeah.
That I just want to know if it takes the 3.5.
The Magnums, yeah.
3.5.
Yeah, because those fuckers are serious. They're pretty fun to shoot. Kick like a mule, but they do some. Like a shotgun, people buy them with them little tiny brass. What are they? Trap rounds, whatever. Them light ones.
Yeah.
Don't shoot. Yeah, don't bother shooting anybody with them. You're gonna piss them off because you're probably not gonna kill them. Even if
Oh, like those
Yeah, it's 3.5.
Mini shells.
3.5. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah. Get 3.5 turkey loads for that. Get 4s, and you can't. The thing doesn't even open up till about 30 feet or 30 yards. It'll shoot just like a shotgun, like a slug.
Fun.
Oh yeah, she made a good buy.
Yeah.
I'm happy with it.
Yeah, she got a good one. And the zombies, you know, you can shoot the zombies because that's not like pink.
Right.
I would use that shotgun. I would take that. I'd hunt it with that shotgun.
Well, zombies, of course.
Yeah, I'd fucking use that. He said pink, you know, and I'm thinking like, you know what I mean, pink.
Yeah, like I was thinking more. That's actually the first time I've seen this one.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. Oh, that's
when he said pink camo, I was thinking he was talking like, oh, that's nice.
Yeah, that's my
Oh.
AR.
Yeah.
Oh, you're bringing this out?
Oh, I
That's
can
got
if you want me to.
double drum mags on there.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
I
100
feel
round
like
mag.
this is the thing you should probably bring out.
Oh, hey, tell them also. My wife's got a Glock 19 and I have a Glock 42. So
I got a
Nice.
Glock 29.
I don't even have a Glock.
Oh,
Well, what's wrong with you?
I'm just
you should take them outside and show them. I'll turn on the light. Show them the metal thing. It says about 50-50 chance if you break in.
yeah, that's okay.
I got a Glock 40.
No, I'll do it.
Again, too.
Hold on.
I just have this little Springfield.
You know, if I got one to carry, I would get a small revolver. If I got one to carry all the time everywhere I went, I'd probably get a small revolver.
Colt just came out with a new edition of the Colt Cobra.
Yeah, I'd like one of them. I don't know that these Glocks, I don't know about them.
Oh, frozen up.
I want a Colt Cobra 38 special.
Hey guys, I gotta refresh really quick.
Yeah, we got my Glock. We went looking for my sister a gun, my brother-in-law, and I'd borrowed them some money to buy their new house. So we went looking for a Glock. And for her, a little hand, not a Glock, but a small one, like a 25 or a 32 or something. Just something small for hers. And then he was at the very end, he was saying, like, which one would you get? And I looked at him and I just pointed, it was the Glock 10, the Generation 2, you know? And I pointed at that one right there, without a doubt. And I could have had a gold Devil Eagle too, you know, Desert Eagle. But
Yep.
I looked at them and they're cool as shit. But what do you do with them? You need a wheelbarrow to carry them.
Yep.
You know, so they're useless. I mean, even under your I don't even know if it fit under my car's pickup seat.
I don't know. That's freaking. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's kind of a turn on.
So I said that Glock 10, they were doing the paperwork for hers. And when they come back to give him hers, he goes, you have to fill paperwork out to get another one? And he said, no, you recovered now. You can, whatever. And he says, I want one of them too. And I thought he wanted it for himself, you know. He just wanted to know what my opinion was. I'm not a handgun guy, but he just wanted to know what my opinion was. So we get it, and we're walking out the door, and he reaches over and handed it to me. That's how I got that Glock 10. That fucker's like an $800 gun.
Nice canoes.
Yeah, that's really nice.
Is that switch red to green laser?
Well, it's a green laser, and then it has a red and white navigation light on it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's nice.
You want to be able to navigate with your gun.
That's the everything gun. It'll probably even light your smoke for you. Play music to calm you down.
What the hell is that?
What's up, Kim? Good to see you. And Ryan, how you doing?
Oh, that's battery.
Yeah, Battery's playing with his battery toys.
Yeah, he's gonna fucking electrocute himself one of these days.
I already done it.
Just, oh God, I take that back.
Been
I hope I
there,
didn't
done
take that.
Is that what happened to Battery's hair?
Yeah, probably.
I used to work at this company called Basement Water Control when I was just a teenager, and we put this system in to get basements that were leaking water dried up. Well, like a dumbass, I had to move the washer and dryer out. And I moved the washer and it was no problem. And I was, the big 220 plug-in on the, I'm soaking standing in water. It's raining outside. There's water running across the floor. I'm wet. I wiggled that thing to open it a couple times to pull it out. And it must have been dripped enough off my fingers that the water, and I got nailed by 220. Yeah, set me right on my ass, knocked the wind out of me. And I know it was a week or 10 days before the soreness went out.
I got hit with 110 once. I touched the garage door opener at a friend's house that wasn't properly grounded, and I got hit. Basically, my hand got stuck to it for about 3 or 4 seconds.
Yeah, really, seriously, that day I was lucky.
It was like low voltage but high amperage, and it was like thrumming through my body, like boom, 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 boom. I'm like, whoa.
Yeah, down on a bridge in Rochester here, when they were building this one bridge on Silver Lake, one of the laborers down there was monkeying around, and they always had fucking cords that run down by the water, and this laborer was fucking around down there, and I didn't see it. I heard it. I was working, but just different jobs. And apparently his buddy looked down, and this guy had this electrical cord, and he went to plug it in, and he was standing in the lake, which is not abnormal. That's what they did.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, the ground wasn't working right on that thing, and it was shocking him, and he couldn't get off it. All he could do was stand there stiff as a board, shaking.
Yep.
And the way the other guy told me, he's seen it. He said the guy come running down off the bank like a lunatic and just body tackled him into the water.
That's about all you can do.
That's what he said. He saved the guy's life, because he said another minute he would have been. They don't know how long he was standing there. He said they turned around, they went, "What the fuck," and then all of a sudden one of the other guys just took off running like a lunatic down the hill and just body slammed him into the water. And I was like, "Holy fuck, really?" And they said, "Yeah, apparently that's the only way you can break the connection." And another minute, it only takes a couple minutes, 3 minutes.
Yep.
And it boils your insides.
Yep.
Well, we had a guy that was working on a radio that wasn't transmitting. And he had a new guy with him. He says, "All right, we don't have a lockout tagout, so I want you to stand here in front of the radio and make sure nobody keys it." So he goes in the back of the radio and starts working on it. Well, this new guy, for some reason, keyed the mic. And his hand was touching the outlet on the antenna. And the power went through his hand and out his elbow.
Yep.
Oh, wow. What's that? What's the stuff they use like in hospitals? That's that 240 volt or whatever that is. You know what I'm talking about? All the lights, and they have to break it down when they go down. They knock it down one time before they go into the outlets, but all the lights and stuff are like 240 volt. I was just a laborer. I'd only been in the trades maybe 4 or 5 years. And I was sweeping floors, of course. We were doing the finishing end of a project, and I was sweeping floors and hauling garbage out and doing all this shit. And all of a sudden I heard this ruckus from the room next to me, and I went in there, and this electrician had cut a piece of wire of that 240 or whatever. I think it's 240 or 244 or something. He cut it with his dikes, and there was a nick in the dikes, and it blew a hole right through his fucking hand. And he come down through the, it's one of them vault ceilings with the panels in it, so you can get up in there and work. It was a hospital, brand new one. We were just finishing fitting it up. And I went in there, and that guy ended up spending like a week in the hospital, and his blood had coagulated. So they had him on blood thinners and had to watch him for like a week because they were afraid that a blood clot would break loose and go to his heart or lung and kill him.
Yeah.
And then I was on chains one time, and I was always on the outside of the building. I was leading edge, so I was always out there. If you had to be out there, I was a 1%er. So anyway, I'm out there on leading edge, and it was 3 stories up. I think we were 3rd story. Might have been the 2nd, but I think it was the 3rd story on a parking ramp. And we were doing post-tension cable where the cable's poured in the concrete, and then when you're done pouring it, you hook this machine up to it, and it puts like 65,000 pounds of pressure and tightens this cable up. So now you're right, when you drive in a parking ramp, you're driving on the cables and on the concrete. It just makes the concrete really rigid. But I seen the iron worker on the column right next to me. So what would he have been? 18 feet away from me. And I seen him over there dinking around working. And I was setting this column, and all of a sudden I heard that whoomp. And I leaned back on my chains, and I looked over the building, and that fucker'd fallen off. And he went down 3 stories, and they dumped gravel out along. They were doing backfilling around the edges of this building, and they hadn't gotten the Bobcat in there to scrape it out or the packer in there to pack it yet. So it was just dumped out of the, they backed the truck up, filled it, and let it forward, and then it was like kind of a hump in there.
Yeah.
And he hit on that hump of concrete or a hump of gravel, and he broke a bunch of bones, but none of them were compound fractures, and nothing was life threatening, but it knocked the wind out of him. So me and Dave, this guy, no, I won't say his name, we go running down there to look at him, and the iron worker, he was an iron worker, and the iron worker's boss, this Dan guy, he walks up to him and he puts one foot over both sides of this guy, and he's looking down at him, and this guy's got the wind knocked out of him. He's, oh, he couldn't breathe. And Dan looks at him and he says, Jesus Christ, I just told you this morning at the safety meeting, you got to be tied off. I looked at Dave and he looked at me. I'm like, God, Dan, you're cold. That was fucking ruthless. I watched a guy get his hand mashed in between pipes one time. They were bringing it down with a cable, these 18-inch metal pipes. And it was the drain system for the roof on this giant high rise. It's the water drain system, like the eave spout. That's what it was. Comes down the side of the building. It's like 18 inches around, steel welded. And they were working on it, bringing it down. And the guy had his hand, and he was, signaling the crane operator to come down. He had his hand sitting around the lip. Well, the fucking cable it was on broke. He come down and hit him on the back of the hand. You should have seen that guy's hand. And seriously, everybody thinks I looked over the edge, and I got just a perfect look at it with him holding his head up. And he couldn't hardly walk. Holding his hand up, and he couldn't hardly walk. 2 guys under his armpits trying to get it. It almost cut his hand off. It was disgusting. Bones sticking out the whole 9 yards. And all I could think looking there walking him was, better you than me. That's just all I could think. Better you than me. I thought, wow. And that guy, I think he was done then. That one, they never were able to rebuild that right. But the guy he broke like 32 bones that hit the ground. 32 or 35 bones in his body, but none of them compound, and it only took him like 6 weeks. And he was back on light duty.
That's kind of amazing.
Yeah, nothing. They cracked. I don't know what are they called when they're cracked, broken, but they're not
fractured.
Yeah, he fractured like 30 some times in his body, and in like 6 weeks. Split.
Yeah, and that'll put an end to your career.
Yeah, well, he came back. He actually had healed up pretty good on. He didn't really have a bunch. I don't think any of it was in the joints, because he hit just flat. You guys, it sounded like a sack of fucking concrete hitting up.
I'm talking about the guy with the pipe on the hands.
No, he was done. He was done. I never seen him again. That damn near cut his hand off.
Yeah, well, that's a permanent disability.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. To say the least.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I had a second cousin who worked in a Ford plant here in Cleveland for a long time, and he told us a fucked up story about a guy that got killed on the job at the plant. It was an engine plant, and they had a railroad system that ran through the plant to bring in large supplies. And this guy was on his lunch break and decided to drink his lunch. And he got all fucking drunk, and he was wandering around in the rail yard area of the plant, and he got smushed between 2 trains.
Oh wow!
When they found him, like the clearance between the 2 cars on each track was only about like 8 or 9 inches.
Oh.
Yeah, he was like nothing but a smear and a compacted pile of meat and bones.
Yuck.
Faces of death.
Yeah.
I seen some gruesome shit. Coming home partying from Wisconsin one time, there was this fucking Nova all piled up on this down ramp on an off ramp. There's this Nova up in the front laying on its side, and never really kind of thought nothing of it. We're like, wow, look at that. As we were taking that exit ramp. And we're like, wow, look at that. And we looked forward, and here's this fucking body laying right smack in the middle of the road. And so we went up to him, and he had lit on his back, and he slid for so long that it rubbed the skin and muscle off his back, and you could see his bones, and you could see his back was snapped.
Yeah.
And he was just laying on there. I thought he was dead. And we actually went up like, I don't know, it was 2.5, 3 months later, and seen him in the hospital. And he was a paraplegic,
After that.
but he lived. He lived.
I saw a fatality car accident once. I didn't see it happen. It happened about maybe 30 seconds to a minute before we came around the curve of this road. We were coming back from a ski trip in the Boy Scouts, and we were out in New York, like close to where Aaron is. We were probably about 10 miles away from where Aaron is. And we came around this turn on the 2-lane highway, and his car was on its roof, and it was all smashed in on like 2 different sides. And there was a head laying 2 lanes over on the median. The guy got decapitated.
Wow.
Yeah. So
You know,
this
me and that same guy.
lady walked up to it and put a box over it.
Oh, what else you gonna do, really, though? What else you gonna do?
Wait for the troopers to show up.
Yeah, cover it up, because that's gross. We were screwing around coming home from work, getting stolen, me and Dave, from Wisconsin. We were working in La Crosse, Wisconsin, on that big, I don't know what the name, Gunderson Lutheran Hospital, on that big addition with the helicopter pad. Anyway, we were driving home, and the off-ramp right by our houses, you take a left, about 3 miles was his house. You took a right, about 4 miles was my house. We both lived on the same road, way away from each other. Anyway, my truck or car was over at Dave's. It was Dave's turn to drive, so we were in his big old Lincoln Town car, and as it was just his work car. And as we were taking a left, as we pulled up there, we seen a guy sitting he had a green car, can't remember what kind, and 2 troopers, and the guy sitting on the hood of this green car. So we come up to the stop sign, to go right or left, and we took a left. As we went across the bridge, we're looking just out of curiosity. We're watching this guy sitting on the hood of the car, thinking, I wonder what's going on here. He's got 2 troopers. One's like 10 yards behind him. One's like another 10 yards behind him. And this guy's just sitting on the hood of his car. And as we're looking at him, he stands up, you guys, walks over to the edge of that overpass, puts his hand on the rail, that keeps you from crashing and going over the edge, and just does this little bunny hop move and bounces and jumps right over the fucker. So I looked at Dave. I said, Dave, he fucking jumped. Stop. So he stopped, and I went running over there. And all I did was look over at the top, and he hit right dead center on the northbound lane, a 2-way lane of traffic. His head hit right dead center, and it blew his head open just like a watermelon.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah. We got called in on that too, because apparently he was a meth guy that his girlfriend, he was doing meth. His girlfriend said if you ever do meth again, she's going to leave him. She caught him doing meth, so she was going to leave him, and he couldn't take it. So he decided it was better if he killed himself, and he did it too. That's what I knew the county coroner.
Permanent
So
solution.
they called me and David home. We had to go in and give written statements of what, and all we saw was him get up off the hood of the car, walk, and they had like, where was the trooper? I said the lady trooper had just gotten out of her car. The other trooper hadn't gotten out of his car yet. So the lady, she had just got out of her car, shut the door. That's when I turned back around and looked at him and watched him jump over it. But that was pretty, I'd never seen anything like that before. It blew his head. Look, drop a watermelon off there and watch it hit. That's exactly what it looked like.
Wow.
Yeah, you couldn't even tell that his head, it didn't really look, it's kind of funny. I used to drive tow truck. I worked my whole life. I've always worked in the trades. Well, when I first started as I was young, I was a block tender, block tender, not a layer, a tender, just a young kid. Stacked block, mixed mud, that kind of shit. So, I did that all summer long. And then in the winters, you'd get laid off there. You'd have 6 weeks off there where you couldn't do nothing.
Right.
Sometimes 2 months. Well, I'd drive tow truck for a towing company for a while. And I got 2 accidents, and one with these 2 drunk kids. They were like 18 years old. They'd come down this big hill and hit a T in the road and never even hit the brakes. There was not even a skid mark on the blacktop. And I guess he was going pretty fast. And he went off the road, and he wrapped about 12 feet up in the air around this huge oak tree trunk. He wrapped this car around so tight that the car actually stuck up in the air off the ground wrapped around this thing. So me and this other guy get there in separate trucks, and we got to help pull the car apart to get it to drop down to the ground for the paramedics to get at him.
Yep.
So I'm hooking up one side and he's hooking up the other, and one kid's sticking out of the bottom, out of the windshield, and the other one's sticking out of the top, out of the door window. And the one that looked dead lived, and the one that looked alive died. The one
I had a really good friend that was a tow truck driver, and he saw so many accidents where cars were put into trees that he started carrying around a chainsaw with him, to cut the branches so that you could get to the car.
Yeah, we around here it's called being on LEC duty, law enforcement center. When you're doing LEC, and for the different companies, it went in like 2 and 3 day segments. So you'd get LEC. So any calls they had, tows for any reason, drunks, crashes, whatever reason, if you were on LEC, so we had to take our tow trucks home and everything.
Yep, that's what my dude did. The company he worked for, he did LEC for like the surrounding 4, suburbs in the area here.
Yeah, I did that.
Man, he had this one. He had to go haul a car once. There was an abandoned car that got called into by the police department the next city north, where it was at the local hospital. It was sitting out in their parking lot for like a week, and it was full of garbage. Like it was like, someone living in their car, and it was just full of trash. And they finally went to go, haul it out of there, and they opened it up to, see if they could find ID or anything. And the smell hit them. There was, a dead body in the car.
Oh, wow.
Underneath all the trash, turns out there was a murder suicide, and the guy and a girl were underneath all the trash somehow. So it's kind of sketchy to begin with.
Oh yeah.
So the police decided that the entire car and all the contents, the way that they found it, was going to be a crime scene, and instead of removing the bodies they decided to haul the whole fucking car with the bodies where they were to the crime lab in Cleveland.
Oh yeah.
So my dude had to haul this car going down Interstate 90, doing like 65 miles per hour, and he looks in the rear view mirror, and just the motion of the car and everything like dislodged all the trash and everything. So the trash settled in the back end of the car, and you had the 2 bodies. They were in the front seats, and they were flopping all around and everything because they weren't wearing seatbelts, and like they were flying like on the windshield and into the floor and back and forth, up and down, and everything, just from the movement of the car. And then when they got to the crime lab, like he's like, "There's nothing I could do, man. You told me to move it like this. Just follow your directions."
What are you gonna do? Go in there and
like, you ruined the crime scene. It's like, well, what do you want me to do?
Straps before you go? I don't think so, dude. I'm not hooking these up. No.
Right.
I got one time. A guy ran into a car, pulled out in a snowstorm. It pulled out on the road, and his car killed, and he couldn't move it. Another guy was flying up behind him, didn't see him, and rear-ended him. And so we go down there, and I got there right as the ambulance was just setting him, and he had it was his right knee, right leg, and they were putting him in the ambulance. And I never thought nothing of it. I hooked the tow truck up, and I did all that, and I was just lifting it up, and all of a sudden I was, getting things picked up to go. All of a sudden, here comes the ambulance back, and this guy jumps out of the car, and I'm looking at him like, "What are you doing?" He goes, "I got to get something." So of course I'm standing right there because I was hooking the steering wheel. There was blood all over the inside of the car. He'd gotten chest damage and a leg messed up. And I was hooking the steering wheel. You know how you put a rope around the steering wheel because the front end was busted up.
Yep.
Hooking a rope around the steering wheel so that the front tires didn't move around, and then shut the door on that rope. That's what I was doing, is I was rolling it up onto the truck. And anyway, I was doing that. And so I was right there, right at the fucking door when he got there. And he flips the door open. He reaches inside and he grabs this something out of the front seat, and he takes off running back up there. And I said, "What the hell was that?" And he goes, "It was his kneecap." I'm like, God, I'm glad I didn't see that. Okay, I wouldn't have known what. It really don't look that great. I watched him cut his finger off one time. It looked fake. Didn't even look real.
I've seen enough ugly shit I don't want to talk about as a paramedic. There's no way.
Yeah. Yeah, this
Now-
is just a normal guy's life that just runs around and don't do anything like that. I don't have no background in that shit.
One time, my buddy had to impound a car for the police, and he had to take it to the. It was impounded with the regional task force, like SWAT team, that a bunch of communities in the Cleveland area are part of, and he had to haul it to their downtown Cleveland location, and it had something to do with a drug deal, and there was no bodies or anything. And as he's about halfway to downtown Cleveland with his car, his tow truck gets a flat tire. So he's like, fuck, I got to turn around, take it back to my shop, change the tire real quick, and go and do it. So he takes it back to the shop. And while he's back at the shop, he's like, I wonder what's in this car. So he opens up the trunk, and he said he found 30 kilos of cocaine.
Oh, wow.
But he got,
that would have been like
he's
Christmas.
like, he thought about taking like one of them, but then he's like, he got all paranoid and freaked out, thinking that like there was an undercover cop car, behind him, looking for him to do exactly that. So he decided to pass on it.
Yeah, that's what I wouldn't have either, just because of that. I got a chance one time to sell sheet acid. It was like $200 a sheet. I don't remember.
My
how many
dad did
sheets.
that back in the day.
Yeah, you could cut them off, small tab of acid. Well, they come in a sheet the size of almost exactly the size of a piece of paper. And you just cut the little dimples off the plastic, and the acids, there's a drop of acid on each dimple. You put it on your mouth, and it was really good. And it was $200 a sheet. And I don't know, you made like $2,600 or something like that when you sold them.
Right.
And the only reason I didn't do it because I knew I knew I'd get caught.
Back in the early 70s, my dad used to run 1,000 sheets of acid every week up to a hippie commune.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, the only reason I never got into that was I knew that I'd get busted. I had my chances, some pretty big deals, too.
I brought 5 sheets back, purple microdot from Germany.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, my dad and
Okay,
his cousin were some of the biggest LSD dealers back in the early 70s in this area.
Oh, wow. Were you sweating the whole way, Emerald?
Oh, no. It was done in Amsterdam, and they put it inside of a cover of a Bible.
Oh, okay.
And then they shipped the Bible to me in Germany. I've just put it in my household goods, along with 2 2-foot tall candles.
Yeah.
They were like 6 inches wide, 6 inches diameter, and like 2 feet tall.
Oh, wow.
$1.5 kilos of bubblegum black ox.
Holy shit, I'd have been panicked.
Oh no!
You know,
household goods.
On my what is that called when you get married? What is that called? Wedding.
Yeah.
On our wedding anniversary, her parents gave us a trip to Disneyland down in Florida. So of course we gotta have pot, right? So I had a big old sack of skunky pot, and I put that in 1 foot underneath between my shoe and my foot, and I just left the brand new Pinchy I bought. I just threw it with the toothpaste and toothbrush and all that kind of shit because it was brand new, had no resins. I wasn't worried about that, and I really wasn't even worried about the one in my foot, the bag in my foot. Yeah. So anyway, we went down there, and you ever seen on TV where you ride the monorail system and it goes through the hotel?
Yeah, I've seen pictures.
Yep, in the afternoon, because everybody leaves those hotels, it gets really dead. We were staying at Music is what ours was called. There was music, sports, history. There was and their complexes. But anyway, in the middle of the afternoon, this monorail system, it ran 24 hours, or the whole time it was open. I don't know what time it closed. But during the day, it would get real slow in the day. So we'd get on there and we'd go driving around. We'd do pinchies on it, do 2 or 3 pinchies. And then we'd go back and we'd do that 2 or 3 times a day when no one was on the train.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we're driving along on the train. This was like one of the last days we were there. We're driving along on the train and doing a pinchy, and I looked up, you guys, and right there in the corner was one of them little triangular looking things with the tinted glass. So it was the camera. And I thought, oh, fucking, all I could think, we talked about it. Oh, we're going to get busted. I said, no, they'd have had us by now. I said, I'm sure there's a couple of security guards somewhere thinking, oh, fuck it, leave them alone. They ain't hurt nothing. So then the last day, we're out in the swimming pool, and our flight left at 3, and this was like at noon. And I have this pinchy now. Now this pinchy can't go back in my bag, because if they see it in my bag, it's all resins and shit.
Yeah.
So I thought, what am I going to do with this? So I was going to throw it away, but I jumped in the swimming pool and I swam out, and I put it on Mickey's hand. Mickey's out in his hand. I put it up in Mickey's hand like he was holding it, and I swam back away and everything. So whoever cleaned the pool eventually found that. That
What's
was
up
Mickey.
the tires?
Well, I don't know about leaving that kind of tip. I just assume put that in my little pocket.
Now I had to make a deposit at the border once, coming back from Canada. They have, when you're on the road before you hit the border, there are drop boxes, like basically a mailbox on the side of the road where you can, dump something that you don't want to take across with no questions asked. You don't get in trouble for it.
Right.
And we got stuck in a traffic jam at the border, and they decided to use the traffic jam as a training exercise for their drug dogs. So we saw the dogs coming, walking down the row of cars, and me and my dad are looking at each other. It's like, yeah, let's get rid of everything that we got in the car. So they got a bunch of roaches and about an eighth of weed and a couple bottles of booze. We're like, yeah, we don't need that. We don't need that bullshit.
Nope.
Give it a hucking shot.
What are you doing, Aaron?
I am trying not to talk because, I tend to talk over everybody else, and trying not to do that tonight. But if you let me go, I can sit there and shoot the shit. I think I did a good thing. I gotta watch my video, and I don't watch my videos, but I tried it because Kimmy. I feel real sorry for Kimmy and everything happened with sick pet and all that shit. And I did a nice video tonight, and it was when I was riding a train back from Don Bear, and Sick Pat came on the chat while I was riding.
Oh.
And I thought that'd be cool for Kimmy. It ain't good for Kimmy, but it ain't bad for Kimmy either.
No, it was a good stream tonight, dude.
No, you need closure. You need That's what they found out with my kid in Iraq. They need closure.
Right.
People need closure. There's a reason the casket is open at the funeral.
Right.
It's not because everybody's morbid wants to see
it's bad, but everything's for a reason.
Yeah, and you don't not talk about it because it hurts people. You talk about it because it brings closure to it, especially when it's like, anything that's going to be said about Pat's good and nice, and it's usually some funny or some fun story we knew. It's a good thing you remember. That's what you do. That's how you get over.
No doubt, man.
That's
good things, and it was cool because, I was out in the middle of nowheresville, but yet. I turned on my live stream and there was like 6 people I knew there.
Yeah.
And they're all like, what the fuck you doing, man?
Riding a fucking train?
I'm off to hizzy and doing what I shouldn't be doing. What no one should be doing is riding around. You shouldn't be riding around.
No.
But it was a dream of mine, and so I did it. What the fuck? It all ended up for the best.
you know, I think it's an excellent. It's one of Aaron DeTire's excellent adventures.
Oh, definitely. Hey,
Yeah,
every
I know,
time I
I-
went out to Don Barris, I had an adventure.
yeah. You remember when you went down to your sister's house and she ripped her toenail off?
That,
That's what
I
I
got
mean.
that video, dude.
Yeah,
Dude.
all that shit's just like I remember her sitting on the chair and I didn't know what the hell she did, you know. Here she tripped on a board and ripped it off a deck. Ouch. I bet that hurt.
No. It was funny as fuck. Actually, I was going through. What happened was I thought YouTube erased all my videos, and it turns out I got 2 accounts on YouTube, and I got like 350 videos on the one YouTube account, and the other YouTube account I ain't got any, and so I was on the wrong account or whatever. So I found all the videos, and I'm like, well,
See you later, Aaron. Give me a call when you can.
yeah, I want to do some videos that, I was like having fun with.
Yeah.
And riding on a train was one of the funnest. I mean, I was
That is-
nervous and everything, just like you'd think you'd be, but I don't know. I knew everything would be okay.
Yeah.
As soon as I got that 15-pack of beer at that one station, I knew everything was going to be all right.
Yeah. Was it cold?
They were cold.
No, I mean outside.
Not till about 6 in the morning. 6 in the morning, it got real cold.
Ooh.
Yeah. But I had like a mile or 2 to walk to the station. So what? That's what you got to do.
Yeah.
Right.
I don't know. I wouldn't do that shit again.
I don't know. It sounds like fun. I mean, like you said, I don't know if I do it, but it sounds like fun.
Well,
I
wouldn't
would
do
have done it.
again.
A few years
wouldn't
back,
do it.
I would have jumped. I would have went right with you.
Well, the problem was, like, at the point of me deciding to go on the grain train or not, was the other dickhead that I gave shots to. He got kicked off too because he was doing shots with me, and he was mad at me, and I didn't want to deal with him. Right. I was giving him shots, and he's like, "Yeah, man, we're partying," and he got mad at me, which I understand. I got him kicked off the train because of me. But
Fucker did not. He got himself kicked off. If you would have done any shots, he wouldn't have. He's a
Right.
grown boy. He's responsible for
right,
himself.
if he would have said, "Hey, this dude's fucked up next to me," he wouldn't have got kicked off.
And I'm not
But
putting the guy down because I probably would have too. But I'm just saying, it's his
I
fault.
know, I know, and I try to stay impartial to this shit, and I like people, and I respect everybody's their rights. I don't give a
Yeah,
fuck.
you're much more adventuresome than I am, but I don't. I mean, like you guys, I like a present company. I'm not talking about the people that I visit with here, but it takes me a long time to get. I don't like, for the most part, I don't random people. I don't like random people.
Right.
I don't want to hang around them. I don't. It's like I don't want to go sit in a movie theater by some people I don't know. I don't want to go to dinner. I just don't like random people. I don't never have.
Don't. Hey, they're all trolls, dude. I fuck them up. They're trolls. Oh no, they're all potential chew toys. That's the way I look at it. They're
No,
awful.
I work retail. Random people suck.
They do, don't they? Yeah, I had this lady lighting, smoking a cigarette, and I put it out in the truck, and then I jumped out and was filling my car, and she pokes her head around the gas pump and tells me, "You're not supposed to be smoking." And I didn't know what else to say because it kind of caught me by. I was like, took aback a little bit. I was like, "Wow." And I wasn't smoking, but I had put it out in my truck, and there was smoke all over. You could smell it. And I looked at her, and she said something about you shouldn't be smoking. I can smell it, and it stinks. And I looked
I've
at her.
had a few customers that bitched about that. I'm like, fuck you.
Yeah, all I did
go
was told her.
somewhere
I
else.
said I was thinking that same thing about that insecticide you call perfume. Wow, did she get mad? Wow, was she mad? I was thinking that same thing about that insecticide you call perfume. I couldn't smell her.
What is that?
But I didn't know what else to say.
Some shit.
She just I couldn't believe the gall of somebody to say something like that, you know. It's like, lady, leave me alone. It's like all liberals. Any liberals that are here listening right now, leave me alone. Don't come around me. I don't want to talk to you. I don't want to spend time with you. I'm not going along with your nonsense. Don't care what you do, how you think, and count me out. I'll just get in my truck and I'll fucking leave. I'm not dealing with it.
Right. I had somebody.
I'm not participating. Your favorite line.
I heard somebody tell me that so smells like shit. I says, well, maybe you should learn how to use your toilet paper better.
That's when you tell them how much shit do you smell? You know.
Right.
I'm waiting for someone to bring the masks up, and no one does now because I'm just going to let them talk to me, and then I'm just going to tell them that they're going to say something like, "You should be wearing a mask for the protection of other people," or something. I don't know, whatever they say when they say it, and I'm just going to look at them.
Not that important.
Yeah, I'm just going to tell them I don't know who told you that I give a shit what you think, but they were lying to you. I can't wait. I can't get anybody to pester me about it. The only time I ever had a bad thing, I was in the store that time I was in front of the line. That guy turned around to me and said, "I'm social distancing." And I looked, I'm not wearing a mask. He was. That was right at the height when they first came out. Right. I'm social distancing, this guy says to me standing in line. I didn't know what else to say to him. So I just looked at him and said, "Well, I'm not." Fuck, he got mad. Wouldn't talk to me no more. Yeah, stood right behind him in line and he ignored me.
Good for you. Okay.
Yeah, on a few occasions last year when I was still not wearing my mask at work before the owner, got on my shit about it. People be like, "Why aren't you wearing a mask?" And I'm like, "Because I have a medical exemption." "Oh, what's your medical exemption?" And I'm like, "Well, not that it's any of your business, but I'm allergic to bullshit."
Yeah.
Right.
Yep.
I just tell them I can't wear one.
That's all I do.
I'm not a slave.
Usually they look at me and they'll say, "Sir, do you have a mask?" And I just say no and keep on walking.
Yep. Can't wear one.
Yeah. They don't even, I don't even give them the time to, I just ignore them like they're not even there and walk right. But no one's ever tracked me down. I went to get a hot water. I think I told you guys about the hot water heater with my nephew and one of his buddies.
Yeah.
He just so you know, congratulations to my nephew. Last Friday, I think it was, he passed his journeyman test. He's a full-on 100% journeyman plumber.
Cool.
Nice.
Yeah, $8 an hour raise, bunch of other perks that go along with it.
Fuck.
Mm-hmm. I think he said right now he makes $44 an hour. I
wish I went into the trades back 20 years ago.
Yeah, I got in when I was, I don't remember how old, 22, 23.
I had a couple opportunities to get into it too, and I just blew them off. Looking back, that was dumb.
Yeah, it's kind of.
I could have got into construction, home building construction. I had a line to get into heating and air conditioning. I had a line into the railroad.
Oh wow!
Yeah,
that HVAC and railroad would have been good. I got in when I was young, and I got really lucky. I just stuck with it. For like 11 years, I was a laborer, and then for 28 years, so it'd be like 17 years, I was a carpenter. So I got in the union as a laborer, and then I worked there for a long time doing that. And it was when the boom came after the whatever in 1980 economy crash.
Yeah.
Right after that, of course, there was a boom. They were looking for help and they were hiring carpenters off the street. Only these were residential carpenters, not commercial carpenters. So as a laborer, which I'd been working the whole time, as a laborer, I was telling these carpenters how to put all this stuff together. Then finally one day the foreman just come up and said, God, if you're going to tell them how to do it, you might as well get paid for it. And he set me up with the union and I had to take a test. And I figured if I made third year apprentice carpentry, I'd make the jump from laborer to apprentice because I already had a full vest in the president or in the laborers. So I figured if I could get 3 years pay, I would be like $1.50 less an hour than I would have made, but I made like another $7 an hour after a year to be a journeyman. So if I was a third year, I was going to jump. And then I called the guy on the phone after the test the next night, and I just asked the guy. I said, "Well, where do I start?" And he goes, "Oh, you can just go to work." Or first he says, "You don't." I said, "Oh, really?" And he said, "Yeah, you can just go wherever you go to get a work." I scored the highest, you guys. I scored 97%, but and it's like 360 questions long.
Wow.
But but it's not really that like it looks. It ain't like I'm super smart. What it is that commercial has I was in commercial construction, the big concrete farms and stuff, but I was working residential on the side for pocket money, cash money. That's way back then. I was pouring driveways and shit.
Right.
I was back in the 20s. Residential is easy to remember. There's not as much to the residential as there is to the commercial. Well, I knew the commercial inside and out. So they would have most of the questions on residential were what things were and how you put them together. And it gave you choices and I could eliminate the choices and I just would eliminate what I didn't know. And then it has to be this one because I know it ain't this and it isn't this. So it has to. And that's how I handled the residential side of it. And I ended up getting like a 97.
Wow.
So I started out as a full on journeyman carpenter.
Nice.
Yeah. It was like the second to the last year they let you test in too.
Wow.
Otherwise, you had to go through the schooling.
Looking back, what I would have liked to have gotten into? Merchant marine, working on the lake boats and shit.
Oh, fuck, that would be I always thought about that. The tugboats in Mississippi, I've always thought about how that has got to be a blast.
I got a buddy that does that. He works on.
That's a job. That's a good one, you guys. That's a good job.
He works the oil barges going up and down the Mississippi.
The only guys I know that did that, you get your maximum amount for, I don't know what's like now because it's all fucked up, but back then you got so much amount when you were, it was actually 2/3 of your pay. When you were laid off, you'd get through unemployment. With the places, only guys I knew worked there, their companies had a thing where you put in this little piece of change and then all the way through you had a savings account built up and you would draw off that savings and you would continue on with your weekly wage.
Yeah.
All the way through just by putting a few dollars in this thing all summer long. When you got laid off for that 4 months when ice in went, they'd get full wage. And I used to talk to a lot of them guys ice fishing and they had the job. They said it was a blast.
Yeah, we had a guy that I went to high school with that graduated a year ahead of me. He went to the Merchant Marine Academy and he was there for 2 years and then he dropped out for some reason. I don't know what happened, but then he went to a civilian merchant academy to finish his degree and get his seamanship papers and everything. And he's been to like almost every single port in the world. Like he can just like hop on a ship, sign a contract to do like one run across the ocean, and then he can hang out like in Europe for a couple of weeks. And then when his money gets, run out, he goes to the closest port and, finds another ship and just hops on. He goes around the world, 100 times doing that shit. It sounds so fun.
Yeah, that would be a blast. This is no shit either. I just become a carpenter. I was probably a carpenter for about 3 years. Then I was working for a local company here. It's a big nationwide, but locally. I was working locally for a nationwide company. And I got offered to go to Hawaii 6 weeks on, and I'd come back for 5 days. 6 weeks on, and they'd fly me back and forth. And it was like almost double the pay. and I was raising Mallory was like 4 years old or 5 years old at the time. I was raising the daughter, and to this day, now when I look back, that's probably the time I would have jumped on that. That would have been pretty adventuresome, and they'd send guys all over the country doing that.
Yeah, that's
but I didn't want to be away from my father.
It's hard being away from the family, though.
Yeah, I couldn't just pack up and go. I mean, like I've told everybody, if I would have been single at the time, I'd have been gone.
Oh, you guys want to hear a really good story? I saw a documentary about a week ago. The greatest beer run in history, and it's a true story. There was a guy who was in the Army for a little bit, and then he was in the Marines and did a tour in Vietnam. And then he got out, but he was also a seaman. He had his seaman papers and everything, and he was from Brooklyn, New York, and he was in a bar one day, and he got to talking with the bartender, and he's like, wouldn't it be great if we could just like send some beer to our buddies that are over in Vietnam? He's like, fuck that, man. I'll take it over there myself. So he took a couple cases of beer and signed on to a ship and made his way over to fucking Vietnam and tracked down 3 buddies from his neighborhood that were serving over there and got escorted into the war zone to get to those guys to give them and their buddies some beer.
That's way cool. Yeah, that's way cool.
I watched that document. I'm like, man, that's fucking awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool shit, man.
He kind of had to lie, cheat, and steal his way, to get across country and everything, but he got his buddies some beer.
Oh, I'm sure he did, but what an adventure.
Well, the thing is, he started out with the original beer that he bought in New York to take over. It didn't last long. He ended up drinking it on the boat, and it turned out to be Pabst Blue Ribbon. And when the story came out, years later, when this documentary came out, Pabst Blue Ribbon found out about it, and they tracked him down and, got all the guys together at the bar in Brooklyn and bought him a bunch of Pabst and everything.
That's awesome. That's what I used to drink when I first started getting, when I first bar agent, it was PBR me ASAP.
PBR is real popular around here.
I like it. Still do to this day.
All the local bars sell it, the tall boy cans. It's the cheapest way to get a good buzz.
Yeah, that might have been what it was about. I like PBR. That and the Schmidt. Remember Schmidt beer?
Yeah.
With the scenic 12 packs where they had all the pictures of all the animals on them. We'd pick up just get fucking we just
Schlitz.
Oh yeah. For us, it was pretty much Schmidt and Blue Ribbon.
Did you guys might have it over there, Blatz beer?
Oh yeah, that shit's gross. I've drank it.
I used to drink it when I was young, before I was even legal. I always thought it was pretty good.
We got pulled over one night with my buddy Denny in his car, and we got pulled over by the cops, and we were shit-faced. I put my beer in the sideways in the glove compartment and shut the door. When the cop walked up the door, there was beer running out of the glove compartment out of my feet. Denny was just shit-faced. We were stopped at a payphone. Back then, there was actual payphones. We were stopped at a payphone, and all that cop did was follow us home.
Awesome.
Yeah. And I've had 2 times in my life that I've been pulled over drunk as shit. And one time he just told me, go home right now. And if I see you out again tonight, you're getting a DUI. And I drove home and I didn't go out. And then that night one of them followed us home. So the things aren't like that anymore, boy.
Yeah, about 10 years ago, my dad got pulled over about 5 miles from home. He was out driving with his girlfriend, and he got pulled over by a state trooper on a county highway because he was drinking. He had just opened a tall boy of beer while he was driving, and he had taken 1 sip, he said, and the cop saw it and pulled him over. And, he's like, yeah, you passed by me and I was running radar and I saw you raising, would look to be a beer to your lips. And my dad's like, yeah, I'll be honest. Yep. I just opened it. I took 1 sip. And And the guy was like, yeah, hand it over. And he like held it in his hands to weigh it and everything to see. He's like, yeah, it feels like you only took about one sip about it. And so he ran my dad's license and everything. He's like, man, you haven't had any kind of traffic violation in over 20 years. And you want to ruin it by drinking and driving. And my dad's like, yeah, I'm sorry, I made a mistake. He's like, okay, I'll tell you what, I'm going to pour this out. And if you promise me that you'll never drink and drive again, I'll let you go with just a warning. And that's what happened.
Nice. Yeah, that's cool.
But my dad used to drink and drive quite a bit. And yeah, that was always an issue with him.
Yeah, things have just changed so much. They've ruined everything. All these people, you just wrecked everything. They fucking wreck everything. Fucking liberals. The little tattletales. That's what I don't like. Is the people that like if you're not wearing a mask, like over in them other countries when they're not, their neighbor will call the cops on them. That's so many different levels of wrong. I can't even. I mean, just leave them alone. If you don't like it that they're not wearing a mask or they're not doing whatever they're supposed to be doing, just leave them alone. Don't go around them. Right. I can see the hurting somebody. If you hurt somebody or you're going to cause damage to somebody or you're putting somebody else in jeopardy, well, by all means, then, but not when it's nothing. Yeah, don't bring harshness on people for no reason. People got to quit being, such an asshole.
Right. Don't be a dick.
Yeah, and that's what they tell you to do.
Don't be asshole.
Yeah, if you see someone call the police. Don't fucking call the police. Don't call the police.
It's like here in Ohio, going back 15 years ago, they outlawed smoking in all public buildings and places like that. So you can't smoke in the bars, you can't smoke in restaurants, even private businesses. So all the businesses, like the gas station I was working at, would have, stickers on the door that were required by the state to put up saying, call this 1-800 number if you need to report, illegal cigarette smoking on the property here.
Wow.
And I had some fucking lady call that number about my store once because I was smoking outside the building, but I had the door open and the smoke got in the store and she was, offended by it.
Wow.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah. Total bullshit.
Yeah.
They had they sent a state investigator out and they wanted the fucking video, tape and everything for the event. I'm like, are you serious? Give me a fucking break. Yep.
All the crime going on, and this is the shit you guys are monkeying with?
Yep.
Oh, one night I said that to a cop, pulled me over running a red light. I just rolled through it, And I was young then, really young. And all I said to the cop, was that of all the shit going on in the world right now, this is the best you can do. And I didn't get the words out of my mouth, and he had my arm twisted up around my head and my face smashed into the hood of his squad car. And then, he let me go though, but he gave me a good stern talking to.
Yep. Ridiculous.
Now, the funny thing is that at that gas station, I used to smoke weed inside that place every single night I worked there for over 13 years. And only once did I ever get any kind of issue about it.
What happened?
Oh, I came out on the sales floor after smoking one, and there was a lady waiting at the counter. I didn't even know she was in the fucking store. Like the door chime didn't go off, and apparently she was waiting at the counter for like 2 minutes. I'm like, oh, ma'am, I'm sorry. I was in the back washing some dishes. And she's like, oh, it's okay. I ring her up for whatever she's buying. And then she's like sniffing the air. And she's like, what is that? And I'm like, I don't know. What do you mean? She's like, no, I smell something. It smells like it's burning. And I'm like, I couldn't tell you, ma'am. You know, I'm like, there's nothing, you know, all the food service equipment's off. Nothing's, you know, heated up. And she's like, smells like someone's having a fucking party here. And I'm like, well, you know, we're a public place. People fuck around in the bathrooms and shit.
Yeah.
So she called the fucking cops, and the cops come up and they walk around the store. She's like, yeah, you know, we got this call that there, you know, was some illicit activity going on here. I'm like, man, I got a bar next door and a bar across the street and a no-tell motel across the street. I get all kinds of bullshit coming in here. You know, I could tell you stories. He's like, yeah, no problem.
Yeah. Nice. Good thinking.
Hell yeah. I've been like, yeah, you should have seen that fucking crazy bastard was here about 10 minutes ago.
Oh yeah.
I told him, you gotta go, mister. You just turn yourself around and get right out the door.
We'd have people like who would come into the gas station and, you know, do all kinds of crazy shit in the restrooms. On more than one occasion, I had to call the police because of shit going on in the bathrooms. Drugs, sex, homeless people, you know, sleeping on the floor, all kinds of shit.
Oh, wow.
I felt bad about the homeless guy. It was like in the middle of the fucking winter. It was like almost 0 outside, snowy and everything. But, you know, I can't have fucking guys sleeping on the floor of the bathroom. You know, I just can't do that. And he fucking chewed me out when the cops were hauling out. I'm like, man, what do you want me to do? Not my problem.
Yep. Fire
in double.
Speaking of homeless, you guys, when they take this rent and housing and payment and all that moratorium off,
oh yeah,
there is going to be a level of homelessness in this country that is unbelievable.
Yes, sir. Yes, there will.
It's going to get bad.
Yeah, because Biden is fucking it up 10 ways the next Sunday.
Oh, yeah. It's going to be stupid, dude. Like I said, there's going to be a lot of people perish over this stuff. A lot of people die.
Yep. Although I heard a bunch of states are fighting him about that pipeline.
Yeah.
They're like, you can tell us what to do.
Missouri kicked out the feds on the gun control stuff.
Yeah. I heard a lot of people, a lot of countries doing that. Heard one thing. See, I sit and listen to the thing at night when I sleep, and I just woke up, and apparently that old Kamala is doing a lot of phone calls to all these, and there's a bunch of them that just don't even acknowledge her.
Yep. Well, they're saying that she's making phone calls that she's not supposed to be making.
Yeah, and they're not.
That are, you know,
real leaders aren't ignoring her.
Yeah.
I suppose some of them globalist EU people are tickled to death, but the ones that are separate that are out there, they're a vast majority of them are just like, you're not. And the Russian attorney general, the equivalent of our attorney general, he calls him fake Joe Biden.
Yeah, I saw a video today. Australian Sky News is a pretty decent source. They're conservative and they're still, you know, telling the truth over in Australia. They're about the only place over there that does it. They had some psychologist, medical expert on saying that, you know, without any, you know, shadow of a doubt, Joe Biden is mentally incompetent.
Oh, I see that.
They were showing video examples of his wife, you know, constantly correcting him on stage and speaking for him and everything. It's like, no, you know, we didn't elect Joe Biden to be our president.
No,
you know?
you didn't. It's not even close, guys.
She's a fucking fake doctor.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I heard. She heard whatever that doctor thing isn't even real. There's nothing about these people that's real. Okay, OAC, Jennifer Don Salazar. Who's that one here? Omar. What's her first name?
Ilhan.
Okay, it's Ilhan Nuar Syed Elmi. It's not that name she goes by.
Yeah.
Most of these people aren't. Who's the other one? The Beto, that freak. That's not his name either. He's like Irish, like an Irish dude, and he puts Beto on the end, so he sounds like he's a Mexican.
Yep.
I mean, there's just nothing fucking real about these people. There's nothing real about them.
Right.
I'm not playing with them no more. I'm not monkeying with them. They say anything to me, I'm just gonna walk away and ignore them and go about doing whatever I do. And I'm gonna suffer some consequences because of the gas and the bullshit he pulls. But all the rest of it, I'm not fucking messing with. Not shots, not masks, not social distancing. I'm not messing with none of it. I'm done. Anybody ask me about it, I'm just gonna tell them I'm not participating in this shit no more. I'm done. I'm done with it.
Like last week at work, Thursday and Friday, I just said, fuck it, I'm not wearing a mask. I had one person on Friday say something to me about it. And I'm like, you know why I'm not wearing a mask? I'm not wearing a mask today because I'm in a bad mood and it's been a long week. I've worked 10 fucking days straight. This is my last day of working a 10-hour or a 10-day straight shift. And I don't feel like wearing it. I've been wearing it for a year. And it's fucking bullshit. If you got a problem with it, I don't care.
Nice.
And he's like, I hear you. He's like, I don't know if I'm coming back. He wasn't a regular customer. I'm like, that's your choice, man. Welcome to America. You should have a choice to wear a mask. You should have a choice whether or not you want to shop somewhere. It's the same fucking thing.
Absolutely. That's just it. It's the, I disagree with their ideology or whatever the hell, that's what you want to call that. I don't know that's the word I'll use, their ideology. I just draw the line when they start trying to legislate that I have to live by their ideology. I mean, I don't care. You want to, truly, you guys, I don't really care. If a guy wants to wear a dress and makeup, I don't really care. And you know what? Even if I know it's a guy and he's wearing a dress and makeup, chances are, no, I guarantee you, randomly, I'll never say anything to him. I'll just ignore him and walk right by.
I don't say anything to the people that come into my store not wearing a mask. We're supposed to offer them to people. That we give a box of disposable ones up front. And I'm like, no, I'm not going to tell someone that they have to put a fucking diaper on their face.
No. And that's
signs on the door. That's enough.
You're right, though, Canoe. That's how this is going to get stopped. We need to stop it. Yeah. Everybody needs to stop it. It's like when you watch... when you see these people getting arrested for wearing a mask, and then you look at them and there's 3 cops standing there and there's 300 people gathered around.
There was an article in the news today in Cleveland. The Ohio State Liquor Control Agency did a sting operation last week, and they publicized the results of it. They inspected 5 different bars in the Cleveland area that got reported for non-compliance for masks and social distancing bullshit. And the one bar owner basically said, yeah, I had 5 people over, your official capacity number. And, who cares? I'm trying to stay alive here. I'm trying to feed my family.
Yep. That's what you're supposed to do. Confront them and tell them, what am I supposed to do? The only thing I ever say about it to anybody that's like that is that, we're to the point now, you guys, where there's just no excuse. Even if this was everything they said it was, even, and we know it's not. So let's just, for sake of argument here, this nasty virus is everything they say it is. We're to the point now where the solution is worse than the problem.
Yep.
And we need to stop. We need to stop it. And tell everybody to stop it. And I haven't been to the doctor or nothing, but any healthcare that I see from now on, I'm going to look at them and tell them, and if you don't know, you're one of two things. You're either incompetent or the people that didn't teach you right. Because otherwise, that this is a waste of time. They know. These doctors know these masks don't work. These doctors know the harm that's coming from this shot.
They only go along with it because, you know, they could get shut down or they could lose, you know, a ton of money.
Yep, and I understand that, but at some point, you know, that may be an excuse for them, but that's not an excuse for me.
Oh,
and I would tell them that, well, I have to, I'd say, well, that's an excuse for you. And you do what you want to do, but that's not an excuse for me. Because if everybody just put them down and just walked away from them, just to have the floor littered with them, what are they going to, there's nothing they can do to us. Is that what everybody's going to do when they come around and say, hey, we just passed a executive order, bring your guns and rifles in. Is everybody going to run in with them?
Yeah.
That's what scares me, you guys. That's what makes me nervous. Is like, what I think is am I going to get caught out in this fucking foxhole all by myself? And these people are going to turn around and be running the other way?
It's like that that rapper Ice-T. He did an interview a few years ago, and he basically said, I'll turn my guns in when everybody else is turning their guns in. And you know what, brother? It ain't going to happen.
Yep. Yeah, you notice they cut. Well, they were getting some pretty big pushback on that. They blew that. They know that ain't working. So they now they're going back to the slow boil.
Oh man, I saw some fucking articles today that fucking turned my stomach.
Yeah.
Oh, just because look, I don't read the liberal rags and the liberal websites and the blogs other than to keep up with like what the opposition is talking about. I don't believe any of it, but you got to know where they're coming from so that you know what you're facing.
Oh yeah.
And like, okay, the Daily Beast and Salon.com are like the absolute worst for the trash that they're putting out. They put in an article today. It was the second part of a 2-part series about the Boogaloo Boys. Oh, they're totally trashing everything about, Patriots. It's just so fucking disgusting. The lies that they're telling. Oh,
yeah. I don't know how. I don't get how a patriot can be a bad thing. To be patriotic to your country, they're
basically. If you identify yourself as a patriot, you're a terrorist.
Oh fuck! Whatever.
You're a white supremacist. Right wing lunatic. Crazy gun bunker mentality kind of person, and you need to.
Well, our forefathers were considered the criminals of society too, at one time. So I guess we're all we are is going back down that road, and whatever, we'll go back down that road because I'm not. I don't need people. I don't need government legislating laws.
Yeah.
To keep me safe. I know what to do. I know I'm not stupid.
They were labeling. Basically, they think that the whole Boogaloo Boy movement is like anti-government and anti-cop. That's what they boil it down to. They're like, oh, anybody that wears the Hawaiian shirts with the body armor, they want to kill all the cops. It's like, no, that's not what we're about.
No. I don't even know what they leave me speechless. I don't know what to say.
Cleveland only has one newspaper now. We used to have a bunch, but they only have one newspaper now, a daily. And they've been running a series every Sunday for the last 3 weeks about militias. And they're interviewing militia members like in the different militias in Ohio and everything. And they're just totally twisting words and everything because you can look up online these people that they're talking to and see what they're really posting, and then compared to what they're like writing in the interview, they're just twisting things around and taking things out of context, and they're painting all of us to be fucking terrorists is what it is.
Well, they're painting them to a really small margin in this country. So go ahead and paint away, but kick it off, I guess. If that's what the deal is, kick it off and do it, the call ever comes, we're going to know. Everybody says, we're going to know. We're going to know when we have to stand up and go out and load up and get going.
Well, I
We're gonna
think
know that.
if you look at a lot of the underground shit that comes up online, that might be coming soon.
Mhm.
If this new fake administration tries if they actually pass super restrictive gun control,
Oh, absolutely. People are going to ignore it.
it's gonna go like a tinderbox hit with a flare.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what? And that's what they're probably trying to do too. That's probably
Yeah,
what
I'll
they're
be
trying
back
to
in a minute.
I'm not giving them the power to affect me like that. I'm going to wait. I'll know when I have to. Everybody's going to know when you have to, defend yourself. Everybody's going to know. There's going to be no gray area. You're not going to be wondering, well, should I act or should I just sit here? You're going to know. Wow, I talked so much I bored everybody right out of here. Look at that.
Nah. I was just running scenarios in my head.
Actually, I'm not really too concerned with it, actually. They keep kind of just making big enough fools of themselves. They're pretty hard to take too serious.
Yeah.
They're doing some stupid shit, don't get me wrong, and that's serious shit, but, come on, guys.
Hey,
Wow.
did you see that video I showed earlier of the cabin?
No.
I was showing it just a little bit ago. A cabin
Oh, I
video.
might have seen it, but who knows? I'm spaced.
Hold on a second. I was
What's
trying
the?
to show you the view for this where he built the cabin.
Oh, that one you're building?
Yeah.
Yeah, I seen that. That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
Who's going to live there?
that's Randy, my nephew.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, and it's actually a 2-story building.
Nice.
Check it out. Then it's all made out of the pellet wood. Here, let me pull it up for you. There you go. We got the second floor in there. This is the one when we first got started building on it. Got the wall framing up. Got the second floor mounted in, and like I said, it's all leftover wood from pallets and stuff.
Cool.
Even the floor is 2x12s on the base of this. They're 2x12s, and this is 2
Looks
by
a
6.
lot like post and beam.
Yep, yeah. And then we got here's the.
Well, I missed whatever you were showing.
Oh, it's still coming. There you go.
No, okay, yeah, I've seen it.
Yeah,
It's.
door we're gonna put on.
I love the. Are you making a loft like second floor?
It's a second floor. Yeah,
Yeah, that's awesome.
it's a full second floor because it's like 6.5 foot ceiling. I can walk up there without any problem, without worrying about bobbing my head. There's them down there. But yeah, and yeah, no doubt. And like I said, all this, even the particle ply comes from the pallets.
Yep.
There's the windows we're putting in. But yeah, we got the particle ply all over the place here.
Now, to access the second floor, are you building a stair or a ladder?
Well, right now we're using a metal ladder, but yeah, we're gonna be he's gonna be building a stairwell.
Okay.
But yeah. And then we got that one there. Now we got this
He
one.
needs a fire pole for a quick egress.
Right?
Well, no, you want to hear something funny? I've got quick egress planned at my house. I've got rope and a harness set up so that if I need to get out, like if I'm trapped in, I'm in the upstairs bedroom. That's where I live in the house.
Mhm.
I have a setup ready to go if I need to go out the window. I just rappel out the side of the house,
Right.
like in case of a fire. You know,
He's got the wood stove in there now. We're gonna that's extended up higher than that now. Now it goes up to close to that.
uh,
But we didn't have the door. He doesn't have the door on yet, so he's getting the boarded up from the inside.
it's like an Aaron cabin.
Kinda, yeah. It's a two-story Aaron cabin, Randy cabin. But check this view out, man. This is
Oh
overlooking.
yeah, that's the kicker there.
We all that's our property back there, all of it.
That's
Everything you can see.
gorgeous, brother. What a view.
And that's that window. He can sit up in his window and snipe shit out in the valley.
Oh, in the fall with all the colors and everything, I bet that's gorgeous.
Oh, it is. It's insane. But yeah.
Yeah, that's way cool.
Yep, we got the barn roof on it. He's got the tarp on there because it's not completely sealed up. But yeah, we got the
Is he
whole.
going to do a metal roof?
That's the idea. We're going to put linoleum on top of this once it's sealed up. It's painted. We're going to seal the ceiling with like blackjack and stuff. And then
Yeah.
the idea is to come across it with linoleum flooring. Put linoleum down and then put metal roof on. So that way it doesn't, ding, 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 ding every time something hits the roof.
Yeah.
But you put that linoleum down, and you can get that kind of cheap, especially if you can get some leftovers pulled up from somebody's house or something.
I can hardly hear you.
Oh yeah, but you could. We're planning on putting floor linoleum on top of that, and then putting metal roofing on top of that.
Yep. Quiet it down and
Yeah,
waterproof.
quiets it down. Absolutely quiets it down. Now you'll hear the ting from outside, but not through the roof. But that's all particle ply that's painted stained. We even got the easements done and the supports for them. We did all that, and oh man, he's got it. He's got it hooked up. Now, the other one. Check this out. This is the one. This is the last one we got right now. But yeah, this is the inside now. He's even got the styrofoam. This is that ICF forming.
Those coolers?
No, those are ICF. Yeah. That's the stuff they build the ICF homes with.
Oh, yep, that concrete system.
Yeah, but we found a bunch of it that they had left over from a job site, so we grabbed it all, and he cut off the binders, the plastic binders between them. We separated it, cut it to the width, and he's insulating the roof with it. And yeah, so it's like 3-inch thick foam. Close cell
What's
foam.
he going to do for heat? Wood?
Yeah. Hold on a second. It's here just a minute. Yeah, we got the coolers down here. The coolers, he cut up a bunch of the coolers.
Nice.
To be the insulation down here, and here's that wood stove.
Oh, that's really nice.
Oh yeah, that thing. Once all of the insulation's in place and everything's sealed up, this place he'll be able to heat it with like an oil lamp, but he's got that wood stove in there, and that thing will heat it up quick, keep it nice and toasty in there, even on the coldest nights.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. So, but yeah, we're looking at this and
someone's bowl.
Do I?
Someone's bowl.
That's Randy.
It's his bowl.
Yeah, that's his bow. But yeah. In fact, let me go back here. Yep. Let's see if I can see it. Can't really see it. But there it is. There it is. Now you can see it.
It's a Barnett
Yeah,
Vortex
it's nice. I like that.
youth bow. It's a Barnett Vortex youth bow that's transferable between 25 and 50 pounds.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah, it's got a good 70 yards on it, you know.
Oh yeah. Yep.
So
Bows
we're
are fucking great. The only reason I don't shoot a bow is that my left elbow. Otherwise, I got that crossbow because of it.
right.
Otherwise, I bow hunted my whole life.
But yeah, that thing's gonna be seriously. I mean, 2 inches close all styrofoam. That's pretty serious insulation.
Oh yeah. Yep. We got inch and a half of that white stuff like that is what's in our cabinet over in Wisconsin. It looks just like that, except that you can't see it now because it's covered up.
Right.
But when we were framing it, it looked like that.
Yeah. These are those A-frames I'm making right now. For those.
That's for the swing.
Yep. Swing bench. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And
Are those painted or stained?
it's called. I call it stained.
Okay, you told me about that before. Yeah,
This stuff is amazing. It'll last 7 years out there, dude.
it's stain mixed with
4 gallons of redwood
yep.
stain with half a gallon of black latex exterior.
Oh, really?
Yep. And I tell you what, it'll last. I tell you what, I had rabbit cages I just rebuilt, and they're from like 2012.
All right, I got a dumb question for you. I heard you talk about it earlier today. How the fuck is your neighbor's dog getting your rabbits?
I'll do videos, but I'll do video tomorrow.
Is it getting into the pen?
It got it. Well, the cages aren't fenced in.
Okay.
The cages. In fact, let me go here real quick. I'll show you the cages. They're coming in from underneath and chewing out the damn ripping out the damn the hardware cloth from the bottom. They're not even pulling out the staples. They're just ripping the damn hardware cloth. See this hardware cloth I got on these? They're coming up from underneath.
Damn.
They came around the side, back and they got up underneath.
I'll be telling that neighbor, last warning, next time I see your dogs there, they're going to be shot.
I told him today. Ranger went over with me.
Can't have that.
And he kicked both those dogs' ass.
Well, and that's when you tell them, dude, I love dogs. I got dogs. I love dogs.
Right.
But I can't have that.
Right. I was like, I don't know what else to do. If you can't control them, I'll have to take action. I said, you already killed 3 of my rabbits. That's $150 you've done cost me there, plus my production.
Yeah.
So, but I got this is all the
drippings. Yep.
I got it all done with old leftover metal roofing.
Nice. So you just rinse it off.
Yep. Yeah, we can rinse it off. We mostly just use a rake kind of deal, little hand rake.
Yep.
And
takes care of itself.
Right, and then it makes it real easy to get it into the wheelbarrow and pick it up. And we throw that all goes right in the garden.
Oh yeah.
And they got
that. You guys ever see that TN at Cookie's place?
I've seen Tian's been around in a bunch of different chats over the last couple of years.
He's always talking about he's and I really like the guy. I don't have a problem with him or nothing like that. Right. I mean, I don't got a problem, but he's always talking about human compost piles.
And I'll stick with animal compost. Human.
I told him, Tian, stop, leave fucking human shit alone. Don't mess with that. Use it for growing stuff. I said, you don't put human waste in with your growing. There's bacterial transfer that'll happen there that you don't get with animals.
Right.
You know, it's a different deal. They're not the same thing. Because the first thing he said to me was, "Well, you use other manures." Yeah, but they're not human.
Right.
I mean, humans a different deal. You know, God, that's the only thing that makes me madder than hell about him talking about mixing human. But that rabbit shit, excellent. Yep.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Fuck yeah, that'd make a good garden.
And there's my
Excuse
rabbit,
me.
my chicken cage, my chicken yard, right there. That's my chicken yard, the layers yard. On the other
Nice.
on the other side of that is my breeding yard. I'll take better
How,
videos.
how many eggs a day can you get?
Well, right now I only got like 4 hens and a rooster.
Well, can they kind of like breed themselves up?
Well, no, they don't brood the eggs
Okay.
because we're usually pulling them out.
Hey, just want to say
Hey, but if
hi
you
real
didn't-
quick to Skull Drazer in the chat. What's up, Skull?
Hey, Skull, what's
Hey,
up?
Skull, I
There's-
can't see you, so I'm not ignoring anybody in the chat. I
Yeah,
can't see
he's the only
chat.
person talking. Everybody left
Hey,
about
Skull.
15, 20 minutes ago.
Right. That's Honey. That's one of my dames. That's Ricky.
I was just thinking if you let them breed for a while, could you build up a pretty good passel of chickens?
Yeah, I've got incubators, and I've got a I built a hatchery house. So
How much is it? How much are chicks if you buy them, you guys?
usually about $3.
$250. Yeah, $250 to $3 around
For a little
here.
bitty chickadee?
Yeah, for a little bitty chick.
No, you guys, you can get a pig for 50, a baby pig for 50.
Right.
You know, you can get a steer calf if you still have them. So you got to feed them every day. You can get a steer calf for about $70.
Well, around here, the price goes down on chicken babies if you buy them in larger quantities. We have an independent breeder a mile away from me, where if you buy them, by 50, you can get them for about 50 cents a piece.
Yeah.
The chicks?
Yeah.
Emerald, are you going to get a pen out there for a hog and a beef?
Yeah, we're going to be doing hogs and we're going to be doing goats.
Yeah, fuck, you only got to do one cow for $50. You got one cow, and then once a year you butcher it. If you got enough pasture that you don't have to worry about feeding them so much,
right?
So your feed bills don't kill you. If you got plenty of pasture, and that's they're pretty easy to put up a pasture fence. You can do it in 4 hours.
Well, all we got is hills. We got.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Do you get a feral pig out there? Wild boars?
We don't have a lot of problems with the pigs around here. It's coyote, bears, and
I'd say that'd be the way to get your bacon is hunt some wild pig.
Yeah, you know what? I would just throw up a small pen, and pigs are pretty easy. They it's like clean your refrigerator out type of shit.
Yep.
Right.
They're actually pretty easy to feed. Even a calf to throw. You only use it ain't much grain. You got to feed them every now and then a little bit of hay here. It's way cheaper.
Yeah. If my pasture over here was fully enclosed and had decent fencing, I would really consider getting a beef calf this year. I could get one for $40.
Yeah, exactly. That's what and if your pasture is good enough to support it, then your grain bill's really cheap. What would you buy? A fucking bag of grain every 6 or 8 days? They don't take much feeding, they don't eat much grain.
Yeah. Well, I got my pasture.
Them are nice.
The tillable part of the pasture is about an acre, and the original fenced-in enclosure is about 1 3/4 acre around it. So there's plenty of room. And I could do a grass-fed beef here, no problem. But I would have to invest about at least $500 worth of fencing to fix up certain areas.
So you'd have to be going to do it for a few years to get.
Yeah, and we're probably not going to be here in a couple of years. So
yeah.
I'm not into putting any more money into this place unless I absolutely have to.
Yeah, Carpenter, those are 8 foot by 12.5 foot, and the top one's 8 foot by 14. and that's the one Randy used for the basis for his cabin.
Well, them 4x6s on there. What is that? What them are?
Yeah, 4x6s
Them-
by 14-foot long.
Yeah, that's crazy that you wouldn't find something. That they don't find something to do with them.
Well, they this is from a dealership that sells.
Yeah, they give them to you, but I mean that they don't find something to. But then I'm a carpenter and I look at like lineal footage and shit.
Right.
That's what I see there.
If you had to buy a 4x6 post, 14-foot long, how much that would be?
Oh, astronomical right now. You know what? And let's remember Don Barrett out at his place when they were walking around showing out at his place he used to live?
Yeah.
When Aaron was there? I think even maybe Alex or Dallas was there for a while at the same time, but he has a barn. He had a barn in the back that fell down.
Yeah.
Oh, I was looking at that as they were, I just kept like, put the camera back over there, because there was some serious lineal and square footage of material there that you could have built one hell of a nice 3 or 4 car garage out of.
Look, when we finally get around to selling the farm here, we're going to deconstruct the barns. The wood alone is worth, probably $10,000.
Absolutely.
Per barn, without a doubt.
But real estate, they'd be a hassle because you have to have them demolished.
Well, around here, like what I could do, we have Amish companies that will come and deconstruct a barn for you.
Right.
And they'll take it down to the foundation, and then all you have to do is hire a contractor to come out with an excavator to break up the concrete.
Yeah. I'll bet one of them Amish groups would buy it from you.
Oh yeah. There's Amish people that I could call to come over here and cut down trees, and they'd use the lumber, making furniture and shit.
Yeah, they're pretty. I actually don't. A lot. I don't get them really. I understand kind of what their plan is, but they don't make no sense. You can ride in cars, you can have a generator, you can do all this shit, but you can't. I mean, I don't know. Whatever they want to do, do what you want to do. They don't bother. They're great. I like them.
Oh,
you can pay people with silver.
I've got a lot of respect for the Amish people.
Me too.
To be honest, they helped save my life a long time ago when I was in a rough spot. I was homeless for a while, and I got cleaned up. I spent a summer working on an Amish farm, and then I got cleaned up staying there. So, always respect the Amish in Amish cooking. And I don't care what you say, Amish girls are awesome.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Now this is my 12-foot trailer. This is my 12-foot trailer with the normal load of stuff we get in it.
Wow.
Right, these 12.
You just give them to you?
All we gotta do is go pick them up.
Wow.
In fact, the guy thanks me for coming picking them up because he used to have to pay to get rid of them.
Man, I don't know if it would be worth the gas money for you if you had a bigger trailer, but there's like literally probably 100 places around the Cleveland area here where you can get free pallets like that and free lumber.
Oh yeah, there's still plenty of places around here. Right now, my trailer is full. I don't even have a spot to drop it off.
I mean, it might even be. It's so ridiculous the amount of manufacturers around here that throw that shit away. Like if you had access to like a container, a transportable container, you could throw on like a either a truck or a train. You could make money hauling that shit.
Yeah, like a roll-off dumpster
like everywhere.
You know, it's $30. You see this particle ply that I got in here? Okay, these sheets of particle ply I get.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's $30 for a 4x8 sheet of OCX.
Yeah, that's insane, isn't it?
Yeah, it's $30.
When I'll show you guys the remodel in my cabin. When we were going to go with OSB on there because we thought it'd be cheaper.
Yeah.
And it was like $1.15 more than a sheet of 1/2-inch plywood.
Yeah.
Oh no shit.
Yeah. Yep.
Wow,
I took it back.
Crazy. Yeah, what's up with that, right?
Yeah, that's what I thought. That's why we.
Welcome back,
I never even asked them.
But I get this stuff just for going picking it up. Some of it's plywood. Some of I got 4x4s. I actually value my load by the 4x4s.
I was going to say them 4x4s are big money.
Man, we get people around here that throw away the plastic pallets. You know, the ones that are made out of HDPE and all that shit.
Oh wow!
Right.
Like
Oh, wow.
you can do. People around here, they make rafts out of them.
Look at this. This is my wood yard.
Yep.
Over
Holy
here.
shit!
Yeah, but get this. I think I panned back to the other side. Um,
There you go. There's your stripping piles.
yeah, yeah.
Now you're starting to stack this lineal footage.
Right. That's where we stack them to denail them.
Yep. Yep.
There's all. This is all the wood I gave to Lady Liberty. All the stacks of particle fly. I gave her all that, and this over here.
Has
Golly,
anybody
spring-
heard from her lately?
Yeah. What's going on with her?
I haven't heard anything from her recently.
Because the last I heard was like maybe 2 or 3 months ago. Someone said that, you know, she was having a really hard time getting by.
Yeah. I haven't talked to her recently.
Well, that's sad.
But I gave her all these 3x4s here, and all this particle fly. There's the mill.
Gesundheit.
See that's the framework for the mill.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. That's way cool.
And look at all these stacks of. I got all these stacks of pallets over here that still got to be taken apart.
Man, I've got piles and piles of old lumber at my place that I need to get rid of. I doubt it's usable anymore, except for like crap projects. But like piles of 2x4s and 2x6s. You know, some of them are like 50 feet long. It's yeah. I'm thinking about just like hauling them out to the street and putting a sign saying, you know, $20 per pile. You know.
You know, I'd like to come out there and clean your barns with you.
You know, there's that TV show, American Pickers.
Yeah.
You ever see that? Those folks would have a field day at my place.
Oh, well, I bet there's all kinds
just
of
with
shit.
with the antiques and shit alone, and the old shit that's stashed away in the barns and in the basement and everything. Yeah, they'd have a fucking field day.
Oh wow! Maybe you should give them a call and say, "Hey, I got some barns you might want to come go through."
Yeah. Well, the other thing is, I have there's an auctioneer around the corner from me, about a mile away, who does estates, and he offered. I guess he was talking to my sister last week, and she was telling him about all the music equipment that I got. You know, all my dad's keyboard equipment.
Right.
And he was like, "Yeah, I could put that together, you know, as an entire lot and sell it." So I might have an option of selling it that way. I'd have to talk to him and see how much I can expect. I think I could make more off of it selling it piecemeal, you know, on the auction websites. But you know, I'll see.
Does
what
that
he
tractor
offers.
mower their work?
Oh yeah, it's a brush hog on
Nice.
the back of a Ford 50N.
God, I could use that.
Good old Ford. Yeah, the N series were nice.
I'll bet you got shit in there that you can't even begin to guess.
Dude, I've got stuff at my place. I have no fucking clue what it is.
Oh fuck! I just love the round. Fuck! I'd take the 2-week vacation. Fuck,
man! I've
I'd
got
be up early and stay up late.
I've got old tools and shit that my grandfather had back from like World War II. I have no idea what the fuck they are.
Wow.
Yeah. I probably would know.
After my grandfather died, me and my dad like cleaned out some of the stuff that he had stockpiled away, and most of it we actually gave to a friend of mine who was a scrapper. He picked it up for free. You know, we just gave it to him because we wanted it out of there. We found fucking, you know what my grandfather got? He was in the Navy in World War II. Somehow he got a hold of like armor plating that they used to reinforce the hulls of the ships with.
Oh, wow.
Like 2-inch thick steel panels of World War II steel, like the kind of steel that they don't make anymore.
Oh, I'd like to have that.
He had like 6-foot long panels of this shit in the basement.
Shit.
Like, and my dad gave that shit away. I'm like, man, I wish I could have gotten that back, because you could make some fucking money off of that now.
There's one of them coolers.
Yeah. In fact, I've got a video up on. Let's see where I know where it's at. Hold on a second.
I might come down there. I might come and actually pick it up.
Yeah, I've got
4th of July, baby.
Yeah,
Pick it up on the 4th of July. I really, really, really want this to happen this year. I need it. I need to get away.
So do I.
Yeah.
So do I. You know, that's why I was so excited.
I'm ready to flat out tell my sister I'm taking, 2.5 weeks off.
Yeah.
And I'll just come out, a few days before, and I'll stay for a few days after.
So how far away is Canoes from you?
I'm about 600 miles.
Yep.
The closest, road trip is 600 miles.
No, I'm
Southern Minnesota.
Well, what I'm hoping to do, I'm going to have to get in touch with Aaron and Warehouse Dweller, because Aaron wants to come out and so does Warehouse. And if they decide to drive, which they'll probably do, they're going to pass right by me. So I'll offer them, gas money and everything, and we'll just fucking carpool, and we can, probably pick Apex up along the way. And the plan was, I was hoping, a couple of months ago to do this, and we'd be picking up Sick Pat and Kim along the way. But and that's still Kim.
I don't mean to be macabre or anything, but did anybody ever get the details? Because it just kind of shocked me, and
it was a heart attack.
It was bizarre. So did anybody get the exact details of what happened?
Yeah, it was a heart attack.
I knew that, but I meant, like, did he go lay down? Did he just they come out and found it sitting in a chair?
Well,
they had a whole day of running. I talked to Kim on a day, every so often now, but they had a whole day of running around doing things and like doing errands and stuff. And then they got done with that. They got home, and he laid down and had a heart attack.
Wow.
Yeah. This is a longer video, but I explain everything about how I build them.
Yeah. That looked nice at deer camp.
Right. Yeah.
Looks just that it. By looking at that now, that's what my deer camp looks like. That same type of building style.
Yeah, I've seen pictures of your deer camp before. It's a cool place.
Yeah, it's pretty basic, but the key is all used, all secondhand. And really, we're to the point now where if we all get together, we can kind of buy new if we want.
Right.
But now it's kind of wrecked, because I'm not going to go put a bunch of new expensive material into this place. So it's kind of, we did buy a new countertop, which was $30, but that's about all we've had to pay for.
Right. Yeah, but these, you know what? I've been looking, and nobody does the size.
No, that's a big one.
Yeah, and I'm like, and the ones that I'm seeing, they're really not any nicer than this, as far as what the finished product for them, and turn around and they're like $200 to $200, $300.
Yeah.
And I'm sitting there going, wow.
I'm so far away, I don't think I'd be able to bring any toys out there.
Well, would you be driving, Ghost?
Maybe.
Well, they just fucking pack them in your luggage and.
Well, you can always mail your toys ahead. That's what I may end up doing if I have to go by public transportation. Well, see, Greyhound doesn't let you take guns at all. Amtrak, you can check your guns with the checked luggage.
I could do Greyhound cheap.
And same with if I was going to fly, it's actually the cheapest way for me to get the Wizards is to fly. Here in Cleveland, we're a Southwest Airlines hub, and they have 2 daily flights from Cleveland to St. Louis, and it's like $94 each way. And you can check in firearms with your checked luggage. You just have to fill out a bunch of paperwork.
Oh, wow. But yeah, that's the finished product right there.
Nice.
I'll just shoot you guys as shit.
Oh, you're gonna drive out? You probably drive your truck.
Maybe.
You might be able to hitch a ride with Don T. Maybe you guys could carpool or something together.
I haven't talked to him in a week.
Or convoy. Yeah, I haven't talked to him in 2 weeks.
I'm not far from Don T, actually.
Yeah.
He's got that house going. I'm sure he's going to be buried.
I'm not sure if he knows how to get a hold of us right now. Because we're not broadcasting on the Sick Pat channel anymore. I don't know if he has, access to our other channels.
Well, you got his email or something, don't you?
Yeah, I'll email him tomorrow.
Yeah. I'm thinking about pulling my small trailer.
Oh yeah, your camper trailer.
Yeah, well, it's just a 8x12 enclosed.
Right. Wow.
I'm just thinking about dragging that out there and having a place to sleep and stay. And
I can imagine me being shit faced in Don T's freaking motorhome all the way there.
that'd be all right.
Just from second hand.
Right. I know.
Contact buzz.
This fire in the boat, by the way.
It'd be like a freaking Big Bamboo Express.
But yeah, this is my garden. I just got it tilled up before it started raining.
It's froze up tighter than hell here still.
Wow.
I mean, there's a foot of snow on the ground. It's locked in tight. We had kind of a upper thaw, but nothing that would thaw the ground.
Yep. You see all this stuff over here? These are all 4x4s and those fence rail pieces.
Yeah.
That's going to be the wall that goes around my garden. I'm going to fence in the garden. And so we can run plastic on it. But yeah, I'm setting up to paint them all and with the stain. And see, I got a stack of them back here. I stack them over there and got 4x4s all over the damn place. But yeah,
I might not want to come back here.
Right.
I know. I'm like Canoe. I got to get the hell out of here. We missed. That's why I was so excited the last time I come in. We missed all our duck hunting last year. All our big trips. I mean, we made two to North Dakota for a week and 2 to South Dakota for a week. And they were completely awash because everybody was worried about it. And me and my brother-in-law and one other guy got together and we're like, I don't care what's happening. We're going next year.
Right. I'd love to see the Dakotas. They look so beautiful.
Yeah, it's just big, flat, and you hunt these little potholes that are filled with water, and it's a blast.
Wow, Black Hills area. It looks so glorious.
Yeah, we haven't gotten up. We don't hunt out that far. We hunt about. Actually, it's about dead center on both states, all the way north and south.
Yeah,
and we could be anywhere. It kind of depends. It's surprising. People really don't care. You go along and find these big old, ponds out in the middle of these huge fields. And you just ask them, can we duck hunt? It's like, I don't care. By all means, have at her. There's a road. They'll tell you right how to get down there, and they're really nice.
I know there's some good whitetail hunting out there.
Oh yeah.
I had a friend who was stationed in the Air Force up there at Minot Air Force Base, and he used to go hunting all the time. 50 miles away from the base, there was a national recreation area that was open to hunting, and yeah, he did duck and goose hunting all there all the time.
That's how it started for us here. My brother-in-law was stationed in the Air Force in Minot, and he started duck hunting out there. And then, of course, we all duck hunted. So he'd call everybody and tell them, hey, it's fucking out. I've been out there when it's been on
30 below.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Been out there when it's been really nice. I've been out there when we just pound the ducks. And I've been out there when we went for 3 days and probably seen 3 ducks.
So
Oh.
it's all over but it's just really fun out there. Fuck you guys. I'm to the point anymore. I don't even care. Like you could, I got this many ducks or I got this many deer. I don't even care anymore, you guys. I just like to go. It's so much fun that, get out there. Hell, there's times them ducks will come flying in. You guys, I don't even pick my gun up.
Everybody here used to duck hunt and pheasant hunt, and there's nowhere to go anymore.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Well, get out in the country. You might be surprised.
I don't even know where to go.
Well, just start asking people. Tell them I'm all by myself. I don't have a crowd. I'm not bringing a posse with me. I'm just all by myself, and go look around and find some little pond or some little creek with a little white spot in it. A little creek with a white spot that goes into the woods or the brush. And there's a good little place to throw your decoys out and sit on, and it won't take you long at all. Just go out and start it. You'd be surprised. Just go out and ask people. Everybody asks me, how did you get where I hunt all over Hell's Half Acre around here? But I literally just driving around and I ask people and they don't care. You might be surprised. You might be surprised.
Yeah, I'm not in the social scene around this area.
Yeah, me either. And you know what? Most of them people you're going to ask, they aren't either.
I'm in Utah. So I'm not part of the mainstream situation here.
That's okay.
Yeah. I'm not real. I mean, my dad was kind of social around here. So a lot of people know my dad, but he died, so that's waning. Yeah, I don't socialize much. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Not even with the people across the street much, and they know us.
Here we go.
Yeah, I'm the same way. We're one of the oldest resident families in my city, but I don't really know my neighbors. It's kind of sad. Yeah, I only know half of them, by name, but it's just, the older families, we kind of stick together. The newer families that have moved in over the last 20, 30 years, they're still kind of considered outsiders.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Maybe start breaking the ice.
Let me explain what's going on here. It's very cliquish because of the LDS church.
What's LDS?
Mormons.
Mormons.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The corporation.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a registered corporation. But
what do you around here? It's the evangelicals. We had a big influx in evangelicals around here and quasi-Catholics because there's a weird wacko Catholic, a banned Catholic shrine down the road from me that attracts a lot of people over the years.
Evangelicals, that's pretty open-ended there.
Oh, these are the snake dancing people.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Yeah. Revivalists. Yeah.
That's a hard group to break into.
Yeah, but no, this Catholic shrine, they've been censored by the Vatican. Basically, the Vatican says if you worship or give money to this place, you're liable to be excommunicated from the church. But it's still going on. It's a fucking scam. It's a mentally ill woman who claims that she saw the Virgin Mary walking through a cornfield.
Oh my.
And they get pilgrims from all over the world that come there every year for revival weekends and all kinds of shit. And yet they're directly downwind from a hazardous waste incinerator site. So a lot of toxic heavy metals over the years drifted over this place, and this woman is she's fucking ape shit.
She's affected, huh?
And they take they've built up basically a compound, and a lot of the money that gets donated to this place goes into like the family's personal homes. They have mansions over there and everything. It's all a fucking scam.
Fire in the bowl.
I just did that.
Yeah, me too.
See, I
Fire in the barrel.
The barrel.
You guys, how do you clean out your internal space on your? I get this thing that comes up that says my tablet's getting full in my internal space.
Okay, what you want to do is, if you have the space available, download a cleaning app, or if you have an antiviral app on your tablet, open that up, and there should be a thing that you can clear up, empty space.
Okay, I got that with that. I got this. What is it called? It's got a big S on it. That might be what the problem is. Like I got 280. I follow a couple of people in like Linwood and a few other ones in Telegram. Yeah, and I got like 280 Telegram messages, and I don't ever look at it hardly. I go there and look at it when I want to. I don't go by when it pops up. Maybe I'll clean that out.
You don't answer text messages either.
No, I don't. My phone's not a good way to get a hold of me.
He leaves it in his truck all the time.
I got that text. I sent Canoe back one. I lost my phone for like 2 days. It was in between the seats of my truck.
Yeah, it was in between the seats of your truck.
Yeah, it's got that fucking elbow rest in the Blazer.
Yeah.
And you know what, you guys? Every time I lose my phone, probably 70% of the time, that's where I find it. But I always take time and look everywhere else, and then it's a last resort. And then every time I go out there, and it happened to ring.
Well, I just texted you just now. Can you hear it going off?
Yep. I got it. Yep.
Okay.
I got that.
I texted you the other day. Did you get them?
Yeah, but I haven't looked at them.
Look at them.
I will.
Silly.
Oh man, I got a dog that's been puking.
Oh no, not a puking dog.
Oh,
that yellow shit. She's been puking that yellow shit.
Oh, that's not good.
No.
Oh,
she's getting better. I think she's feeling a little bit better, but she's. Oh man, I got to clean up some yellow stains on the carpet. Freaking pissed off.
what's that? I want a revolver.
Ew.
This is about the biggest piece of junk, piece of shit revolver that you could ever buy.
Really?
What is it?
It's a Rom Gesellschaft. It's a German revolver.
Ooh, cool. Rare.
Probably made in the 70s. It's
you don't
consistently rated as the worst revolver that you could ever want to buy.
Oh, wow.
I think my dad got it at Sears and Roebuck back in the 70s for like $20. It doesn't work. It's missing a part, either a little shim or a spring around the cylinder. The cylinder, when you go to rotate it and fire it, it shoots the cylinder out of the frame. It doesn't lock into place.
Take it in somewhere and have them. They'll make the part.
I looked online. Like, you can buy these for probably like $150 on Gunbroker.
Okay.
It's a 38 special.
I started hunting with a 12 gauge JC Higgins, and that's Sears and Roebuck.
Oh shit! I had a JC Higgins.
Yeah, that fucking old gun worked like a charm.
I had a bolt action 20 gauge JC Higgins.
My dad had. I used to. That's when I tell you guys the stories about getting. My dad would leave shotgun shells on the counter, and I'd grab my gun and ride down the street with my 4 or 5 shotgun shells and my rifle or my gun across the handlebars. It was a 20 gauge bolt action JC Higgins.
Sweet. I wish I had one now. Mine got stolen.
Yeah, I wish I had that one too. I tried to get that from his bitchy wife he married, and she was, I wanted it to hang it on my wall. I probably would have retired it.
You can't find a bolt action shotgun these days.
Yeah, she tried to make me
brand new. You can get them.
Yeah, you can get them. You know what? They got some
Savage.
nice.
Savage
Yeah.
110 or the 220.
Yeah, I got to get one of them too.
The only that's one of the few other type of shotguns I'd want to get is a bolt action.
Oh,
Yeah, they're cool.
But
reliable.
I want
Good.
I want the only right now the only long gun that I'm looking for this year is if I can get a one of the older Steven Savage Model 42 combo guns. You know,
Okay.
the over under with like a 22 over a 410 or a 22
Yeah,
over
them
a
are
20
getting
gauge.
hard to find anymore.
Well, they're available, but they're expensive. You're looking at, depending on the condition, anywhere from $500 to $1,000.
Wow.
It's like,
Wow.
But that's like one of my dream guns.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Yeah, this here is my grandpa's old Colt 32 police positive.
get shit going.
Oh, that's nice.
Whoever stole my J.C. Higgins was an idiot because there was an M1 Garand laying right next to it, and they didn't take that.
Dumbasses. You know that guy I was telling you about, Dave, that I run around with? I hunt turkeys at his farm too. He let a buddy stay there, and his buddy fucking robbed him, and they're safe.
Yeah.
And they caught him down in Florida. But do you know how they caught him? Get this. The detectives tracked this guy all the way to fucking Florida. They said they knew right away who did it. That's right. It was the one they went after, and it was the one who did it. And Dave swore that this guy would never ever do anything like that. But the cops knew. They asked the cop. He said, "How did you know he did it?" And he said, "Because he knows how much this Dave is. Like, I'm a deer freak. I got a buddy that's a pheasant freak, and Dave here, he's a turkey freak. And he's a turkey freak, and he got this really fancy turkey gun from his sister or aunt for Christmas one year. It's his favorite gun, and he didn't steal it. The guy didn't steal it." And that's how they knew it was a friend. They said that's a friend that broke into your house. That wasn't. They knew right away.
So, Carpenter, are you in Wisconsin?
Minnesota, right on the border. I'm probably 40 miles, 35, 40 miles from the Mississippi River.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, I'm only like 70 miles from 75, maybe 80 at the most from Dallas.
Okay.
You ever go to Menominee?
Oh yeah. I've worked there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. I've worked there a lot.
My stepdad used to.
Menominee's probably 18 miles from where I deer hunt, where my hunting camp is.
Yeah, that's where my stepdad used to go fishing. Is Menominee.
Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff to do up around that area.
He's from Eau Claire, Wisconsin.
And
what's that?
Oh, that's North American Arms 22 Magnum.
That's one you just kind of stick in someone's ribs and let
22
it go.
long rifle.
Oh, long rifle. Okay.
That's a long rifle. Yeah.
1 6-footer out of.
It doesn't work. It needs the replacement spring it's known for having fucked up. So,
you know what? Do you have any good dealer? I've got a guy here that would, for fucking, you'd be surprised at how much that wouldn't cost you.
Right. So,
well, I can order the part online for $20 and have a guy down the road install it for me.
Okay, I like to fix that kind of shit like that up. And
yeah.
You know where North American Arms is located?
Provo, Utah.
Right.
Yep. Right. Well, actually, they started in Sandy, Utah.
As long as I can band that layer, you get what I'm saying?
Yep, right by me.
So I've got like a
1x6,
1x4, 1x6, 1x.
We've got a lot of gun manufacturers here where I live.
I tell you,
nice. That's nice.
We got
These
ammo
things are
manufacturers.
They aren't 590. They aren't 559 anymore.
No, they're not.
We've got ammo manufacturers here, and we have no ammo.
Yeah, that's sad.
Go right to the place and see what they got for seconds. I've got a line in. I just got it during deer hunting season. A line in on second ammo, and all seconds is like when they run them through the dies when they're building them.
Yeah.
When they scuff the outsides, when they slipping up and in and out of these dies, it doesn't affect how they operate in any way, shape, or form.
Well, first it didn't work on
CCI, they're right north of me up here in Idaho.
first.
CCI, the ones that make the 22 ammo.
Yeah, nice. Go there and see what you can get like for seconds, and you know they got piles of that shit. I bet they got piles of it.
No, I don't know. I think it goes out the door as fast as they freaking make it.
Oh, really?
And then you got middlemen that freaking scalp off the top too.
That's nice. Yeah, I suppose people have gotten in on it. Yeah.
Before the ammo even reaches Cabela's, we have like 2 Cabela's here, and before it even reaches them, it's already.
They had an article in my local paper the other day about the Cabela's that's 5 miles north of me. It's the only one in the only one in this part of the state, and they said that every morning for the past 6 months, there's been a line of anywhere from 15 to 200 people every morning at opening, for people trying to get ammo.
Yep.
And usually it's only about the first like 40 or 50 people that are in line that can get some ammo, whatever they're looking for.
So, have you ever heard of a company called Impact Guns?
Yep.
They're located here, their headquarters. And there's another company called Get Some, and they're located here too. They're based out of here, but they're online.
Right, I see what you're saying. Mine are only 16, and I can use damn new junk.
Yeah, this little 22 here is what I learned to shoot on for pistols back when I was a kid.
The North American?
This is a Century Arms, or American Arms. They're a little 45 style 22. The safety doesn't work on it, though. I need to get it fixed.
Did you see my little Derringer I showed you on the other night?
Yeah, the same thing I got.
It's that Derringer. I can't remember who made that one.
Screw in it, it moves it off.
But that's
unlucky. The place I use, this gun shop I use, I buy all my guns there, and you got to pay more because when you go to a gun shop versus like you can get them online or get them someplace for sale. But he takes care of me. I screwed something up one time in my old Winchester duck hunting, and I don't know, it was all jammed up and wouldn't shoot. And I hauled it in there to get it fixed, and I didn't even get home. And he called me, and he knows how much I hunt. And he says, I said, well, I thought you said it was going to be a little while. He said, you want to go, don't you? I said, yeah, I'd like to go tomorrow, And he says, I figured that. And now it's just kind of when my guns go in, mine go right to the top of them. But I bought a shitload of guns from that guy.
So this guy,
people asked me one time, how come you always go there? It's like, fucking get them. You can save $60, $40, $30 getting this or that. It's like, fuck, dude, it ain't worth it. This is a master gunsmith I'm dealing with here.
Yeah.
He said, I'm hard on this shit. I'm breaking stuff and busting stuff up all the time. And I busted it. This one here, I busted, took it into the shop in the afternoon. We quit hunting about 11 o'clock, took it into the shop in the afternoon, and I took that gun with me the next morning when I went. That was the gun I hunted with. All fixed up and ready. I think it was fucking $40 or $35, and it was all cleaned up, ready to go, fixed. I just stopped in, picked it up, and out the door I went. So if you find a guy that's a good gunsmith, stick with him. They're worth an extra $15, $20 here and there.
I've got a friend who's a gun manufacturer over here. He's like a step beyond a gunsmith.
Oh fuck! I'd go with that. I'd get over there and start. Fucking, I'll haul that garbage out for you. You need to shop, sweat, just walk around.
Well, he's the one that told me about the trench magazine for the Mauser, for the K98 Mauser. I didn't even know it existed, and it was an easy switch. The old Mausers, you could take the bottom floor plate off, and you remove that, and you put this in instead. You screw it in. You can't detach it, you can't like detach it for instant magazine change. So I ordered from Sarco, I ordered 2 20-round trench magazines that were from World War I to go on this Mauser. And they fit perfectly. They function perfectly. It converted.
It looked like some of those old mags that the older version of the SKS used. You know, the fixed, you know, enclosed extended mags.
Yeah. It's just like an extension of the floor plate is all it
Yeah.
is.
Yeah.
And it converts it from a 5-round magazine to a 25-round magazine.
Oh, wow.
So you've got 25 in the box. And the thing of it is, you know, I can still feed it with stripper clips. So I can load 5 stripper clips and my trench mag is fully loaded.
Is it the 7mm or the 8mm?
8mm Yugoslavian Mauser.
That one, I got too much stuff to.
And then I got that big long ass bayonet for it.
Yeah, that thing's a badass.
So when you look at this is like this big, long, nasty looking freaking rifle. Nobody even knows what it is. You know, they're like, what in the hell? And that they have like ratings on the profile of rifles on how scary they look. This was like in the top 10 rated scariest looking rifle with the setup that I have.
Cool.
Now,
long barrel for long range.
Yep.
Yeah, talking about, you know, the floor plates. My favorite rifle that I have, my Safe Queen, is my Weatherby 7mm Remington Magnum.
Nice.
And it's the cheaper Vanguard version. It's not the Mark V or anything, but it's got a walnut stock. It's beautiful. If I ever get enough, you know, play money, I want to have the base plate engraved, and I want to get the bolt jeweled and have it all sexy looking and everything. That's my favorite gun.
Here's the other thing.
I can shoot a cat in the head at 800 yards with that thing, no problem.
Well, the other scary thing about this rifle is, okay, I've got a scout scope mounted on it.
The reason I'm going to take apart that pallet.
I found bandoliers, fully loaded bandoliers, on with in each pouch it has like two stripper clips, fully loaded. I found this at the gun show. I've got 3 freaking Mauser bandoliers that are Iranian bandoliers that go with it. So I look like freaking Pancho Villa, dude.
Yeah.
This big, long ass, scary looking rifle with a bayonet sticking out. I mean, this is the biggest, ugliest, nastiest looking shit you ever saw.
Anything Iranian is super hard to come by. You know, did you get that back in the 80s?
No, my son bought 2 rifles from a guy for $200. He got a Mosin Nagant. Well, he said, Dad, you go ahead and pick which one you want. I don't know. I gave him $100. I said, I'll go in Havers with you because his friend was selling the 2 rifles. And so he picked the Mosin Nagant. I'm like, okay, thanks. And so I got the Mauser. And they looked similar. They look kind of similar, you know, the Mauser Mosin Nagant.
Yeah.
His was a Mosin Nagant paratrooper model. So
the
it
shorter
was
barrel.
Shorter barrel, yeah. So he thought it looked cooler. He didn't know anything about guns. I'm like, I want that Mauser. I got the Mauser.
I think Apex has a Mauser.
Yeah, we were talking a little bit about it. That 8mm round, I'm telling you, it is a hard hitting son of a bitch.
Oh yeah.
And this Iranian ammo is all steel core. So, you know, I zap a couple of stripper clips full in there.
Carpenter dropped out.
Carpenter, come back.
I'll put the link up.
Maybe I interrupted him.
John, welcome in.
Must have hit the wrong button.
Yeah, maybe.
You know what I'm seeing online? A lot of people are selling those the old Swiss their version of the Mausers, the 6.5 by whatever it was.
Was it the straight pullback?
Yes.
Full? Okay.
Yeah. Man, that's got to be. I would be so awkward with that because I'm so used to the 2-part action for a bolt action.
Yeah.
I don't know if it would be really awkward for me to get used to that.
You'd have to get the muscle memory and stuff.
Yeah.
You know my Enfield 303? Block 3. I got that sumbitch for $200.
You lucky bastard. Those are going for $550 to $600 right now.
I got my rifle for $100 bill. So I beat you a little bit there, wizard.
Well, it came with 2 magazines and a leather carry strap.
That's cool shit.
I got a pre-production prototype model for the Marlin Model 60 22 rifle.
Yeah.
Along with 2 boxes of ammo for $50 last year. Guys, like, I really don't want it. I don't need it. You can have it for $50.
We'll see in the 2000s, just before Obama got elected, you could pick up an SKS for $89.
Yeah. I remember a guy back in the 80s who ran a independent hardware store, dollar store the next town over. And he had a big ass whiskey barrel at the end of the sales counter that was full of SKSs. And he was selling them for $59 back around 1987, 1988.
Yeah.
Something like that.
You know what? Everybody's kicking themselves in the ass for not getting them.
Yep.
Hindsight is 2020 because
I'm not going to say his name, but one of the people in our group here, he stocked up back then on those, and he's got about 4 or 5 pallets full of them.
Easy, maybe.
No.
Okay.
No.
I found a box of ammo. I found a box with a whole bunch of different ammo in it. My dad had.
That's always fun to go through.
It's got some 22. It's got some 308. It's got 30-06. Got some 40 cal.
When my father passed away, I found one of the ammo cans that he had in his closet had just a smorgasbord of old 22 ammo, like boxes of Remington and Winchester 22, like from the 50s and shit. Collectors type stuff. It's worth more for the packaging to collectors than it is for the ammo itself.
Oh wow.
Yeah. That's going on arms list.
I've got a box. I got a box, another box I inherited from a friend of mine, and it's got a bunch of 308. It's got 9mm. I got all this damn ammo. I don't have any weapons for it.
Well, if you're looking for 303 ammo, it's not available right now. But about 2 weeks ago, I saw they were selling ammo cans with 200 rounds of 303 loaded on cotton, belts.
Yeah.
Yeah, the belts, for the 303 machine gun that they used to use.
Right.
And it was a 2-to-1 mix. 2 Full Metal Jacket ball followed by a tracer.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was like $149 for 200 rounds.
Wizard would want that.
Yeah, it was a good price, but they only had like 20 or 30 of them. They went within a couple of hours.
Yeah, they'll go right away. I wish Jack would have done the deal.
Yeah.
If Jack would have done that deal, I probably wouldn't have money problems right now.
So
I'll tell you,
this guy, Christian pastor down in Texas, and he bought 2 crates of SKSs. 2 crates. I don't know why. Was it to arm his church? I don't know.
The Branch Davidians.
Probably, but SKSs are actually more accurate than an AK.
Oh, yeah.
And they're actually, they're just about as reliable and everything as an AK, robust. If you could just get the cheap Chinese SKSs that with cracked stocks and things like that. Yeah. I mean, you could buy stocks all day long. There's aftermarket stuff. Mm. You can upgrade them and make them just like an AK almost.
Yeah, the only Russian firearms that I have experience with are the SKS and Marikov pistol. I've never used an AK-47 before. I know how to use them, but I've never used them myself. But yeah, I've fired an SKS.
Either way,
I hit my target at 300 yards.
that's a lot of whoop ass right there. Just an SKS is all you need, really.
They're very popular around here. They always have been.
And they are in the South. They're very popular in the South.
The ammo for those right now is about the cheapest rifle ammo you can find.
Yes, sir.
Online.
Yep.
It's about half the price of any other rifle cartridge.
But it's going to dry up because Biden's shutting off all the import.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, guys, I'm going to hit it, man. I'm falling out.
Okay.
Get your ass to bed.
You know it, guys.
I'll keep it going till the top of the hour.
All right. Dream well, Patriots. I will see you all tomorrow.
Yep. We'll see ya.
Catch you later.
Good
See,
night.
Carpenter made it back, so that's good.
Check your messages, Carpenter.
Yeah, I will. I catch hell about it all the time from everybody. I don't. You know, everybody lives by their phones, and they just people don't. Even my family don't understand how can you call him and he don't answer the phone ever. I don't even carry it with me.
I have 2 cell phones and I hardly ever pick it up. My family's always bitching me about it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't even carry the thing. I probably should.
No, I wouldn't say that, but just check it once in a while and return your messages. That's my address and all that stuff. So.
Oh, okay. Yes, I'll get it.
All right, bro. All right.
I haven't wiped it off.
Good deal. I'll see you tomorrow, bro.
Yep. Have a good night.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know all this different stuff like ammo and stuff, like all the even the different breeds of gun. I hunt and I just know which guns I like for doing which thing, and other than them, I'm not really that smart about guns.
You know, I've been tracking the whole ammo pricing and the shortages ever since it started. There's some ammo out there that is so ridiculously priced that, like, I literally, when I see it, I crack up laughing. I saw a box of 20 rounds of 308 going for $150 today.
Holy crap.
Yeah. They were subsonic 308s.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, what? What's the point?
Yeah.
Oh.
It's ridiculous.
Prices have dropped in general about 20 to 30% in the last month, and availability has gone up about 20 to 30%.
You watch, you guys, in 6 months it'll come back around because all these stockpile and all these bullshit.
It's all going to dry up. Yep.
Yeah.
It's not a good time to buy, believe me.
Well, I'm kind of lucky like that. You know, I buy out every year. I buy like a bunch and then I use it for hunting, but there's so much left over. After years of doing that,
I wasn't even a gun owner when, the only thing I had was a 22, and 2008.
I'll be right back.
Obama got elected.
Okay, hurry back. Yeah,
that changed everything.
Yeah, you'll see. I've seen it a couple times get like this. Actually, about like this. I remember one time a while ago, you couldn't buy 12 gauge at all. Nothing to do with them. And it'll come back.
I see no 12 gauge anywhere.
Yeah, it'll come back. You watch. We can get it here at Fleet Farm.
We'll see what happens.
I can't remember what's the other stores. What call the other store? I'm trying to think of what the name of it is. But you can get it there too. Fleet Farm's got ammo. Not a whole lot, but my guns are all like, 22 250, 243, 223, or 5.56, and then I got a bunch of 12 gauges. and 22s. And 22s, shit, I buy them by the brick. So I've got 4 bricks of them.
Yeah, I just have one 12 gauge. It's a cheapo.
Yeah. That's all you need, though. Just remember when you get a even if you go with a 2 3/4 inch round, just get a good duck hunting round or a good turkey round. Best off is get the turkey rounds.
This is
Don't kill some.
This is a Remington clone is what it is.
Yeah. You know what? The key to any gun, you can buy a lot or not, but does it work good, and are you good at shooting it? And I've seen some guys with some pretty goofy guns that were really good with them.
It's actually a Chinese Norinco clone of a Remington.
Okay, you never know. It might work. Does it work good?
Yeah, it works better than Remington actually. I've upgraded everything on it. It's totally upgraded. It's got a magazine extension.
Oh, nice.
Extended the magazine.
I don't mean to interrupt you. Can you get Remington parts to? I mean, do the parts go back and forth to a Remington?
Oh, most of them can. There's a few that can't.
Okay, well.
So it's based on Remington.
I like Remington ammunition, but I don't like their guns.
Yeah, I like some of the old bread and butter guns. They're 870s and 1187.
I have no experience with older production Remington guns, but the later production, anything after the mid 80s, it's garbage. I have 2 Remington. I have an 870 shotgun that was early 90s production, and it's got the most horrible finish to it. It will not stop rusting.
Yeah.
And then I have a model 700 ml. It's the 50 caliber muzzle loader, the old version, and that was probably mid to late 90s production. And I've never done anything with it. I bought it for $150 because my friend needed some cash, and it's been sitting in the closet. It doesn't work. It needs a new ramrod. I have no idea how to work it because I have no experience with muzzle loaders.
Yeah,
so
yeah. The older ones are different too. They're not like mine. How I showed you how you do mine.
I'm probably going to sell the whole thing because I really don't want to fuck with it, getting it all cleaned up and fixed, and I'll just buy a new muzzle loader. That'll actually work.
Yeah.
Well, Remington's out of business now, so
Remington is.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess I didn't know that.
That's part of the reason for the ammo shortage.
Yep. What was the name of their ammo subsidiary? Ilium or something like that?
I don't know, but they were one of the major ammo producers in the United States. So that put the pinch on us. Thank God that Winchester kind of held the line.
Yeah.
There was a couple of videos that came out like 2 months ago during like the real height of the ammo shortage, and one of them was by the CEO of Federal, and the other one was by the CEO of CCI. And the guy from Federal basically did a 5-minute video trying to explain the ammo shortage, and basically spent like 20 minutes blaming American citizens for the problems. And then you get the guy from CCI who's like, yeah, I saw this other guy's video and what a crock of shit, and he told the truth about what's going on and why the shortage is happening.
Yep.
And basically anybody who watched that, they're now a customer for life for CCI. I'll tell you that much.
I love CCI.
I have more CCI ammo in 22 than any other brand.
Yep.
Like the other day I got a brick, this Norma. I've never used Norma before, but it's considered a pretty good brand. But the only reason I bought it was because of the price. It was the best price for a brick of 22 in the last year online. I got it for $80.
Oh, well, that Mexican ammo, that Aguila, That's really good ammo.
That's my preference. I love the Aguila. It's you can't find it online at a reasonable price right now. I could go to my local Rural King and get a 50 round box of the hollow points for like maybe $8, but pre panic pricing for a 50 round box of the Gila was only $2.99 around here.
Yeah.
It's just insane.
Yeah, I saw a Gila go way down in price to about $20 for a 500 round brick.
And I'm still looking for decent price on the Aguila. They have that what they call the Super Calibri. It's the tiny bullet. It's only like 29 grains, and there's no powder in the casing. It only fires off the primer, so it's super subsonic. Like I think the muzzle velocity is only like 460 feet per second.
Oh, wow.
And it won't cycle a semi-automatic rifle, but you can use it in a revolver or a bolt action rifle, and the shit's super quiet. With my rifle over here, if I'm shooting it out on my Savage, it sounds like a fucking pellet gun. It's super quiet. But
cool.
50 round box, you can't find it for less than $18 a box, and that's ridiculous. I used to be able to buy it for $3.99 a box.
Wow.
I'm not going to pay that kind of price for that ammo.
No.
No.
So, yeah, CCI is stuck with us through the whole thing. They've been running full steam. And
yep. 3 shifts a day, 24 hours a day.
And Aguila's been keeping us stocked. So I'm going to stay loyal to Aguila for that reason. Yep. So I've got a pretty good stash of 22 ammo. And that's
I got probably about 3,000 or 4,000 rounds.
I told Lisa Battiato, I told her, I said, you know, if you're just getting into this and you're just starting to prep, why don't you go get a Ruger 1022? Everybody needs to have one. That's where you need to start.
Yeah, that'd be a good start.
If you don't own any guns at all and you're just thinking about it, that's where you need to start right there.
Honestly, you know, if she got herself a car and could drive out to me because she's only about an hour away by car, I'd sell her one of my 1022s.
Nice.
How many do you have?
I got 2.
Oh, wow.
I got the one I bought and the one I inherited from my dad, and that one is kind of a piece of junk. He didn't take care of it.
Yeah.
But it'd be good for her to train with.
Well, something is better than nothing if it shoots.
Got it.
Yeah.
Oh, it works. It's just cosmetically, it's fucked. It's got a lot of rust on the barrel.
Yeah, that could be bead blasted and reparkerized.
It's like I told my dad for years, I'm like, why the fuck are you keeping that thing in the garage? Like unprotected, just sitting against the wall. Oh, in case, you know, I got to run outside and shoot something real quick. I'm like, at least put it in, you know, a case, you know, like, or a silicone, you know, impregnated sock.
Yep.
Yep. And you let it go. He also put a flash hider on it, which made no sense to me. I took it off.
I'm kind of thinking that your climate is very similar to Illinois.
Oh, yeah. You get all the moisture coming up from the Gulf, and it mixes with what's coming up, you know, from Canada, you know, down through the Great Lakes. We get my guns rust up like crazy around here. It's bad. If I had the money, my first major investment would be to buy, you know, a vault with a dehumidifier system in it.
That's what I'm going to get. One of them big ones with the, you know, padlock on the front with the big wheels you turn. I'm going to get one of them, and it's got the dehumidifier built right in it. You plug, literally, when you set this thing up, you wire it into 110. You don't plug it in, you wire it into your house.
Yeah.
And it's all done on a computer on the inside of the door.
Yep.
You're in a cold area over there, Carpenter.
Yeah. Well, you know, I'm in that area where that cold air from Canada makes that dip, kind of runs down through the middle of the South Dakotas, down
Yeah.
around the middle of Iowa, and back up over by Illinois and stuff. There's a
Oh,
dip
okay.
there that just gets ridiculous cold. Like right now, it's 11 degrees.
I know how it is over there because
I
I
think
go
I'm
over there.
further south than Canoe. Like on the, further south.
Yep.
We
No,
just, I'm in that dip, that cold, frigid. Fuck, I get so sick of this cold weather. Like right now, that's what my problem is. Everything's still frozen up tight. You can't really do nothing. There's,
solid sheet of
Yeah.
ice.
The wind chill
Yeah.
today was -2 because
yeah,
we had like almost 40 mile per hour breeze in the
yeah,
afternoon.
that gets,
There's
that's the problem.
behind my store where I work, between the back of the lot of the property, the next adjacent property is a big ass housing development. They have a retention pond. It's basically like a 3-acre lake, and within 4 hours that thing froze over again. It had defrosted this past weekend, and it
Wow.
refroze.
Yeah, we're making ice now.
About
We lost
500 geese
headwind.
tried to fly into it and land, and they got a big surprise.
Yeah, that's funny. I've seen them do that.
Yep.
So I
You'd
was up
think
in Ohio, and when I was up there, there was this, I don't know what highway I was on, but anyway, I used to go deliver all the time to the Amish, and I would drop sheetrock off to the Amish, and sometimes I'd drop hardwood also, and I'd have to spend the whole weekend there sitting on the side of the road in my flatbed. I was driving flatbeds, so you can imagine, being a flatbed driver, a lot of that is delivering to and from construction sites and sheetrock and all that. Anyway, I'm sitting there on the side of the road, and I thought, man, what am I going to do all weekend? So I decided to go into this Baptist church because I'm there on a Sunday. I go in there, nicest people I ever met. I mean, go in the door, they shake my hand and everything. They're all in their suits and ties. It reminded me exactly of a Mormon church. It was identical in every way, shape, and form to a Mormon church. And they gave me a little pen, and they gave me I don't know, some little pocket Bible or something when I went in there.
Cool.
Yeah, I like going up there up in Ohio, and I'd see these Amish little buggies and stuff on the side of the road and everything.
Mm-hmm.
I'd always be freaking 2-lane roads and trying to get around them, and it was just I'm describing
that's all about a mile or an hour drive from where I'm at.
We don't have that
there's
here.
all kinds of Amish here too.
Yeah.
And Mennonites, is that what it's called? Yeah.
Mennonites, yeah.
I'll
tell you what,
people,
the most absolutely beautiful woman that I've ever seen in my life was a Mennonite. Oh my goodness. Oh, she was gorgeous.
They're all out of that Anabaptist movement.
Mm-hmm.
But even the Mennonites. I tell people I'm a Mennonite when they start talking about the vaccines and shit. I just say, no, I'm a Mennonite. I can't do it.
You had Amish, Mennonites, and Hutterites.
Yeah. It's against my beliefs. We don't do vaccinations. Sorry.
Yeah.
And we don't wear masks. I can't wear masks.
Apparently me and Jax are Mennonites too.
Yeah. Just tell them you're a Mennonite.
I will. You fucking right. I'm not going to do it.
How old is he now?
I don't care what I got to do. If they think I won't lie to them, they're wrong. I'm not participating in this shit.
No, me neither.
Keep the fucking. Anybody comes at me with a sharp metal object, even as tiny as a syringe, I'm gonna look at it as a direct threat to my being and act accordingly.
Same. You try to force a needle on me, you're gonna get a 10-millimeter bullet between the eyes.
Yeah, I'm not playing. I'm not gonna monkey with it.
Just the way it is.
It's out, you guys. I'm out of it. I'll talk about it and I watch it and I keep an eye on it, but I'm not going to let it, I'm going to do as much as I can to make it be as little bit of effective as it can. Whatever, I'm just not going to go along with it. I'm not going to have nothing to do with it. Fuck them.
That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. I'm a Mennonite, motherfucker.
Yep, that's what I'm a
Carpenter, how
Mennonite.
Jax?
What is it? Mendonite?
No, Mennonite. MENN. MENNE.
Mennonite.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't look stupid when I'm calling, well, there isn't even one of them. That's not even how you say it.
You don't even understand. I'm a Mennonite.
Yeah, I'm a Mennonite. Well, we're that northern breed, We're a little bit removed. Still got a lot of the same beliefs, though.
Well,
Now, Carpenter, let me ask you, how old is Jackson?
9.
Would he be interested in a pen pal?
Probably, especially if it's on the internet.
All right. I have my nephew. He's 7 going on 8. And I think he's looking for a pen pal. I might want to hook up with you on that.
Okay.
The pen pal's even still a thing?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
It's
I
just
think
kind
he
of
might
like
he
we're doing
might have
here.
to be doing it because of a school project, to be honest with you. But my sister mentioned something about it the other day, so I'm like, yeah, I can ask around.
Yep. I'll get all of his information.
Yeah, I'll check in with my sister, see if that's the case, and yeah, I'll pass it along.
He only talks to like my nieces and like 2 friends from school that he don't ever go on it hardly, but a little bit. Once in a great while he goes on for that kind of stuff.
And honestly, like I'd love for him to make a friend that wasn't all into like, because he's all into computers and gaming and shit. He does, he's not really much into the outdoors except for like campfires and camping in a tent. He doesn't like hunting or fishing or anything like that. So
well, that's
I
where you
want to kind
start.
of get. That's why I want to get him, somebody exposed to that in his age group.
Yeah. Yeah, that helps a lot when you have another kid there that can run and hang with them and talk. And poor Jack, he just don't know anything else. He's just trying to keep up with Grandpa.
Nah, he sounds like a cool kid.
Yeah, you guys would like him. He's not a yippy kid, like a typical 9 or 10-year-old. He's a little bit older for his age than what he, he was fucking raised by a grumpy old concrete worker,
Sounds like a decent kid.
Yeah, he is. He is. He's a real honest. He'd find your wallet, and he'd even grab your wallet, and then he'd find you and give it back to you with all your money in it.
That's good.
Yeah, that's the kind of kid he is. He'd pick your wallet up, but he'd just put it somewhere till you got back and hand it back to you.
That's some good upbringing.
Yeah, I'm proud of him, and it's taken a lot of work, and I'm not going to raise one of them. With Mallory, she's a girl, you guys, and I didn't know what to do with girls. I'm not going to lie. I don't know what to do with girls. I don't know how to handle them. I don't know what to. There's times I should have beat the shit out of her, and I never laid a hand on her.
Positive male role model to her.
Yeah,
that's all.
And that's what now it is. But I mean, like when they're coming up in them years, when their girls are being girls. But now Jackson, he's a different story, you guys. He's actually pretty easy.
All you could do with girls really need us. They really need us to be positive. Excuse me. Jeez, I'm slurring by words and I'm not drinking. They need us to be positive male role models.
Yeah.
Yeah. I tried to do that. Remember I told you about quitting drinking? That's what that was all about, you guys. I couldn't have my daughter growing up in that. I'm not gonna. She was only 2, and I just.
It's like me with my nephew. He has no positive adult male role model in his life other than me, because his dad is a complete piece of shit.
Well, that's a big responsibility, and take advantage of it and enjoy it.
The baby daddy, he's supposed to have visitation twice a month, and he maybe goes and sees him once every 3 months.
Yeah.
And he lapses on the child support payments all the time, and basically ignores them. Luckily, this asshole's mother, the grandmother on his side, is a very decent person, and loves my nephew. Has him over at least once a week and all kinds of shit. But I'm the only adult male in his life, to be honest with you.
The biggest mistake, the biggest mistake that men make, or women, it doesn't matter, is that they try to be friends with their kids. You don't be friends with your kids. But you got to teach them honor and integrity. You don't be friends with
that
kids.
friend thing. That friend thing's up. That's a quick trip to shit.
Yeah, it is.
You're not their friend. You're their parent. And when they get to be adults and they're on their own, there's every possibility, keep your fingers crossed, that they will become your friend. But until then, they're your child, and you need to raise them accordingly. They're not your friend.
It's okay to actually eventually partner with your kids.
Well, absolutely. Once they get, but I'm not talking that. I'm talking like when their kids coming up and they're, then it's time, when there's time to be a parent, then you need to be a parent. And a lot of people, like you said, that's a big problem. A lot of people try to skip the parent thing, and I don't want to be, mean. You're not being mean to your kid, making them do what they're supposed to do. That's not being mean to them.
And when they start to question you like that, it's because I said so.
And don't go any further. And there'll come a time in their life when they're old enough, and then you can tell them. I said it's like I explained to Jack one time, when I holler his name, he's to turn around and he's to ask me what, and he's to drop whatever the fuck he's doing at any time he's ever doing it. When I beller for him, he is to come to me immediately. And we were talking about it one time when he got older. This was when he was little. Grandpa, how come it's like, and I said, buddy, because right now I'm hollering at you because I want you to come over here and say something or whatever. But one of these times, Grandpa may be hollering because the car's going to hit you. Or there whatever reason. I want you, when I holler for you, you are to answer me immediately. And I kind of explained to him that when you're younger, that's what that's for. Now, when you get older, it's just out of respect. But
now
there's a reason you beller at them.
I raised 3 kids. And I was a single dad for a while. I kind of probably know a little bit. I mean, Wizardy's raised more, but I raised 3 kids. I kind of know a little bit, and not just that, but it's like I've been raising kids before I started raising my own kids.
Oh yeah.
Because my mom, I didn't have a dad, so I was the oldest in the family, and I was raising kids then. And then I'd be babysitting for other people because they knew I was the responsible kid.
Yeah.
So it was like I was always raising kids. And I just kind of know how the little fuckers are.
Yeah.
And usually people know, if they need to know something about their kids or whatever, they always come to me. Well, my kid's doing this. What should I do? That always happens with me.
You're right about that, because like raising Mallory, that was she's 28 now. I think she's 28. So you know how long ago that was. Okay, raising him, and I raised Michael and Melissa, 2 of my stepkids. And that Michael's 32 and Melissa would have been 32 or 34, whatever they are. But anyway, I learned a little more, and now that I coming up with Jax, he's way easier because you can see a lot of stuff to head it off before it gets to be a problem. So he's a lot easier than my kids were, because at that time I didn't know what I was doing,
Yeah.
You learned everything. Go ahead.
I look young. I sound young. But the thing of it is, I'm not young. I'm 60. I'm not that freaking young.
Yeah.
And the thing of it is, a lot a lot of kids, they'll get in here in the chat and everything. I've got kids in their mid-30s.
Wow.
So I kind of understand even how to deal with young adults.
Yeah.
And my kids are all good. They're all good kids.
Nice. You're lucky.
They didn't turn out, like I've got a sister who's got a kid who can't get off the video games. And I told her, he's hitting about 20 and he won't leave the video games. He's got hair all the way down to his freaking ass. And he won't do anything. He won't go to school, nothing. And I told her way before all this happened, I said, look, you need to spank their ass and turn it red.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'll never spank my kids. I'll never spank them. Okay,
Yeah.
So what are you going to do instead?
You know what? And that's mean and cruel to the kid, actually. I mean, I'm not talking beat your kid blue, but it's mean, not setting their boundaries up and letting them know what you will and won't tolerate, and them thinking they can just do whatever they want and act whatever they want. That's not how the real world works.
So I'm observing. I'm just a observer. I'm over at my sister's house, and the kid's name is Zach. She says, Zach, go to your room. Okay. Okay. You're asking him, okay? You're asking him permission for telling him to go to his fucking room?
Yeah.
I said, you don't do that. You tell him you're going to your room now. No, I'm not going to go to my room. Okay, this goes back to the conversation I'm having before. Look, she said she never ever spank her kids. So now what she has to do is use manipulation. And what has she taught her kids to be? Manipulators.
Yeah. Yeah.
You don't teach.
My sister and her kid are the same way.
You teach your kids to be manipulators when you have to resort to manipulation because you're scared to fucking discipline your kids. And I'm always the older brother, right? And she doesn't want to listen to me.
Yeah. Yeah.
Part of the problem is my sister and her kid, they live with our mother, who basically mollycoddles him to death. Gives in to every tantrum and complaint, and it's like, I don't know how to deal with it.
So where's this 20-year-old boy now? He's sitting in the freaking basement being a troll on video games, and he can't leave it. He's addicted to it.
Yep.
He's stuck there. You know why? Because the video games is what she used to keep him in check.
Yep.
So she wouldn't have to discipline him. And everything I predicted all came to fruition. And now she doesn't know how to deal with it.
Well, the saddest part is when he gets a little bit older, he's not going to know how to deal with it. And sooner or later, she's going to have enough of it. And she's going to tell him, you got to go, bud.
Mommy and Daddy
not going to be prepared.
Mommy and Daddy are going to die someday. And you're not going to have us to live off of. And you're not going to know what to do. And you'll probably just go get a gun and shoot yourself. Because you're not going to be able to cope any other way. Or you sell your soul to the devil.
But you guys, I got to get off here. I'll be on here for another fucking 2 hours.
I was just getting ready to call a fire in the bowl.
Oh,
20 after the hour. Smoke another bowl with us.
Then I'll do a hit, and then I got to get going.
I actually don't have to get up tomorrow morning, so I'm kind of hanging with you.
Nice.
Well, I got to work, but then I'm off for 3 days, so it don't matter.
Well, this is a rare occasion. I don't have to get up tomorrow morning. So
where do you work, Ghost?
I have my own business.
Oh, wow. Nice.
I have a painting business.
Oh, cool.
I just got a tooth pulled, so I'm I'm trying to learn to talk again.
Yeah, but ain't that nice not having that pain?
Oh, man. But that tooth missing, along with the other two front teeth that are missing my lower jaw, I'm telling you, it just yeah. Sometimes I can't form my words right, and it sounds like I'm slurring my words, but that's not the case.
Yeah. Toothache suck though. Wow.
Oh yeah, so the second worst pain I've ever had in my life was from teeth multiple times.
Yeah.
I remember when you were hurting, Canoes.
Well, it was even the worst pain I've ever had in my life was in my teeth. It was in my ear.
Oh, okay.
I like 25 years ago, I had an impacted glob of wax that hardened and dried onto my eardrum.
Oh.
And when the doctor removed it, oh my God, I thought he was skewering my fucking brain. I was like 13 years old. I screamed like a little girl getting raped. Oh, it hurt so fucking bad.
Yeah.
It like because those nerves right there go straight to your brain, and there's like no nothing in between. It's just pure pain. Like all you see is white.
Well, mine was in one of my molars. The tooth that I had yanked.
Top one or bottom?
The top one.
Them suck.
And it was just right up. It was right into my jaw muscle. The shooting pain was going into my head through my jaw muscle, and it was
That's the worst.
I don't have it now. I don't.
Yeah.
I'm
happy for you, brother.
I'm scared to drink cold drink. I thought I drank an energy drink today, and I'm like, I kind of didn't want to drink it because I just have this memory of, you know, the pain from drinking a cold freaking energy drink, shooting pain in my head, and no pain. And I'm like, damn, I could actually drink this. Wow.
Yeah.
It sucks when you have to train yourself to drink on a certain side of your mouth to avoid, you know, that side of your mouth with the problem. I've dealt with that 4 or 5 times in my life. Biggest regret of my life, honestly, is not taking care of my teeth.
Yeah.
If I could go back out of any, I'd rather go back and take care of my teeth than I would go back and go to college.
Now I know a gal who she got complete implants. So she got those steel or titanium posts or whatever put in her jaw and all in her upper and so she says every time it gets cold she could feel it, and it is so painful. And I thought, damn, maybe I better not do that. You know,
that's kind of what I need to do, at least partially, but I can't afford it. And to be honest with you,
guys, I've had them partials when you've had, like, I had my front one's knocked out, and I had one on the side, 2 on the side that were good, and they latched them to them, but it clicked in and out. And there, you get used to them so quick. Them little snap-in teeth.
Oh yeah,
you know, like partials. What is it they call them? Partials or bridges or whatever they call them.
My sister's in the process of getting one right now.
Yeah, oh fuck, get one of them because they'll just bridge it right over, and I'm serious, you won't even notice it in your mouth.
I've got a bridge, and my bridge is from the Army. So, I had a Turkish dentist ground one of my front upper teeth down so far that it broke off. In 2 weeks after he ground it down, he was going to put a cap on it. He ground it down so far that it just left a stub there. So it wasn't until after about a year that I was able to get the VA to replace my front tooth and dig that stub out and freaking they put a bridge in. And then the bridge finally broke about 2 years ago, and I had to pay for it, and I'm still paying for it. And it was like $3,800 paid for this bridge. And I still don't have it paid for. And now I've got bottom teeth missing and everything. And it's just been a nightmare. I'm feeling like getting them all yanked and just getting complete implant.
Yeah, it's one of the things that scares me the most is that, like, I have a lot of stubs, broken, half, rotted out teeth, and they'll have to be digged out. There's no way you could do it, just a simple extraction on them. And that's going to cost so much money, and it's going to hurt so fucking bad. For the last 10 years, I've just said, fuck it. I'm just going to let them slowly go away on their own so that I don't have to deal with excess pain.
Yeah.
And I used to box, and that didn't help much. I think that's part of the reason one of my front teeth kind of went loose.
Yeah.
And then it went dark, and I had to freaking get root canals and all this other stuff. And I'd have to go in and get it bleached because the tooth was kind of dead because the root was missing. So, it had turned gray on me. And it's just life. It's life. Don't be hating yourself. If you've got bad teeth or whatever, we're in COVID, and it's even hard to get dental work done at all. You can't even get dental work done at all.
Yeah, this nonsense has to come to an end.
It has to come to an end. I'm done wearing a mask. I'm not wearing a mask. I was in the store today. I was like, come on, motherfucker. Every time I turn around, I see somebody giving me stink eye because I'm not wearing my mask.
Smile at them. That's what I do. Smile at them. They don't know what to do with it then.
I do smile. Yeah. That's exactly what I do.
Be super nice to them and very cordial and say hi and open the door for them if they're a lady and kill them with kindness.
Yeah, I do. I actually do that. You're right on the money, man.
I do. But
there's a point to that where you can only go so far, though. I've had on a couple occasions I've had to get really shitty with people and flat out tell them, you need to get the fuck out of here, otherwise your ass is gonna get beat to a pulp.
I've never been confronted like that, and I've been waiting for it, Canoe. And I've never one time had anybody.
They were left-hard idiots, but they were drunk. And it was like that kind of situation where you can't have that kind of shit going on in your store. I had a dude, basically, he saw the t-shirt I was wearing and started swearing me up and down. He started spitting on me and shit. I'm like, dude, you got 5 seconds to walk out the door or you're going to be a puddle of goo. What's it going to be?
Puddle of
goo. Yeah, see, I'm
like, you don't know who you're fucking with.
I've never been in. I've been waiting for that, but it's never happened.
I've had them come after me, and I'll just ask them like this: Are you going to attack me because of this? Are you planning on attacking me? Just tell me.
I had a dude in the gas station once throwing shit at me in the store. This dude was throwing cans of soup at me.
Oh,
he was throwing bottles of pop at me. He said, "I'm going to be waiting outside for you, motherfucker. When you get off shift, I'm going to beat your fucking ass." I'm like, "You better bring a bigger gun than me because I'll shoot your ass right between the eyes." He's like, "What?" I'm like, "I'm carrying a gun right now. If you keep it up, I'm going to kill you."
Yeah, I'd have been outside before he got done talking, and then he'd be talking. When he was telling me that, he'd have been turned around, looking out the door at me, standing there.
Yeah, whatever, brother. I'm like, "You don't believe me? The cops are going to be here and they'll back me up."
Yeah.
Like, your ass is mine if you want to make it that way.
Yeah, I like that shit. I don't mind.
Are you becoming hostile with me? Why are you hostile?
Yeah.
If you're going to be hostile with me, I may have to become hostile with you. Are you starting to attack me?
Yeah.
Like
I can have the police here in 30 seconds.
The way I see it, you're attacking me. The way I see it, you're attacking me. That's what I tell them.
Yeah, I've never been confronted like that in any bad way like that.
I have.
Yeah, that's everybody talks about it, and I keep waiting for it, and I can't wait because I'm just gonna be sarcastic as hell,
I do. I'm
gonna really get them going,
That's why I say I'm being sarcastic when I say, "Are you attacking me?"
Yeah, not mean, not threatening. I'm just going to tell them, I don't know who told you fucking that I give a shit what you think,
I've
but
got
they
a
were
medical condition. I've got a medical condition, and and they'll say, "What's your medical condition?" I tell them, "I don't have to tell you what my medical condition is because of HIPAA laws.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's right.
If you know what HIPAA laws are, you'll understand that I don't have to tell you what my medical condition is." Well, you're one of those anti-maskers, and I'm like, actually, I am, but that has nothing to do with my medical condition.
Yeah, actually,
No.
what we are is we're free breathers.
Well,
We're not anti-maskers. We're free breathers. It ain't that I want to wear
there's
masks.
other approaches. There's other things that I've tried. I've tried all kinds of different things every time I go somewhere, and I have to deal with these freaking Karens, these male snowflake Karens.
Yeah.
Yeah, they act like freaking Karens too. There's men that do that shit too. I'm like, you bitch.
Hipster
bitches.
That's the thing around here, man. I get so many fucking hipster types. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the hipsters.
Oh yeah, we got them here.
Soy boy type.
Oh yeah.
They'll grow a luxurious beard, but they're like fucking metrosexual and they're total libtards, and they're everywhere around here. I have to deal with them every day. Oh, it's bad.
Like the man bun.
It's bad.
Both of you, don't you? See, like the closest town to me is Rochester, where the Mayo Clinic is, and there's only like 130,000 people there. It's not huge, and it's not like like Chicago or Minneapolis or anything like that.
Rochester is mostly supported. The only reason you got population there is because of the clinic.
Yeah, that's what it is. It runs up to about 250,000 in the summer sometime with the patients that are coming through there.
Yeah.
My natural testosterone triggers them. It does. It just does.
Yeah.
If they're wearing a man bun or they got the freaking, the grooming beard thing, whatever.
Oh, fucking man bun. I do that. No way. No way.
You know what's horrible around here? Like there's places, there's like restaurants and bars and shit where you can walk into, and it's nothing but like 500 of those people.
Oh my God!
It's
fuck.
The last time that I went out to a bar was about 4 years ago, and I walked in and I saw the crowd and it was all like that. I walked right back out. I'm like, I don't need to drink that bad.
No, I would too.
Oh.
Fucking nutcases. I asked Mal one time, she's been confronted a few times. And I was telling her one time, Mel, no one ever says nothing to Dad. I get glares, but I just smile at them. No one ever says anything to me about it.
Kill them with kindness.
You know what she said to me, you guys? Well, look at you, Dad. And I'm like, what? I mean, I'm a nice guy. Why? She said, your face is all scarred up. And she goes, I figure they just think that there ain't no sense in trying to smack this guy in the face. It looks like it already happened and it didn't work.
Well, I got to admit, I am kind of rough looking.
Yeah, I would just be sarcastic, tell them fuckers. I don't know who told you that I give a shit what you think. But you need to fucking. I don't care. Leave me alone. Go on.
I don't get messed around with that much. I got like the Aaron Tires beard, and I always wear my camo. Yeah. Sometimes I carry my Glock openly.
I do too. I wear my camo all over the fucking place.
I wear camo every fucking day at work.
I pretty much, that's how I am. I grays, camos, dark browns. If it doesn't have a USA emblem on it,
it's just wearing the camo triggers people.
It does.
I had a woman, she's been a customer for years of mine, like even back when I worked at the gas station. She's been a customer of mine for 15 years. And she's a Polish lady, works at a bakery, and she saw me. She's like, "Why are you always wearing camo?" I'm like, "Because I hunt." She's like, "You hunt?" And she just gave me this look. I'm like, "Yeah." She's like, well, why do you hunt? I'm like, well, I like the food and I like the fur, and you
'Cause I'm
know,
American.
Friends.
And she's like, you really eat that? And I'm like, yeah. I'm like, she's like, what do you mean? I'm like, I hunt deer, I hunt rabbit, I hunt squirrel. And
Oh,
she's like, how can you eat squirrel and rabbit? That's so mean. The cute little animal. And I'm like, oh my God, I don't even want to get into this with you.
Yeah.
She
Yeah,
didn't
that's
come in for a week afterwards.
I'm not a squirrel eater yet, but I've got these squirrels and I'm planning
Like-
on eating one.
Yeah, I told her, I'm like, you haven't eaten until you've had squirrel fried up in a cast iron skillet with a bunch of onions and green peppers and some potatoes and a can of chicken stock.
Yeah,
I'm like,
you know, it's
don't
all
tell me
it's all-
that's not fucking delicious.
yeah, it's dark meat. It's all good. It's not like dry or anything like that. It's all good dark meat. And fuck, it's good eating.
You guys are
And then her retort to me was like, can't you just buy your fucking meat at the grocery store? Like, where do you think that shit comes from? The cow
Yeah, I
didn't
don't-
commit suicide, you know?
Yeah. My concern
I'm
is
harvesting an animal that lived a good life in a free, open environment and not a fucking cage.
Yeah, and no GMOs.
Yep. No
I run around
antibiotics,
with a lot of
no
buddies.
growth hormones.
I run around with a lot of buddies here, and one of them raises beef calves. He raises them from a calf, that $50 calf I was telling you about. He milk feeds them up to like, I think 300 pounds, and then they go somewhere else to get finished up to the 800 pounds that they get slaughtered at. But anyway, I forgot what I was going to say now. What the fuck?
The beef calf.
That was a good idea. That had something in my head. What were you? Oh, about taking care of them. You know, those he puts this shot in their ear that it's like a really. It's probably, what did he say? It's about the size of a little bigger than a pencil lead, and it's about 1 inch long. And you use this kind of bigger needle-like gun thing, and you stick it between the ear. An ear of a cow is, you put it in there at an angle. I seen him do it, and you slide it right in between the front and the back of the ear skin, poke it right in there, and then you just pull the trigger. And when he pulls it out, there's this little lump in there, about 1 inch or 1.5 inches long, and twice as big as a pencil lead, number 2 pencil lead, and you can see it in the ear. Wow. And he said when he shoots them in the ear, them fucking cows will put 50 pounds a week on eating a bale of hay every day and a 5-gallon bucket of water.
Yeah.
Now that's not right, you guys.
No.
That's not right. So just so you know, you don't put 50 pounds on an animal in a week eating hay.
No.
Dry, regular old feed hay.
Oh, it's going to be corn or something.
Yeah. No, you could. I don't know if you could do it. I don't know if you could feed them that way.
If I had to take a guess, they're injecting.
My other buddy said he runs about 18 to 20 pounds a week. He puts no growth hormones in them whatsoever. And the best he can do, and he feeds all grain and silage.
Yeah.
He can get 18 to 20 pounds a week. And what's his face gets 50 pounds a week on a bale of hay and a 5-gallon bucket of water. But like he said, I'm just getting them to a weight. I want them at a weight, and then I ship them off. But that's what we're getting in the fucking stores, you know.
Yep.
Yeah,
It's
I
cool.
want
I
want one beef cow, and I'll butcher them and freeze them myself, and have enough meat for 8 months.
Yep.
We got some big ass squirrels. I don't know what they're eating around here.
What kind of squirrel are they? Do you know the subspecies? Are they like a gray or a fox or a kaibob?
They're reddish color, so I'm thinking they're red squirrels.
Okay. Yeah, we got red and grays, and a small population of black squirrel here in Ohio. They're kind of famous.
Yeah.
But it's the acorns around here. I'm pretty sure of it because of we got these scrub oaks around here.
Same here. I got pin oaks and white oaks all over the place.
Well, these are scrub oaks, but there's a lot of acorns around here from them. We have deer coming right here in my yard all the time.
Yeah, the deer at my place on my property this entire last year, I set up 3 trail cameras on my property. I did not see a single buck on my property the entire year. It was all
wow.
does.
Yeah,
You'll catch them there for about 4 weeks of the year. They'll be there.
I set one camera up along a fence line. I set one camera up along a creek that divides the property from the neighbors, and then I set one up by our pond hanging from the big tree. And you see does almost every night going in the water or going to bed near the creek, but not one single fucking buck.
Wow.
And the doe this year, they were scrawny. They're all yearlings. Didn't see any mature does at all.
Oh, wow.
we got a regular concrete sidewalk and everything out in front of my house, and every time it snows, I mean, I see dirt tracks. When it snows at night,
Yeah,
when it's been snowing all night, I'll see deer tracks going right by. So I know I got deer all over the place out here. We've got a whole herd of them.
oh yeah. I mean, they're around, but it's just the bucks aren't on my property.
Yeah, yeah. They'll come
There's
around that when they're rutting, but that's they'll come in there, pull a doe.
the owner of my company, his corporate headquarters is about a quarter of a mile down the road from me, and he's got a big vacant, half forest, half, open field grown over, wild meadow, I would guess you'd call it. And he's got a lot of deer over there. I should try and ask to get permission to hunt there next season.
And we got an explosion of fox.
Bow hunting is a fucking blast.
We got a real big overpopulation of fox right now.
Now, see, we don't have fox around me anymore. There's too much development, and the coyotes got them all. We used to have fox around my place for 20, 30 years, and I haven't seen one in close to 10.
Actually, the fox has been moving in here.
Yeah, you got a good. Must be a pretty healthy ecosystem to have fox like that, because like around, I know he should have them around there, and I know we should have way more around here. But those coyotes, they'll move into an area and they'll just wipe them
the
out.
coyotes are going crazy in my neck of the woods right now.
Yeah.
Like I said, I was gonna try and go out last week to go, but my friend couldn't make it. The night afterwards, a guy down the street from me shot 3 in his backyard. They were trying to attack one of his cats.
Nice.
I almost can't tell the coyotes from stray dogs around here.
Collar.
That's about it. I mean,
we don't have much of a around here. It's a stray cat problem, not a stray dog problem.
That can be a tough. That's tough. That can be tough too.
Then we've had a lot of wolf sightings lately.
Wow.
Oh wow.
And I saw a video last week of a pack of wolves that attacked 2 coyotes that were encroaching on their kill. Man, those wolves tore those coyotes up. Holy shit.
Yeah.
It was brutal.
Well,
ripped them in half.
See, the thing with the wolf is, though, too, a wolf only kills and then eats what it kills, and it'll keep eating off that kill until that's gone. Then it will hunt another one.
Yeah.
Coyotes aren't like that. They kill, eat a little bit, and they go back on the hunt.
These border collies they'll kill coyotes.
Man.
I've had border collies kill coyotes. I'd have two border collies on one coyote. I'd have dog on coyote, one dog on coyote, and one dog will kill a freaking coyote.
Yeah, yeah.
Because our dogs are just more well fed, and coyotes the same species. They're just a lot of them are just scrawny and starving.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even around here, a big coyote's 30 pounds. We have those. I am in an area that does have the coy wolves, and I've actually seen them and gotten a couple of them. And they're like a 45-pound coyote. They're really big, and it's a cross between a wolf and a coyote.
Yep.
Yeah,
there's a guy I follow on YouTube. He's a trapper. His channel is called Coon Creek Outdoors, and he's in Illinois, and he traps all kinds of fur bearings. But he put a video out the other day. His buddy was experimenting with straw covered trapping sets. Just run a trap line out in the field and cover it with straw.
Yeah.
He caught 70 fucking yotes in a weekend.
Wow, that's a big help.
Just using fucking straw and dog food.
Well, my border collie in Illinois, before I got her spayed, I had coyotes all over the place wanting to mate with her.
Oh, I suppose.
I mean, and I was having none of that. I freaking got her spayed as quick as I could.
Well, that's when you get the rifle out and put her out there for bait and just knock the shit out of them.
They will breed with a dog.
Yeah, well, not if they're dead first. Coyotes, it ain't that I want every single coyote dead everywhere. It's just that you got to keep them numbers down. They're devastating.
Well, they wiped out all the rabbits up in Idaho.
Absolutely. That's what they do. The squirrels, rabbits, pheasants, turkeys.
And
they'll
now,
come through an area. Fox. They'll come through an area in 2 years. You'll go from having fox all over, like you're having a problem with fox, to not seeing any, and you'll wonder where all the fox went. Well, look around because of the coyotes.
I'm kind of pissed because there's no jackrabbits anymore.
I know it. They were around here too when I was a kid, and there's not many around.
I got a lot of cottontail rabbits at my place. I'm planning on doing some hunting later this week.
That's my, minute by minute, hour for hour of the day, the most fun possibly hunting. And maybe it's because that's what I grew up originally when I was a little kid. That's the first hunts I went on were cottontail hunts. And if you think that is fun,
it's like
to this day,
this whole past year, the weather did not agree with me last year as far as cleaning up my yard. I've got brush piles everywhere from down tree limbs and sticks and everything that I couldn't burn because it was too fucking wet every day that I had off.
Yeah.
They've made rabbit habitats. I got rabbits all over my backyard. So I'm off like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday this week. Probably Thursday or Friday, I'm going to sit up for a couple hours each day in the one barn that overlooks that part of the yard. And I got a window up there with a stool, and I'm just going to sit up there with the 22 and I'm going to clink them off. Give me some fucking good food.
That sounds like fun too.
Oh yeah.
I hope we get an overpopulation of bunny rabbits.
So do
and
I.
they're big too. Oh my God, they're big fucking rabbits. Like 6 pounds at least.
I can eat rabbit. I prefer rabbit over chicken any day.
Yep.
Yeah, rabbit's
Same
good.
here.
Everybody's talking about how they cook them, and I've had the back legs, and I've had them all like that, and they're good that way. You have them by all means. But my grandma used to slow boil them, not covered in water, just steam them, but slow steam them for like 4 or 5, 6 hours at a time, and then she'd take it off and she'd sit there and she'd pick all that meat off of all them bones, and she'd end up with a big old platter, heaping huge platter full of rabbit meat. Then she mixes it just like you do hamburger hot dish. Mix it with cream of mushroom soup and with tater tots on top and hash browns mixed in. And I'll tell you what, she called it rabbit pie. And I grew up eating that. And to this day, I still eat the shit out of that.
My grandmother, she used to do whenever we got a rabbit or squirrel, she would do the same thing. But when the meat was done, she would just pick it off and she would serve it as sandwiches, like a hot sandwich.
That would be good too.
Like if there was enough fat on it, if you had a rabbit and more rabbit than squirrel, you get more fat. She'd make a little bit of gravy and do like a hot, sandwich with, shit on a shingle type thing.
Oh yeah,
that was good eating.
You can mix the squirrel with the rabbit, and you can't really tell no difference.
Exactly.
So if you get like 3 cottontails and 2 big old fat red squirrels, you got a nice meal and leftovers for a day or two.
You put them in a meat grinder, bones and all?
No, I pick the meat off the bones. I slow cook them. That's how I do it anymore. I drop mine in a crock pot, just cut it and quarter them up and just drop them in there in chunks, and then put it with a cup of water, chicken gravy or chicken broth, and then put the lid on it and let it steam till it just steams the meat right off the Both.
I was thinking about squirrel. I was like, I wondered.
I would just throw a squirrel in. If I had an extra squirrel, and I would just throw it in there with it. You just like I cook them kind of the same way, squirrels, as I do rabbits.
Yeah, if you only have one squirrel to cook up, I'd say it's better to just fry them than do the steaming thing, because you're going to get a better, experience
Like
out of it.
leg.
Yeah,
eat it like
we would fricassee it. Yeah.
Yeah.
My dad did squirrel fricassee very well.
We did that too when we pounded them. But my grandma back in them days, she was kind of a nutcase. You didn't waste nothing, And there really isn't much on a front leg. You cook a front leg, you fry a front leg, there's nothing left.
Yeah, when my dad would get to like 3 or 4 squirrels, sometimes we do squirrel kebabs.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Cut them up into hunks, marinate them for a little bit, and throw them on with some, onions and green peppers and shit.
Well, if you can grind up the squirrel and bones and all, you get more nutrition out of it.
I've
what
never
you do
done that before.
Well, if you're grinding it, then you throw in a lot of that tendon and a lot of that kind of stuff gets thrown in with it. So you get a lot more weight. You don't have to be as picky.
Well, that's what I'm thinking.
Grind.
I would rather try experimenting with making like a mix of 50-50 proportion of rabbit and squirrel meat in a sausage.
That would be good.
I bet that would be really good.
Yeah.
But I want the benefits of the marrow and everything too, from the bones.
Well, you could separate the bones and then boil off the bones, separate the fat, and then add the fat to the meat you're making in the sausage. I think that'd be better than grinding up the bones.
Yeah.
I don't want to eat
you
bone.
boil the marrow out?
Yeah. If they're big enough, you need a lot of them.
Maybe that's what my grandma was doing, because
could be.
She didn't waste nothing.
Well, it's like there's an old kitchen utensil. You know what a gravy separator is? It separates the water from the fat in a bowl of gravy. You do that with the drippings in a pot of squirrel and a rabbit. Separate the water from the broth from the fat and everything.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Fuck, my grandmother used to can rabbit meat. Cool. in a hot bath canning setup.
Yeah.
She canned rabbit and chicken for a long time.
Yeah. We've had a ton of canned venison, and it's outstanding.
Oh yeah.
God, you just dump it out, and you just got to heat it up and throw barbecue sauce and get it one time to almost like a boiling hot, and then just it's ready to go. Eat it. Takes minutes to. Man, I like that. I like canned venison.
My all-time favorite meal, without a doubt, is venison stuffed peppers. Just some ground venison mixed with some rice and some tomato sauce, and stuff it inside a pepper and serve it with mashed potatoes and the tomato sauce. Oh, if I was on death row and got one last final meal, it's going to be venison stuffed peppers.
That sounds good.
I love the venison. I
just got all mine back. I got a bunch of accessories made, and then I got 2 deers. I don't have them all. Like, I don't have them. I put half the meat in. I only have like 1 roast out of each deer, and then all the steaks and chops, of course.
The last specialties.
Yeah, I'm not really big roast. I have summer sausage, extruded beef jerky. You know what that is?
Yes.
That grounded dried stuff. We can eat it, actually. You can chew it. And then I got breakfast sausage made out of it, and that's 50-50 pork breakfast sausage with ground venison. And I got ring bologna, 2 different kinds of ring bologna.
Cool.
I mean, I got fucking boxes. It is nice. Yeah.
So I've got to add oil or something to venison, so it's because there's no fat in it,
Yeah.
So that's what coconut oil.
Yeah, around here in Ohio, by law, if you take your deer to a professional processor, they have to add either beef fat or pork fat to it to a certain percentage before they'll process it for you.
A quarter weight of pork. You take for every pound, for every in a pound of venison, it's 3/4 of a pound of venison and a 1/4 pound of ground pork.
Yeah, if you process it yourself, you can do it straight venison if you want to, but you
It's real
can't sell
dry.
it. You're not allowed to sell it. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
What do they
Okay.
call it? They call it rennet or whatever, where you take the kidney fat and those hard fats from the organ fats,
Yeah.
and add it to the meat. You take it from beef and you add it to the deer meat, and then you.
I think rennet was, originally came from sheep, to be honest with you.
Well, it's animal fat. It's
Yeah.
it's usually
I know they
organ
use
fat.
it. They use sheep's stomach for that a lot back in the old days.
Yeah, it adds that type of fat to the meat.
Yeah, because otherwise, I've had that before. Ghost straight ground venison, you can't hurt that shit like eating cardboard.
Yeah,
It's so lean.
Exactly. It's too lean. It's high
Yeah, way
protein.
too lean. You want to know the best burger other than moose? The best burger there is, and that's ground bear. You don't need it. Bears are greasy enough. We just had it over there deer
They're
hunting this
full of
year.
parasites. You got to freaking cook the shit out of them.
This was just ground bear, and you patted it up and you fried it like a hamburger, but you cook it all the way through, and it's like you don't even need ketchup or anything on it. It's like so moist.
Man,
that you don't.
I got to eat some wild bird that you like to hunt. I got to start.
Turkey?
Well, wild turkey, or because we started getting turkey here, but we do have goose hunts and duck hunts here, waterfowl.
Oh, you should get into that. It's so much fun.
I just never got into it. My grandpa was totally into it.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Be careful though, because you'll get hooked on it, and then it's, but you don't like. If you see what I got now, it's a shitload of money. Don't get me wrong, but that's over a lifetime. It takes a lifetime to. You can pick up you can get like a dozen decoys for geese and a dozen for them, and for a couple $100 you can have enough decoys to $300 you can have enough decoys to hunt anything anywhere. And then I know what'll happen is you'll get hooked on it, and then you'll buy this and you'll buy that decoys, and the next thing you know we got bucket, what is it, 96 goose decoys. We set up a giant spread of them, and we must have 7 dozen or 8 dozen mallards, a combination of hen, and we got another 5 dozen wood ducks.
Are coots good? Is it good to eat coots?
No, we don't hunt them.
But you can eat them, can't you?
Yeah, I don't know. I've been out duck hunting when those fucking things were so thick on the water that they run across the water. It's really funny. And you'll go down through the duck swamps, and they just open up like the parting of the Red Sea. They just all run away from you, and then they fill right back in back of you. And we never hunt them. I've never hunted them. I think Bob said something about some people do.
Well, if you're trying to put meat on the table.
Yeah.
What are you talking about now?
Hunting coots.
Say again.
Coots.
Oh, okay.
Coots aren't really a duck, though.
But I'm not gonna lie to you guys either, though. I don't really so much hunt. It's a benefit that I got venison in the freezer. It's a benefit when there's turkey and ducks and geese. It doesn't matter whether I get them anymore. So the truth is, I hunt, and I know it sounds terrible, and people are like, "Oh, if you hunt for food," well, I hunt for sport. You guys, I love to hunt, and I eat them. But I go even if sometimes I don't even feel like shooting.
I'm a meat hunter.
Yeah, me too.
One of these days, Carpenter,
don't even pick the gun up.
One of these days, Carpenter, you're gonna have to take me duck hunting, and you're gonna have to cook me some duck and make me like it.
Yeah, bacon poppers.
I've never had duck before. I've only had goose, and I thought it was absolutely disgusting.
No, bacon poppers. You clean them, get like wood ducks and mallards, and then you cut the breast in half and you wrap it in bacon, stick a pork toothpick, and you cook it.
I got to hunt from dry land. I'm not going to stand in water. Either on land or in a boat.
Places all over like that.
Dude,
Yeah,
I
like,
got a
we have
guy. I
dogs.
got a guy who lives down a couple miles down the road from me. He's an avid duck hunter. He's more into it than you are. That's what his life is.
Oh yeah,
And
there's yep.
he's got like a 36-foot long, like dual outboard duck boat. That's
Yep.
all camouflaged with gun mounts and shit. Man, he decimates northern Ohio ducks.
That's fucking. I'll tell you, when you get with those guys like that, that is fun. That is. We got on our duck boat. It's a 18-foot flat bottom with a flip up. Looks like a big pile of grass.
Yeah, this is a big V hull, like a
And you
like a
touch the thing and
Starcraft. It's nuts.
Yep, it comes open for you. That's what we don't. We hunt a lot for them too. As long as you got a dog, it really don't matter.
He goes out on Lake Erie with that thing. And it's the National Wildlife Refuge where they allow hunting.
Yeah,
west of here up.
That's fucking fun. He's
real close to where
divers.
Man,
He's
some of the
divers.
best waterfowl hunting in Ohio is out by where Sick Pat lived.
Nice.
Like all around that part of the lake, the western end of Lake Erie, that's prime waterfowl area.
Yeah, that's what he's doing. Is he's hunting divers. That's the ducks that a lot of them diving ducks really kind of never come to a shore. I don't know exactly what kinds they are. I used to be able to name them because we don't usually hunt them. We don't hunt divers that much. Oh, he hit the wrong button.
We have up here at Cabela's, I've seen freaking electric powered remote control ducks, decoys.
We got them. We got all that shit.
It's crazy.
Got the one that flies around like its ass is in the water feeding. I don't know. We must have half a dozen spinners that you stick in the dirt, and then they're just above the water level, and their wings are flapping. And then we have the ones that are sitting in the water, and then they're called buzzers, and they just shake, and it just puts a ripple in the water, and it's like them moving around. We got all that shit. Pop-up blinds. We got layout blinds. I mean, the whole fucking nine.
What's funny where I'm at, like the geese are such a problem as a nuisance animal.
Yep.
That lake I was telling you about that's behind my work. This past fall they put floating decoy. They're like kind of like anti-decoys. They're basically like light beacons that flash throughout the night, and they're supposed to keep the geese away. They don't work at all. The geese swim right past them. They don't give a shit.
Yeah, don't take long. If they can figure out that it's not a problem, one of the best things
a lot of times when I'm walking into work, I'm walking up the sidewalk just south of like the property, and there'll be like 50 geese in this dude's backyard, and they'll be like spread across the sidewalk, and I have to like kind of like kick my way through the crowd of geese.
Cool.
And they get pissed off. It's like, I could just like grab one of you and smack you on the head and take you home.
Yeah. Try sticking the stick in the ground and tying a white plastic bag to the top of the stick. That wind they're so light, the wind will flop it around. Just tie one side of the handle, cut it, and tie one side of the handle in a tight knot, and let the bag just flop around in the breeze.
The guy that rents our field out, when he plants his soybeans in late spring, he puts coyote decoys out in the field to keep the geese away from all the seed. They don't work that well. Now, when you're cooking duck, can you cook it like on a wood plank, like you would a salmon or something like that?
Turn that TV on. You guys, I got to get going.
All right, Carpenter.
Yep,
good talking to you, brother.
Yep, you too. We'll see you soon.
Have a good night. Later. Yeah, I guess it's really got me inspired to want to go duck hunting and stuff now.
I've never really had much of a desire to do any kind of waterfowl hunting because the one time that I had goose, it was awful. My dad shot one in the backyard one time. He got pissed off at it, and he cooked it up, and I thought it was the grossest fucking thing.
Yeah, I wouldn't even know how to prepare it. I'd have to YouTube it. Actually, I had somebody give us a goose one time, and I just gave it away to somebody else.
Oh, it was so greasy, and the texture. I mean, like the size wise, like a slice of breast meat. You would think it looks kind of like a turkey breast, but there's so much fat to it, and it congeals strangely. It's got a real gamey flavor to it, real grassy flavor, because of what it was eating. It wasn't delightful at all.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I'd like it or not. I just know that we had to get rid of it because it'd been in our freezer too long, and I gave it to somebody.
There's a guy that I watch on YouTube. He's a young kid. He's probably early to mid 20s. He's from the mountains in Kentucky, and his name is Kendall Gray. And does all kinds of outdoor videos, hunting, shooting, fishing, trapping, and all kinds of shit. And he's kind of a funny, like, plays off that he's kind of stupid kind of guy, but you can tell he's pretty smart. And he does these catch, kill, clean, and cook videos. And he trapped this past month. He trapped a possum and a coyote, and he skinned them out, and he cooked them up. His reactions is like, "This is the worst shit I've ever put in my mouth in my entire life."
I imagine.
Yeah, it's like because you're eating animals that eat garbage and roadkill. You are what you eat.
Dave Canterbury, he did one where he cooked up coyote, and the only part he cooked up was the ass.
Yeah, like the ham. Yeah,
yeah, and he was like, "This is pretty good, If you have to survive, this could be a lifesaver for you, and all this stuff, And I'm thinking, oh shit.
Yeah, I saw a video years ago of a guy who cooked up a whole coyote, and like he basically videoed himself eating and reviewing every part of the animal, and he said the ass was the best part, and like the only other part he would consider eating, would be the ribs, and that would only be in a survival situation. The rest of it tastes like absolute shit.
Well, I thought I was doing good one time. I killed a badger, and I skinned it out. While I was skinning it, I was almost puking the whole freaking time. It stunk so bad. It smelled worse than skunk meat.
Now, are badgers, are they omnivores or are they herbivores or what?
They're carnivores.
They're carnivores. Okay.
Gotcha. 100%. Yep.
Yeah. Now, I've had woodchuck, and, they're omnivores. They'll eat a bug or a frog if they come across it, but mostly they eat grass and shit. And
now
ain't bad. I had the leg roasted over a fire, and the rest of it we ground up, and I mean, it ain't that bad. It ain't that great. You got to season it.
Well,
but definitely, I would much rather eat a groundhog than a fucking coyote.
We had a bunch of cats in the barn, and we had a bunch of dogs, herding dogs. This is out on the ranch, and I skinned that badger. I took the hide, stretched it out on a fence, and nailed it on the fence so it'd dry out.
Mm.
And I salted the back side of it.
Yep.
The meat side of it, and tried
to get all that moisture out. Scrape
off all that membrane and everything. And I took the carcass, and my dog wouldn't touch it. The other dogs wouldn't touch it. The cats wouldn't touch it. And these are cats and dogs that are used to eating stuff like cranes and rats and mice and stuff that would wind up and birds that would wind up in the
Yeah.
brain and whatever. They were used to eating that, but they wouldn't touch that badger.
I bet you it was because of the musk glands on it. You know,
it was a
those
female.
pheromones were, it was a female. Okay.
It was a female, and when I shot it, it sunk back down into its hole, and I had to dig it out of the hole.
Yeah.
And when I pulled it out, I saw that it looked like it had been nursing. It had babies, but I didn't know where the babies were. I couldn't hear them or anything. So they've been out there in the hayfield breeding badgers. And the problem with the badgers, why they're such a nuisance out there, is because their burrows destroy the hayfields.
Yep. And horses break their feet in their holes.
Exactly. And not just that, but the irrigation pipes, when the ground gets saturated with when we're irrigating the hayfields, the wheel lines, they're motorized wheel lines that roll along, and they got rainbird sprinklers on them and everything.
Yep. And they get caught up and shit.
The saturated ground would get they drop right down in a freaking badger hole, and then you got to come out with a freaking TIG welder and weld the pipes.
Yeah, I don't think we have badgers here in Ohio. And if we do, they're in the very western part of the state, but I don't think we have them.
They are mean. They are mean. They are probably worse than a wolverine.
I've heard that, yeah.
I mean, they're like a miniature bear, cross between a bear and a skunk.
Now, that kind of animal, there's another type of above ground dwelling mammal, fur bearer. It's the pine marten. You ever seen those things?
No.
Oh man, they're gorgeous. They have some of the nicest fur, like a deep, darkish reddish brown. Further up north, you get a lot of them up in Canada and the Dakotas and shit, and Michigan. Highly sought after for the fur.
Yeah. Well,
same with the fisher.
My daughter lives up in Alaska, and she had, what's that one critter that's white and got these little black V's on it?
Ermine.
An ermine. Yeah. She had ermine got into their house.
Now, from what I understand, the ermine is just like a subspecies of like a big weasel that's like goes through a fur color change that the other subspecies doesn't, just because it lives so far up north.
Their furs are highly valued by royal families. That was with the royal robes were ermine. Yep.
Was it Queen, the one Queen of England, Elizabeth I? Her royal cloak was all ermine and lion skin and shit like that.
Oh yeah. More than a mink.
Even some of the crowns that they've had over the years in the UK had ermine, in the cap part of the crown.
Yeah.
When Queen Elizabeth II, went through her coronation back in the 50s, she had an ermine cloak and, hood and all that shit.
Yeah,
gorgeous material.
All the royal robes, what you see in the fairy tales and all that show ermine trimmings on them. Yep. Because they really were. I mean, that was a very sought after fur.
Yep.
Probably got them from the Norse.
The area that I worked at up in Canada has a lot of historical traditions going back. There was a huge the river I worked on was one of the major corridors of the fur trade during the early years when they were still before Hudson's Bay Company started up. The French would send the voyagers up the Great Lakes and all these rivers to get further inland up in the Canada, like in the territories, to trade for the furs that were up there, you know, before the market started to decline and they hunted everything out and all you could get was the lesser quality furs in the South. And some of the places that I was canoeing at, like there were historic wreck sites where you could like dive down in a pool and you could find, you know, parts of old canoes from that period of time, like in the 15 and 1600s. Some people found some muskets and swords and shit over the years.
That's cool.
A lot of history up there.
Yeah, so I know that Minnesota was a big trappers place, you know, Minnesota and Wisconsin, and Illinois too.
Yep.
Illinois was very
most of the Midwest, you know, Illinois through Ohio,
and Ohio, yeah.
Like before the fucking revolution. Well, okay, before, you know, the mid part of colonization, Ohio was the promised land. You know, when that was the frontier, that was the place to be because of, you know, the rich forests that they all tore down on the one half of the state. It all became some of the best farmland in the continent.
So wasn't Pennsylvania also?
To some extent, but Pennsylvania was more hilly. You know, Ohio had the broad, flat forest plains that they turned into farmland by cutting out all the trees.
Yeah.
A lot of the corn and soy, you know, fields that are, you know, in my state used to be forest, you know, 300 years ago.
Oh, was it really?
Oh, yeah. They tore the fuck out of Ohio because the soil is so good. That's why we have such good deer, because the minerals are so good.
Wow. Ohio still has forest, doesn't it?
Yeah. Everything from the northeastern tip to about halfway south at the bottom of the state is mostly forest. Foothills of the Appalachians, you know, heading into West Virginia and Kentucky. And what the best deer producing county is in the very southern part of the state. And world record shit comes out of there. The biggest non-typical ever, you know, hunted with a bow, I think was shot back in 2003. Something like 284 points.
Wow.
On the Pope and Young. Yeah, it was fucking gorgeous. It was called the Beatty Buck.
So was that like a freak buck?
Yeah, complete non-typical. I'll look it up real quick and show you.
I think that means freak. I think we call it a freak out here. That'd be like
this thing was nuts.
Yeah, that's the kind of trophy I like, is freaks. But I'm not a trophy hunter. Like I say, I'd actually prefer a doe over a buck.
Oh, same here. Because I mostly, you know, meat is my priority. My priority is not the horns. But, you know, 4 years ago, we had a pretty fucking insane, non-typical buck hanging around my farm. If I would have had, you know, a license and a bow back then, I would have taken them. But I didn't have the opportunity.
I use antlers. I make stuff out of antlers. So
I want to go fucking shed hunting this spring. I'm so ready to go, like, right now. There's like 10 properties on my road that I want to, you know, just walk down and knock on the guy's door and say, hey, can I walk around your field?
let me know. Let me know if you get any that. I mean, if you get some that you're not going to hang on to or whatever that you can spare, because I do use them.
Yeah, for knife handles and shit.
Yes. Yep.
All right, that's the beady buck on the screen.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking. That's a freak. Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's a freak.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah, he shot him at about 60 yards with the bow.
That's when I see my best bucks is when I'm bow hunting, because the bow season
around here, the best bucks that you see are in muzzleloader season, last season of the year,
yeah,
in late January.
Here too, same thing. Our
Because
muzzleloader
that's generally the coldest part of the year, and there's not too many temperature fluctuations to freak them out. And that's when the big boys come out.
Our muzzleloader is only 8 days.
I think ours is 16 or 20.
Yeah,
they're pretty liberal with the muzzleloaders out here.
it's usually the muzzleloader is usually after the rifle hunt.
Yep.
And that's when they're best. That's when our bow hunt. It's hot. It's summer, and a lot of the deer are still in their velvet.
Yeah, we get bow hunt is the first here, and then you get 1 week of rifle or modern firearms, rifle, pistol, or shotgun.
We don't allow crossbows here.
Oh, we do here
during bow season unless a person is disabled. They only allow crossbows for disabled.
Huh. No. Crossbow is fully part of archery season here. Then they close firearm season for a week, and then the next week they do youth hunt, where you can only hunt throughout 2 weeks for youth. And then there's handicap season, and then you have another week of firearm season, and then the rest is you can archery hunt the entire time, except on like 3 or 4 days. And then they have the muzzle loading season, and then like another week of archery season, and that's it in mid-February.
When I had 2 bows at the time, I had a recurve that was made by Bear, and then I've got a Bear compound bow. I still have it, but it's too old. I don't trust it. So, but I would always reach for my recurve, because it's so easier getting through that heavy brush and stuff with my recurve.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't have the pulleys and all that shit. And I don't even know I still don't know how to use sights on a bow.
Now, here's the thing. I have 2 bows. I have a recurve and a compound. The recurve is a Hoyt, and it's a training bow that collapses. You can take each end of the bow off the main handle. It detaches.
Those are called the limbs.
Yeah.
It's a take.
It only has like maybe like a 55 to 60 draw pull weight on it, but it's good enough for shooting in the backyard. I could take out a squirrel with it if I want to. The compound bow that I have, I don't even know how to use it. It's like locked. I don't know how to unlock whatever locking mechanism is holding the strings in place.
Do you want to sell
in the closet with a bunch of arrows? I bought it for $500 a couple years ago. My buddy he said like a dozen deer with it over the years. I'm like, okay, I'll buy it.
So you probably don't want to sell it.
Yeah, I'm probably going to sell it and get a crossbow.
Oh.
I have no idea. I would have to get it, tuned in to my body and everything at a shop.
The cams on it are the cams the offset elliptical ones, or are they round?
It's a hybrid. It's got both.
Oh, cool.
It's a Bowtech Edge. It's about 15 years old, I think. 12, 15 years old. I don't have the first clue how to get it unlocked. It's got some locking mechanism on the strings that I have no clue how to detach. It's got a big ass what do they call it? The hard case.
So how much do you want for it?
I'll sell it for $5. I'll sell everything with it, the arrows, the points, the case, $500.
Okay, it's kind of out of my league, I guess. I'm looking for a bargain blowout deal on a bow.
Yeah. Well, I prefer not to lose any money off of it. That's the way I look at it.
Well, you probably will get that for it, actually.
Yeah, I probably could.
So, I mean,
dude, what I really want to do, I want to get to a gun show. I haven't been to a gun show around here in years, probably 10 years.
Oh, wow.
I just want to, browse. I don't necessarily want to buy anything, but I miss going to them.
I would say you ought to come out here one of these times to go to the Crossroads of the West gun show that we have. But we have that gun show. We have several of them a year.
We have them at my county fairground like every 2 months, but I'm not exactly sure how they're running right now with the COVID. I don't even know if they're running at all, but they're usually depending on the time of year, you can get like 60 tables to 500 tables. It varies.
I'm sure ours are still running. I've been seeing the billboards and everything for them.
Man, I went to a gun show once with my father, and someone shot themselves in the face at the gun show.
Oh, Lord. How did that happen, I wonder?
It wasn't with a gun, though. It was with a tear gas pen. It was fucking hilarious. We walk into the big end of the building that has like 500 tables in it.
Mm-hmm.
And at the there's probably 3,000 people walking around. And, you got the normal amount of noise from everybody talking. And all of a sudden you hear this loud pop. And within a second, deathly silence in the entire room. And then you hear some chick screaming, "Call an ambulance, call a doctor." We're like, oh, fuck. About 10 minutes later, me and my dad wandered around to that side of the building, and there was some like big fat 500-pound biker guy laying on an exhibit table, thrashing around like a little bitch, crying his eyes out. He's like, "Oh my God, it hurts so bad, it burns." He was looking down the barrel of one of those like 5-inch long tear gas pens that they used to sell in the 90s with like a 22 caliber tear gas cartridge. And he asked the guy, "Yeah, man, can I take a look at it? Is it safe?" He's like, "Yeah, it's safe." The guy handed him a loaded tear gas round in it, and the guy pulled a fucking, trigger pin on it right in the fucking face.
Oh, wow.
And you got like 5 people running back and forth to the commissary stand, with, cups of water to wash his face off and everything. It was fucking hilarious. Crying like a little bitch.
I have never seen any gun accidents or any shootings at any gun shows or ever even heard of them.
Now, one of my good friend that I shoot with around here, and me and him, buy and sell guns to each other, he won't go to gun shows anymore because he had an experience at one where someone killed themselves at a gun show. Yeah, I'm like, man, I'd love to go. He's like, well, you can find someone else to go to. I ain't going with you. I'm like, okay, dude.
That wouldn't stop me.
Yeah.
My friend, his dad shot himself, and I had he actually gave me his dad's field jacket, his M65 field jacket.
I used to have one.
I have no problem with that. I wouldn't have any problem with that at all. You know, as long as there's not blood all over it or anything.
Well, years ago, okay, I'm going back 25 years. I was still living in the city where I graduated high school from, where I lived before where I'm at now. And I had an apartment, and I was working for BP gas. I was running a gas station there, and I had a coworker who worked at my store, and like maybe 3 or 4 times a week, and then he worked at another store. He was a floater, and he had an apartment in the next building over from me, and I used to hang out and drink and smoke with him. And one night he offered to sell me his pistol, and he had a Taurus Beretta 92 clone. He's like, man, I need the money. I want to sell this thing. I want to get rid of it. And I'm like, well, what do you want for it? And he's like, I want $500 for it. I'm like, I'll give you $300. He's like, oh no, I got to have 5. I'm like, I can't do it. 2 days later, he fucking shoots himself in the head with it.
Oh,
Kills
wow.
himself. All because of a girl. And
That's
the sad
bad.
part is, God, the only family that he had, he was raised by his grandmother. He shot himself in front of his grandmother.
Oh my Lord.
And then I heard about this. He didn't show up for work the one day, and then we heard from the police what had happened. I'm like, man, I could have prevented that if I would have had 250 extra bucks. You know, that fucked me up for a couple of years.
Yeah. Wow.
All because of a fucking girl.
My cousin shot himself because of a girl. So he had a breakup, and he just, like, he said his life wasn't worth living, and freaking decided to take his own life.
I had a friend who I wasn't very close with him. Saw him about once a month. He was a poker buddy. He used to play poker. And we don't know if it was a suicide or an accidental overdose, but he got hooked on oxys. And then when he couldn't get the oxy, he switched to heroin. And one night he was shooting heroin, and he came to a railroad crossing about 5 miles away from here in the middle of nowhere, and decided to drive onto the tracks, and went down about 500 feet from the crossing and parked his car on the tracks and started shooting up. And a train came through about a half hour later and completely demolished him in his car. We still don't know if it was a suicide or, accidental OD.
Maybe he OD'd before the train hit.
Yeah, that's what I'm kind of hoping happened. Man, I've known accidental ODs. I know a dozen people, that I've known over the last 20 years that have died from the fucking heroin and the fentanyl problem that we got here in Ohio. It's bad.
Yeah, Ohio's a destination.
Yeah, I had to deal with my father with this fucking oxy pills. Ugh. Not fun.
Yeah, there's a lot of people, that you don't know who they are that are on those things.
And me personally, I don't understand it because I have a weird situation with it. I've taken opioids before for medical reasons, and they've never fucked me up narcotically. They've killed the pain, but I never got any kind of fucking high off of them. And I told the doctors the last time that I had to have them prescribed, and they said, yeah, there's like a small, percentage of the people that have a weird tolerance for it, where you get the pharmaceutical benefits, but you don't get the narcotic side effects. And they're like, it has something to do with your metabolic rate. And I have a slightly high metabolic rate.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm thinking happened.
Well,
But like
they
I
didn't
had
get
to,
me high. They made me feel good, but they didn't get me stoned or anything.
yeah. When I was working up in Canada, I smashed my hand one time when I was out on the trail, and I had to self-administer some morphine styrets, in order to be able to paddle a canoe, for the rest of the week.
Mhm.
And, yeah, it killed the pain and gave me a little bit of a rush, but it was more like a caffeine rush.
Yeah.
It wasn't like a high. I didn't get buzz. I didn't have the buzz that you would get from drinking a beer or smoking a joint.
Same here.
It just got you along.
And you kind of just know how much to take where you feel like where you can still, function and not be buzzed where you can't function anymore, where you can function and maintain. That's kind of how I was, if I felt like it felt like I wouldn't do it.
Now, that reminds me, like, going back to my early childhood, for a lot of different reasons, whenever I got sick, my mother, who was a nurse, always got me prescribed to something called Paragork, which was an opium-laced syrup.
I'm familiar with it.
And man, that was the one medicine that I didn't mind taking. I love that shit. When I'd be like 7 years old, 8 years old, and if I felt like crap, I'd sneak out of bed and go to the medicine cabinet and take a couple chugfuls of that. I knew it worked good. It was basically like liquid cocaine.
My dog is sound asleep. She's talking in her sleep right now. She's making little yipping noises.
I have a cat that does that.
Sometimes she'll move her legs and stuff. She's having good dreams.
I have one of my cats. He basically goes into trances. He will fall asleep with his eyes open, and he'll start twitching in dreams, but he's still kind of following what's going on. In the real world, it's strange. I think it's like self-meditation.
So if you hear these strange yipping noises, you'll know that's my dog.
Oh.
My buddy. She's my buddy. I'm so glad I have her. My other dog, before her, she was 18 years old, and I had to have her put down. And that was the hardest thing I ever had to come to terms with. That was so hard, man. I'm not going to talk about it anymore because I don't want to start boobing on the freak.
Yeah. I've been kind of, I'm sure you've heard I've been dealing with a sick cat for the last couple of months.
Yeah.
One of my indoor kitties. And I held off putting her down because she kind of made a recovery. And she's doing better. I'm glad that I didn't put her down. She's just keeping very low key right now, but she's not in any pain. So I figure I'll let her, be comfortable. And if it becomes necessary, I'll do it. But right now she's camping out in the closet, and she comes out like twice a day.
Oh, wow.
But she's all like happy and lovey-dovey and wants to rub up against you and everything. And she's not crying or anything. So I figure, why not just let her be happy for a little bit longer.
That's cool.
She's able to walk again. Like the paralyzation she had in her hind end is about, I'd say 80% gone. She's still a little bit wobbly, but she can get around. She can get upstairs and downstairs if she wants to.
I heard you talking about that.
She can get into and out of the litter box now without help. So
Maybe
But she's old. She's about 15.
So how old do cats live?
Well, the longest that we ever had, my dad's first indoor cat lived for 26 years.
Oh my goodness. I didn't know they lived that long.
Yeah, my mom had one that lasted 23 or 24 years old.
Is that normal for them to live that long?
If you take good care of them, yeah. And more if they're kind of like a purebred breed than, a mix. Genetics do get involved. That's the thing. My 3 indoor cats, my pets, they're mostly inbreds that were, runts that we rescued from outside. So I'm really surprised they've lived as long as they have. They all have issues. She's the sick one. She's got old age and digestion problems. And the 2 other ones have, one's got a skin problem. The other one, he was born with a birth defect that we had to have surgery fixed. His pee-pee, his dick hole wasn't big enough to handle his urine flow, so he started backing up urine and got fucking infected inside.
Wow.
We had to get his dick reamed out.
Wow.
Which supposedly we found out afterwards was a very common thing with male runts.
Huh.
Yeah, but he's a happy, lazy, fat, sassy cat. He's the coolest. His name is Rastus.
Cool. If I ever got a cat, and I was to pick a breed, I think I'd want a Cheshire cat.
Those are cool.
Yeah, I just think they're neat. I like their face and everything.
You know what a Maine Coon cat is?
No.
Think of kind of like a tortoiseshell tiger style cat, but with a lot of bigger body and kind of long hair with a huge fucking tail. I used to have one of those. It was a stray that just started hanging around the farm outside. We had him for about 2 years. He was the friendliest motherfucker. Like, I'd be walking around outside and he'd walk up to me and then he would like jump up on my shoulders and shit. He'd sit on my fucking shoulders as I walked around the farm. Fucking.
Are Manx? Are they a long-haired cat? A Manx?
I think they're like a medium.
Okay.
Yeah, I've never had any experience with those. But we had a lot of calico cats over the years. That was the most populous type that we had on the farm. God, yeah. I think of all the years that we've been here, we've had 1,000 cats easily over the years.
So what's the yellow cats? What breed are they? They kind of striped like.
They're kind of a mongrel mix.
Okay.
I think they have like kind of like a Middle Eastern background, like North Africa. Like right now, I've got outside. I got 3 orange cats. One's a short hair, 2 are long haired, and I got 2 tiger short hairs. One that's a complete genetic freak. It's the strangest looking cat, man. It could star in a horror movie. I'll be honest with you. This thing is the nastiest looking cat. It's like it's got to be like 4 or 5 generations inbred, and it's like predominantly gray, but it's got white and red splotches on it in this really bizarre pattern, and it's mean as fuck. When I go out to the barn to feed them, if this thing is around, it'll hiss and spit at you and charge you and shit. I so want to shoot it in the head. It's so obnoxious.
I like cats in that kind of environment, though.
I walk out there, I'm like, "What's up, asshole?"
So is he that way with you, or?
Oh, with anything, yeah. Is these things? They're all inbred. They don't have the normal social skills that cats learn because just they've been raised so poorly over the years. I got 2 of them that might be acceptable as like adoptables as an outdoor only cat, but the rest of them they're too feral.
Yeah.
What I really want to do is my one buddy that's got a pickup truck. He said if I really need to, we can live trap him. He's got a bunch of Have a Heart live traps, and I got a few. He's like, yeah, we'll just trap them all over, a couple of days, and we'll take them for a drive, dump them off at a farm, 15 miles away from here.
Yeah.
Because I don't want to deal with them anymore. It costs too much money.
Yeah. Do they hunt rats and stuff?
Well, we don't have rats here. We have field mice, the rabbits and squirrels and the birds. But my dad fed them, cat food as a supplement, and they got lazy and they don't hunt that much. So I have to spend, $20 every 2 weeks to buy dry food for them, and then whatever scraps I bring home from work. And it's just, I've had it. They've destroyed everything in the one barn with all the piss and shit. It's like truly one of those feral cat colonies that you see on TV.
Well, what happens if you stop feeding them?
Well, some of them would starve and die because they've all got one form of sickness or another. And then there's a few that'll wander across the street, and some of the neighbors will feed them. But yeah, I won't let them starve. I'll put them out of their misery, or I'll dump them. But I'm done with them within the next couple of months. I don't want to deal with them anymore.
Well, I think nature pretty much would weed them out. If they are incapable of finding their own food, they probably would just die.
Well, some of them would probably resort to like actually trying to hunt more like out in the field, range a little further away from the farm.
Mm-hmm.
And then they probably would get picked off by the hawks and the owls and the coyotes. But
would that be such a bad thing?
No, I don't care.
Stop feeding them.
And I always get a few that get killed on the road every year too.
I'd just stop feeding them. That's what I would do.
Yeah. Well, I also have to deal with, I do have some idiot neighbors that if, they started hanging around at their house, they might call the cops on me.
Oh.
Yeah. But then again, I got neighbors that would take them in, so who knows? But yeah. I think I'm going to start trapping them and just dumping them. Because we got a bunch of farms 10 miles south of me. I can just dump them off at night at the top of their driveway, and they'll find something to eat.
Yep.
It's been done many a times around here.
Well, they probably dumped a bunch of cats off on you.
Yeah, one time I like where I'm thinking about dropping them. Like I remember driving with my dad one day, and we came around this turn on this backcountry road, and there was about 60 chickens running around this corner of a dirt road that someone had dumped off their truck. There was a couple cages sitting on the side of the road.
Mm-hmm. That's neat right there.
We get poachers around here that poach deer, and for like the last 20 years, we keep getting articles in the paper every hunting season about this group of poachers that they've not been able to catch, that are disposing of all the carcasses after they're done processing the meat. They stuff them in 55-gallon drums, and they dump them all over the back roads of the county. And usually they're like around railroad crossings in the middle of nowhere. Every year, people are finding, sealed barrels full of deer carcasses.
Oh, they don't dump them out of the barrel?
No, they just dump the barrel.
Wow.
Yeah, they're low life, ignorant redneck fucks.
Sounds like it.
Yeah. There's a lot of that around here.
We don't have that kind of mentality around here. If they did, they wouldn't last long.
That's part of the reason I don't want to live around. Oh, Jesus Christ. We got Don T in the house.
What the fuck are you doing up so late?
We're trying to get you on here because we haven't talked to you in a week and a half.
What? A guy can't not fucking live stream for a week and a half or what? What's up? I mean,
you're all good.
Okay.
You got things to do.
Again, I asked the question, what the fuck are you doing up at 4 a.m. in the morning? I mean,
well,
it's just
I've got 1 day left at work, and then I have 3 days off, so I'm getting myself prepared.
Okay, that's cool. Evening, Bill. How are you, sir?
I'm doing good.
Morning, I should say, I guess.
Yeah, I'm doing good. Thanks. How you doing?
Not bad.
How's the house coming along?
I wish the house was coming along. I really do. We hope to close escrow this week.
Cool.
So I'm working with the builder. Apparently the trusses have already been delivered. But the loan's not closed yet. I'm waiting on the bank me and the builder have been waiting about a month for the bank to close the fucking loan. So it's becoming frustrating. But that's okay. No, it's not okay.
Do you have property already surveyed and everything and marked off?
Yeah. Yes, sir. Yep.
Awesome.
Builder's ready. Again, delivered the trusses already. He's already had the concrete guy go out there. Utilities have been ordered, blah, blah, everything, and we can't get the fucking bank to go to escrow. So,
how many acres did you get?
5.
Oh, right on. Perfect.
Are you putting in the basement?
No.
Okay.
Believe it or not, I was actually looking at some property in Pahrump.
It's outside of Pahrump. It's in Amagosa Valley, Nevada.
Mm-hmm. I'm seeing that stuff for sale. I'm seeing.
And I'm happy to get it. I got it. I think I paid $16,000 for it.
Just for shits and giggles, you guys need to send me some links to some real estate, some land for sale about where you guys are at, because I'm just curious. I want to research some shit.
Dude, I got a guy I like that I'm going to buy other land from. So I'll be happy to send you his stuff.
Send it to me too.
Okay.
Because I could use some help trying to find stuff. I've been searching like a madman for some property. Cheap property.
Hell yeah. Okay, we're kicking the goat.
Yep, I'm gonna load up here. Oh no, I'm gonna grab the good stuff.
So yeah, this is so cool. I guess it's kind of good, kind of not good, but it's a problem that I like having. So the builder comes to me last week and he says, when are you going to move your RV out to the property? Because right now we're sitting in a RV park in Pahrump. So he wants us to move the RV out to the property because the trusses have already been delivered, and he wants somebody out there so nobody will steal the shit.
Yeah.
He's going to start bringing gear out there, and it's a pretty remote place where I'm at. So he wants somebody out there. I said, well, dude, I'll do it in a second, but I need to get some power out there for the wife. I need to get some water out there. I need to get some sewer out there. He says, I've got all that stuff ordered. When can you move out? So I'm probably going to move out there about the 8th, 9th. So this time next week, probably.
You're going to get city water?
Going to get city water? No, they're going to drill a well and
There
put
you
in
go.
septic.
Now you're talking.
No, this place is too far out.
You gonna have a drain field septic system, or?
Yes.
Right on.
Yes. And I'm going to dig the well extra deep so that I don't have problems in the future with the well running dry, because a lot of people will dig the well just to where they hit the water, which the water table around here is in a constant state of flux.
Yep.
So I need to have the well drilled deeper to make sure that I maintain access over the years.
I'm interested in knowing how deep you got to go.
I'd say 500 feet.
I don't think it's that far. I don't think it's that. I got a quote from the dude, and the drill was $14,000 total cost, which made if I could look back and find out exactly how much it was, but I don't think it was 500 feet. I think it was closer to 300 feet.
So I thought it would be more like about $1,400.
You know what? It should be.
Instead of 14,000.
So to give you some example, I got a septic system in Maryland for my house 10 years ago now. I got a septic system installed, a full drain field septic system, and a well dug about 250 feet. No, 313 feet, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
For $5,000.
About the same depth that you got to go right now.
Yeah. For $5,000.
So
all that for $5,000.
What we got to do is buy one of them old well drilling rigs and just freaking come out and do it.
Man, wouldn't that be nice, dude?
I guess that's the business to get into now. It'd be like a traveling, well digger.
Oh,
drilling is expensive shit now, baby.
You make some money, man. A lot of people wanting it done.
$14,000 is what they're going to charge me, and that's small time.
And just east of you is an area called Beryl, Utah.
Yes.
That's the other property I'm looking at. Have you looked at that too?
I have not. I don't care for Utah. A couple of reasons.
No, I don't either. Geographically, I love it, but other than that, no.
Because I've never been out west. The furthest west I've ever been was Iowa. I have to ask, have either of you ever been to Gunnison, Colorado?
Yes.
Gunnison, Colorado? I've been to many places in Colorado, but not Gunnison.
It's western Colorado.
Is it as beautiful as it sounds? That
Yes.
whole area?
Yes.
The river valley and everything?
Not Gunnison, though.
Oh, I don't know about Gunnison.
Gunnison's a lot like Durango.
Yeah, I've always heard that it became a national park about 10 years ago, I think.
It's an impoverished area.
Yeah.
Everything west of the Front Range, honestly, in Colorado, and everything west of 25 is in the mountains, and it's beautiful. Now, some are more economically advanced than others, but dude, literally everything there that I've seen has been gorgeous. Most of my experience has been along the Front Range, along I-25, say from Denver down through Colorado Springs and Pueblo. Beautiful places, all.
The other place I want to see is Snake River Country out in Idaho and Washington.
Yes.
Idaho and that I've seen, and it is breathtaking.
All around the Palouse region, eastern Washington.
Yep.
With some of those mountain ranges that they got out there, and then
Where-
the Snake and the Imnaha rivers. Oh, it's gorgeous.
Where the Snake meets the Columbia is
Oh.
the shit, baby. It's just the shit.
What's up, girl?
Hi, guys. How are you
Howdy,
guys?
howdy.
I got to refresh. Stand by.
All right. What's up?
Okay.
Nothing? Hi, how are you guys?
We're just peachy.
Peachy. I heard Gunnison. Why are they got a Gunnison?
I don't know.
Well,
Durango-
okay, so
Durango's kind of
Durango.
a cowboy area.
Yeah,
If you want to be a cowboy, go to Durango.
well, maybe, but now I call Durango Little Boulder.
I'd like to see Telluride.
Telluride's cool. I love Telluride.
And,
That's one of my first
And
memories.
I know
of
it's full
Colorado
of
is Telluride.
assholes and globalists, but I'd love to see like Aspen.
And there's the problem right
The
there.
sex change capital right there.
Hats and globalists right there. They fucked these things
Same
up.
with
They-
Jackson, Wyoming.
there.
So it's the sex change capital. You know
And
that
then,
the
like-
number one fucking place to get a sex change is Telluride, right?
Now, like on the eastern side of the country, like maybe 5-10 miles away from where Aaron the Tires live, there's the eastern version of that. The ski resorts out there.
Oh yeah. Okay, so my
The-
exes
the,
were
the
in both
town
places.
by where he's at is called Elliottkitville, and it's like a miniature Aspen in the middle of fucking New York.
Exactly. I'm talking to say hello. It's Canoes and
It's your
fucking-
people. What's up?
Yeah,
Who you
what's
got
up?
with you?
Oh, they're getting ready to leave.
Nah.
I mean, it's 1 a.m. PST. So you motherfuckers are up late. That's all there is to it.
It's
I'm,
two
fe-
here.
I'm feeling good tonight, so
I'm up early.
I kind of
That's all
thought
that
you
matters.
were. You were getting your whole breath there, and I was like, well, I can't let the boy. I can't let the boy carry this thing alone. I need to step up there.
nah,
Hey,
Bill's
I
got
don't
my
have to
back.
wake up in the morning, so I figured I'd stay up here and yarp with you guys.
You guys are a good influence on me, I'm telling you.
Yeah, rock on there. And
I don't know about all that.
All right, the tires is here. Let me refresh again so I can.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm loving it.
so, how's your weather doing, Kay?
It's almost where I might be able to get some therapy in. My therapy is my gold panning.
There you go.
But I gotta be able to move my fingers, and I need the cold to go away to be able to move my fingers.
Oh yeah, Canoes. There you go. There's gold in Colorado.
Yeah, come, dude. Silver.
I,
Dude, that's true.
I love panning for precious metal in gemstones.
So okay, so you say Telluride. Okay, Telluride.
Yeah.
You know that roll that just happened, the Jeep that just rolled like several months ago. And there's a big story all across all of America, and it happened near Telluride. Well, that's the trail that goes from Silverton to Telluride, where I go
So
panning.
what Jeep rolled and who gave a fuck?
The whole world cared about it because it was like a really close call.
Well, I'm a
and it was
Jeep
filmed.
guy, and I didn't hear a damn thing about it. And if it's some
Everybody
of
else
those fucking
did before I did.
man
and it happened right near
wearing
me.
fucks up in Telluride, then I really don't give a fuck about it. But that's just me. I'm that kind of guy. But I'm a big
I
Jeep.
do. A big part of the reason why I hopped on here tonight, guys, is because I'm still working. I know I fucked off with Jimmy's video, but I really do want to do this video for Pat, and I've been working hard at it. It's not like I'm not doing it. I just want it not to just be from my perspective of good parts. So everything I literally have me and like 2 other people's inputs on it. And nobody else has given me timestamps or anything else like that of good things that stood out to them. And I don't want it to just be things that stood out to me or Lisa.
Well, how how about this? Would you accept like short, like maybe a 2-minute long video, just some good memories, like some of
Absolutely.
us talking?
Or
Okay,
even just
I mean,
send me a link of a stream and put the timestamp in the comments.
yeah,
You know, timestamp the timestamp. That's all I'm asking for is
okay,
if you guys have good spots of something that was worth
yeah.
showing.
Aaron kind
The
of
shit
did
that
that tonight.
I have a fucked up mind. So like I've got all of his sick and twisted jokes.
Yeah, Aaron was sharing a memory earlier tonight on his stream. He played a video of some of his travels where Sick Pat was in his chat. It was kind of funny.
Well, and I would like that too. Anything that he typed or was saying, like I want more than just my input.
Oh, well, I did my hobo train couple of videos tonight there, Kay. I could send them to you. Or you can just go on Twitch and check out my last stream. And at the top of the hour, I think, an hour into my last stream. I got a couple of videos up there.
Yeah, I'm subscribed to you. So your Twitch streams, are they saving when you play them?
Yes. Yeah,
They
they're
say for about
cataloged.
2 weeks, Kay.
So I emailed Bruce because Bruce has like an archive, right? Of past old stuff. Well, Bruce had nothing to fucking say to me. But guess what? I'm not blocked, so guess what, Bruce? I stole all your shit anyway, you bitch.
Yeah, Bruce. He still got me blocked.
You know
I
what?
don't understand it.
Bruce wants to complain about everybody's shit, but he's one of the biggest fucking crybabies out there.
Yeah, well, I like Bruce Law. Like it seems like every other month, Bruce.
The world is full of. I call those Bruce Karens. He's a Bruce Karen. So just let you know the world is full of Bruce Karens.
Like that. It's like, let's go back to the original negative Nancy's. That's Bruce.
There you go.
I got a Nancy. Sitting right next to me over here.
Karen is the new age bullshit. Bruce is still a negative Nancy.
Bruce gets his intel from some bad sources.
Whoa, hold on. So Bruce is just an old school bitch, if you ask me.
Thank you.
That's
Bruce
just
and I
my
have had
humble
issues
opinion.
from day one. Okay?
Yeah, Bruce has had issues with it from day one. Okay?
For all
associating with normal people.
Yeah.
Before I knew anything of Sick Pat, before Wiz started the game, this is like Censor Wars time.
Censor Wars.
But I do have to recommend the Tires earlier train video because it had Sick Pat on it.
Yeah. Sick Pat in the chat, and that's why I waited for Timmy to come on. I was telling the story when I that was the first trip from Don Bears that I took.
It was a good story, and I'm not a story guy, but it was a good story.
See, back when I had my son still, Bruce and I's biggest issue was the first time I ever tuned into Bruce's Twitch, because we had just finished a Censor Wars stream. And I went and tuned into Bruce's Twitch. Mind you, I downloaded Twitch just specifically to go watch his show. And I'm sitting in there, and I'm the only person in his chat. And he's telling me the same story that he tells everybody about how he saw somebody get shot, blah, 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 fucking hoop-de-hoo. And guess what? I've cleaned up brains, so not exactly significant to me. Sorry. I've seen some shit, too. And just because you held a button doesn't make you anybody. And you shouldn't feel special about it. And if you do, keep it to yourself because nobody else gives a fuck.
Nah, if you're in a position of power, keep that shit to yourself.
I don't care. If you're in a position of power, then I guess you should keep that to yourself because
you shouldn't be on here.
You're not that powerful if you're coming to tell me about how sorry you felt about it.
Yeah.
And especially when I'm like, at the time, I was still going through my shit with my household. And I'm trying to put my kid to bed. Bruce, I asked him, I said, hey man, I was like, I was respectful. I said, listen, I completely respect you. And because trust me, I respect military and I respect
Sure,
men
yeah.
who
He's in the
work in the
Navy and
military.
shit.
But the thing was, is I had work the next day and I had to get my kid to bed. And my son wanted to hear the Bible. And I told him, hey, I got to get out of here. I got to go read my kid his story so he can get to sleep. Bruce decided to completely tell me how I was a whore, all this horrible shit. Okay. This was 3
I
years
went
ago.
up on you.
That when the
I
booze
could
starts
see Bruce doing
talking,
that.
you just have to shut them off.
Yeah.
Exactly. And
Why
that's
do
why I
you
was like, are you
That's
fucking
why do
kidding
you
me?
sit and listen to it?
I
That's the
sat
thing.
there.
I'd be
Well,
like,
I
no, I
really,
took it for
guys,
like
I
20
really don't
minutes.
want
Let's see if I can get you people some light.
He's pissed everybody off over the years. I really don't want to rag on him when he's not
Well, I'm just
here.
saying, nobody
Yeah.
understands what me
Yeah,
and
you
Bruce
ain't
and
alone.
Bruce
You ain't
is.
alone.
My thing is I
Okay.
respect everybody, and I don't
New
talk shit
subject.
about anybody.
How
Yeah.
about that? How about that CPAC speech from Trump?
I
How about
still
that
haven't
Trump
watched
speech?
it. I'm gonna watch it tomorrow.
He pushes the he's pushing the vaccine.
Tomorrow.
Now go
Hold
look
on.
up this
I'm trying to
patent
get some
number.
light in here.
There's no vaccine. We ain't pushing no vaccines.
Okay, well, Trump pushed the vaccine in its CPAC speech, and I'm gonna give you a patent number. Here, matter of fact, actually, I have this. Here, I got this in my last clipped thing. Why don't you guys go watch this and tell me what you think of fucking Trump after this? I'm sad, guys. It's sad.
All right. So if we're gonna go negative Trump on this, then I'll just have to slip out and
Okay, well, so but we just support Trump no matter what.
Well, he's on the outside. And he's
I'm not a no matter what kind of guy, but I really, you know what? Am I going to say no to him because he pushes a vaccine? No.
It's not just a vaccine. It's not just a vaccine.
Why is it not just a vaccine? What is it? The end of the
Because
fucking
of the
world?
patent numbers. Let's go look at what Microsoft and AT&T just patented.
Oh my God! Please. Okay.
Well,
No,
I
will
ain't
you
taking
at least watch it before you judge me on
No.
this statement? Because I'm a Trump lover more than anybody.
No, and here's why. Because you said
But I'm
patent
not
numbers.
just a Trumper. I'm
Why
for
do I give a
humanity.
fuck about what the patent numbers are?
Okay,
Why? Tell me why.
because of what they are. Because of what they are. They're not just a
What are they?
vaccine.
Tell me what they are then.
A routing.
At the worst, they're
I ain't taking
No,
no fucking
you're wrong.
vaccine.
You're wrong on this too. And everybody can kiss my ass. When we're all fucking robots, you guys can all have fun.
I want you to tell me
No,
what you
God, I
think.
like hearing different opinions.
I just want you to watch this. I just want you to watch
I
this.
want
Or
you to
look up
hear. I
this
want you to
patent
tell
number
me.
at the very
I
least.
want you to tell me. I want you to tell
At
me
the
what it
very-
is.
Okay, here's what it is. So we're moving into a cryptocurrency backed world. Here, before I even post it. No, let me post it so maybe
Oh,
somebody
fuck.
can look at it while I'm doing this.
All right.
Hold on. No, it's important, guys. It's not just vaccine. Then this is the problem.
You have no argument. You're
I
not.
have an argument, but let me give you guys something to where you guys can read it to where
You
I
have
can
no
back it up
argument.
for you.
You have no
No, I'm
argument.
gonna give you my argument.
Tell me what your argument is.
My argument is it's not a vaccine, it's an operating system.
It's a chip.
And what makes you say this?
It's nanotech. Have you read the Bible?
I've read the Bible once or twice. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So what does God say about manipulating your DNA?
He says probably don't do it. I'm guessing.
Well, no, did you read the Bible?
Yeah, the Bible says don't manipulate your DNA.
There's nothing about God saying anything about
Hold
DNA
on. I'll be right
manipulation.
back. I'm gonna give you guys the exact freaking because I don't want to be wrong.
Oh,
in what I
listen.
say.
You know what? I don't care. I really don't want to hear it. I
Oh,
don't.
that's
Thank you.
that's the answer though.
Can
No,
we
I wanna
try and
hear
keep
it.
it friendly? Can we
I want to
try
hear it.
friendly?
I want to hear Bible.
No, everybody's so fucking QAnon. Fucking let's support
No,
Trump.
no.
No, go read from the
I
Bible.
do
I want
not
to hear it,
follow
please.
Q. I have no faith in Q.
I'm all good. I got open ears. I want to hear. I want to hear
What's
from
up,
Bible.
Smiley?
Here's the deal. Smiley, get in here. Smiley probably knows what I'm talking about. And Smiley and I hate each other, so let's talk about it.
And Don left.
Ask you something, Kay.
What?
How did you meet those folks over there at David's Cafe?
How did I meet them? Because I'm connected with everybody looking for information because I don't just stick in one circle,
Awesome.
repeating the same parroted bullshit.
Good job. So I subbed them. I subscribed over there. It's really cool. These guys are all over in the UK, most of them.
Yep.
And they're thinking like we think, pretty much.
Absolutely. They want to learn though. They're open to learning.
I'm open to learning, and I kind of got something about that you know with the cryptocurrency coming into existence. We're gonna need a new economy. I agree with you on that one.
Yeah.
The dollar's fucking taking a fucking nosedive.
But I don't know if I'm on board with the cryptocurrency. I'm more into gold currency.
We're moving towards cryptocurrency. I'm against technology. This is where
me
I'm at.
too. I'm
against technology fully, but what most people don't understand is it's going to be what's either going to save us or be our demise.
Sure. I mean,
it's going to be our demise in the end anyway. But here's the thing. For now, as far as censorship goes, cryptocurrency is going to be the only thing that's going to save our asses.
I don't believe
And
that.
nobody believes it, but go look into this, okay? Ethereum and fucking the hell is it called? No, okay, so Bitcoin is the base, the original crypto, right? Which is falling through the floor. As far as like new technology goes, well, you see it climbing on the scale of stocks and stuff like that. Yeah, it's climbing, but it's also falling as these other ones that are unknown and new are climbing. Okay, and mind you, I'm not that big into all of this. Okay, I don't think that it's that fucking wonderful at all. It actually really scares me.
Okay, on that last argument, right, about Trump and vaccines, I think Operation Warp Speed basically was Operation put as much money in Big Pharma's pocket as possible, like the banking bailout.
Thank you. Trump is just as bad as the rest, guys. He's not a fucking savior.
But in defense, right? In defense of Trump,
Did
I think he
anybody
had to do
actually
it. I
watch
think
the
he was
CPAC
pressured into it.
Did anybody actually watch the CPAC speech? Because I only watched parts of it and I got Trump's gist.
I didn't watch it, to be honest.
Oh, I watched quite a bit of it. I didn't watch it from end to end, but I dig Trump. He's a good speaker.
Okay, Don, are you still there?
He's in the chat.
Oh, he left. Okay.
He's in the
Did
chat.
he actually watch it? Okay, so Smiley, are you aware of the patent that I'm talking about?
So I know that a lot of the politicians on both sides of the aisle are big investors in pharma, and they look at the money coming in from vaccines.
This is simply, I'm basing my what I'm going off of.
So I don't know about the patent. I don't know anything about the patent, but I know why they push vaccines. I understand there's a lot of money involved, and it's easy money, and it's forced.
Okay, but so are we aware of what's in this vaccine? This specific vaccine.
Right, the mRNA thing?
Yeah.
You're right. I understand that. I'm not taking the vaccine. I don't agree with the vaccines at all. But I'm just saying I understand why politicians do it.
Put this shit down and go look at Moderna's fucking website right now about this vaccine. Moderna's website. Go look at what they're saying and go look
I
at what they're
don't
calling this
believe in the
vaccine.
vaccine. I don't
They're
believe in
calling
the
it an
vaccine, but
operating
Trump
system.
is my president.
Operating system.
Trump is my president. He's your president. I think he's still president. I don't think he lost the election.
Oh,
And
guys.
I feel in defense of Trump, I feel he's pressured into these things, and he,
I
he
agree.
has to watch his own back.
I don't think Trump's a bad person. I think he has fallen victim just as much as everybody else.
Well, he's the only real leader we got.
Now you guys want to know what's going on in Texas and Philadelphia? Anybody paying attention at all to what's happening?
What happened?
They're going door to door, forced vaccination.
Good. They'll get a little red
Oh my
pill.
God.
They'll get a little red pill in return if they try that shit.
Damn, dude. No, but here's the deal. You manipulate, the Bible tells you, you do not manipulate your DNA. This is exactly what it is. Now, Moderna's website, go to Moderna's website and go look at what they're calling the vaccine. It's an operating system.
Can you tell me where it says that in the Bible? I'd like to find.
If you give me like 10 minutes, I'll go and put you the verse in the chat. Absolutely.
I would be happy to know so that I can explain it to people.
Absolutely. If you guys can give me a couple minutes, I will go get you the exact verses because it's not just one.
Okay, in my opinion, I don't think it completely changes the person's DNA, but I think there is a dysgenics program. That's why they're forcing mass migration from low IQ countries. I already knew about the dysgenics program, but the vaccines, I don't think it's just like all your DNA is changed, right? But it might maybe target some groups of people that have certain genes, but who knows?
Okay, but here's this though. Okay, once you add in the Bible's thing, because I don't even necessarily buy into one. I don't even necessarily buy the Bible itself. Myself, I am one of those people that believe that like you don't have to ever read the book to know that something's wrong or right. Okay. And I don't necessarily think that anybody reading another book is wrong or right. Okay. I'm not a organized religion prescriber, you know.
So it's all cult mindset, hive mindset.
Well, yeah, it's all. Well, here's the thing: if it's in a book, it's written by man or manipulated by man.
This happens whenever I argue that IQ has a strong genetic basis. Everybody jumps on me and gives me the communist. Everybody's equal. Everybody's the same brain. Really?
No, DNA is a very important thing. And here's the thing:
when I studied neurophysiology, right, and neurogenesis, everybody you inherit a lot of the traits, you know, from your DNA. That's what it is.
That's
nature
exactly
and nurture,
what
but genetics is very strong. That's why they're pushing mass migration, right?
Exactly.
Genetics is a big deal.
It's not even just mass migration, but mass genetic manipulation.
Yeah, and they're promoting weak traits.
Down syndrome from vaccines. You get these Y chromosomes being manipulated by
also promoting
heavy metals.
They're promoting weak passive traits, right? They want a slave class of people.
Yeah, exactly. The sheep.
That's why they call it saying, toxic masculinity and all that. That's because they don't want masculinity. They target white males like it's no tomorrow. It's obvious, and they say it. They're not hiding anything.
Watch that video, and I want you guys both, everybody in here, to look up those 2 patent numbers that they fucking list off, and go look at what those patent numbers, who they're licensed to, and what they do, and then come to me about
I understand the patent thing, but I don't think it helps. I don't think it helps the argument, right?
No, it does. Once you sit here and you listen to this, you will understand the fact that this is an operating system. They are programming us.
It's
like
genetic modification, just like what they do with the genetic modification with glowfish in the pet industry. It's weird, and I don't like it.
Yeah, well, they're manipulating it. They figured out the combination to make what they want.
Like they have glowing beta fish, glowing neon tetras, all of that. And it's weird, but I don't support that. But a lot of people are like, "Oh, those fish are cute." No, they're not.
No, they're cute. Woohoo!
It's weird that your fish look like highlighter colors.
Exactly. Hey, where do those fish come from? By the way, I used to have a bunch of them. They're called betas.
Well, yeah, now they have glowing betas because of genetic
Tetraneons.
modification.
Yeah.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna post in the chat. I'm just gonna post some information for people to take in, and you guys cannot believe me on my opinion, or you can. But I really would like, though, if you guys would send me timestamps of good spots of Pat. That's why I came in here. I didn't come in here to act like a fool. But it's something I'm upset
with
about.
me in it.
I'll be shutting down here in a couple of minutes, about 5-10 minutes. So, because it's like almost 4:30 in the morning here.
Okay.
So,
Dawn.
But yeah,
I'm gonna post it in the regular chat too. And I'm not trying to be a bitch to anybody. I really came in here to talk about Pat, and I got off on a whole nother thing.
That's all good.
So
we're still.
You're not being a bitch. You're just espousing something that you believe. There's nothing wrong with that. I just don't care to hear it.
would you at least consider looking at the link that I posted?
Probably not, for the reasons that you espoused.
Okay, that's fine.
Well,
I don't
look at anything that any of you guys send me.
I think that Don's saying don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Just because Trump did that for whatever reason, that he promoted vaccines, whatever, he's not the worst, and he's the best we got. I think.
I'm hoping that Trump doesn't actually believe that we should all get the vaccine.
Listen,
but after he did that, as of today, they're making everybody do it.
I don't think he believes that, and I don't really give a fuck if he believes that, because I won't be doing it. So it's that's not his decision to make. He can make all the recommendations he wants.
I don't think it's his decision to make either.
It's not,
and it would be different if it was a recommendation, but it doesn't.
That said, you guys show me somebody else that we can get behind that's better than Trump, that does the shit that we want him to do, then I'm listening. Show me.
I'm saying quit worrying about the big dogs and worry about your local, your town.
That is the best advice I've heard all night.
About these big dogs.
Correct. I'm going to start shoveling a little money to the local guys.
Absolutely. And not even just money, but your time.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of time.
And
we don't. But here's the thing: you can take the time to tell everybody that they're not worth your time.
About the only resource I have is cash. So.
Okay, well, so start putting money.
Listen, I'm not a very persuasive, articulate speaker, so people don't want to hear what I have to say.
I do. I think you're a great speaker.
Thank you very much.
I think that if more people took the time to listen to one another instead of shutting each other down, we would actually be a whole lot better places. And I think a lot of people that think that they don't speak well are the ones that we need in office.
Well, I absolutely agree with you there. I'm the guy that will listen to anybody. Everybody gets a free shot. Everybody gets, you come with accreditation. In other words, when you step up and you say something, you're K. I already know K comes with respect. So I listen to what you have to say. I don't necessarily have to agree with it, but I'll listen to every word.
And I don't want anybody to agree with me because I'm K. I want people to agree with me because they agree with what I'm talking about. I fully expect people to listen to me. I fully expect people to not listen to me. But I hope there's people that do listen to me. If they think I'm wrong, come to me with the argument of why I'm wrong and point me another direction.
Well, see, there's kind of my problem. I fail at that. I suck at that. I go straight for, here's why you're wrong, and I'm rattling off a list, and it's long, and I'm on a rant, and that's the way I work, and that's not a well-received, articulated argument, and so that's where I fail. So I'm not the guy that can actually articulate a opposing.
See, and I'm not articulate at all, and you can ask Canoes.
No, you have a view. You have an opinion, and that's your point.
And it's
And so,
constantly changing. Trust
well,
me, I was a
it should,
Trumper
because
all
you
the way
constantly
through and
learn.
through.
You should constantly learn, so your opinion should change. My humble opinion. That's just what I think.
I think everybody's opinion should be constantly open to change. And if you
Agreed.
don't have an opinion that's open to change, then your opinion is not an opinion.
Well, let me go further and say that there are points of opinion that there are points of opinion, and then there are points of fact, and they're separate items.
Exactly. And but people should be open to the interpretation of what fact is, because guess what?
Yeah, no,
Because
I'm not.
so and so says it's fact doesn't mean it's actually fact. Okay.
That's true.
Fact. So like, I mean, put it to the fact checkers, right?
No, I'll do my own fact checking.
There you go.
I already, and that's kind of my problem, is because I come preloaded with what the facts are. I have a preset set of facts. They gave me those in school. I got those in engineering school. I got those, and I got those in the United States
In
Navy.
fact, that they're teaching our children are being taught facts. Do you think that those facts are worth a shit?
No, I do not.
Exactly. They were.
Unless they're my facts, then they're
interpreted.
wrong facts. You're right, though. You're absolutely right. The shit
But
that
I'm saying and you know what? I'm gonna, if you guys will give me like 2 seconds, let me pull this up, because I've actually been trying to read this off to everybody because I can't do it for myself. Part of what I've been doing on my channel lately, I wanted to start reading my writings. I've been trying to record them, but I can't do it sitting here by myself without sounding completely retarded, because when I'm sitting here by myself reading it out loud, it makes me stutter and stumble. Okay. And it has to be like,
we have to stand on your neck and
I
give
have
you
to have
pressure.
like a
Is that
little
what
bit
it
of,
is?
I have to have like a little bit of intent in what I'm saying.
He's a
And
drill instructor. That's what she's saying.
Okay.
no,
What
that's
you
the thing.
doing?
Is, like, I sit here. I've tried to read it. I've tried to read it to record it. Okay, sitting here alone and quiet, and I can't get it out. I wrote it, but it doesn't come out with the emotion or what is it? The context, I guess. I don't know. If I read it out loud to myself, and I can't seem to find it recording it. So I wrote this in October, okay? Oh, quit whining at me, dog.
Hey, folks, I'm going to cut in real quick.
Yeah.
I need to hit the sack. So I'm going to shut things down. If you guys want to keep talking backstage, that's more than welcome. But I'm going to shut down the broadcast. Because I gotta get... So,
right. I'm out. Night, kids.
Okay.
Night, guys.
Take care, Don. Good talking to you. If you guys want to keep talking, you're more than welcome to, but I'm shutting the broadcast down.
No, it's cool.
I could listen if you want, Kay, but I don't know. I'm a tough critic.
It's up to you.
I'll read it to you, Smiley.
All right.
Smiley, Kay, Wild Bill, Miriam, Don, everybody else in the chat. Good night. We'll catch you again